Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. Happy Monday. Today we have 3 public hearings this morning for our session and some work sessions in the afternoon. Before we will get started with the official business of the day, we will introduce ourselves. I'm Craig Hickman. I represent Senate District 14, which is 11 towns in Southern Kennebec County, and I'm your Senate Chair. I will go in the order of my screen. Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Mary Ann Kinney. I represent House District 99, which is in Western Waldo County, and I will be turning off my screen because I am at the dentist, but I will be listening in.
Thank you, Representative. We do multitask in Zoom, don't we? Senator Miramont.
Good morning, Senator Miramont, Dave Miramont from Senate District 12, Knox County, except for the town of Washington.
Representative Supika.
Okay, good morning. I am Representative Laura Supika, and I represent District 126, which is a portion of Bangor.
Representative McCray.
Good morning. I'm Jay McQuaid, representing Harpswell, West Bath, and Northeast Brunswick in the House.
Senator Farron.
There. Hey, good morning, folks. My name is Brad Farron. I live in Norwich Walk, and I have the distinct privilege of representing folks in Senate District 3, which is the majority of Somerset County, and the town of Rome in Kennebec County.
Representative Wood.
Yeah, okay. Good morning. I'm Barb Wood, and I represent House District 38, which is the western end of the peninsula in Portland.
Representative Corey.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Corey. I represent House District 25, which is part of Wyndham. I have construction workers here today, so I may be trying to keep myself mostly on mute. So,
thank you for that. Representative Riley.
Hi, I'm Representative Riley. I represent House District 34, which is part of Westbrook.
Representative Doloff.
Good morning, Representative Josanne Dolliff for District 115 in the Western Mountains.
And my distinguished co-chair, Representative Chiazzo.
Morning, folks. Chris Chiazzo, House District 28, West Scarborough.
We also have with us today Karen Montel, our analyst, and Sam Prower from the Office of Policy and Legal Analysis, who will help make sure that we pass legislation that's very good in statute anyway. Today, we will be taking public testimony on legislation that we have in front of us. This meeting is being streamed live on YouTube. It's being streamed live on our audio site. It will be recorded and available on YouTube immediately following or sometime shortly thereafter we adjourn the public hearing session. Members from the public will be invited to speak. You will go through what I call a wormhole. And when you come in, you will have 3 minutes to present your testimony, either in favor of the bill, opposed to the bill, or neither for nor against. Representative Chiazzo will be keeping a timer. Chairman, if you could just show the folks what that looks like. So keep your eye on him, and I will let you know when your time has elapsed if you do run over. Again, this is a recorded appearance. We are streaming live. Everyone will see you or hear you, so whatever you say, please understand it will be in the record forever. And please keep your camera off and unmuted until you are called upon to speak. The chat function is only for technical issues. So if you do use the chat and you want to ask a question about where we are in the day, or you're having a technical difficulty issue, then please use the chat. Otherwise, keep all substantive comment out of the chat. This is a day for the public to weigh in on our bills. So if you have signed up to testify, you'll be called upon. If you haven't signed up to testify and you'd like to, I will make an opportunity for you to do that as well. So with that, I will open, we're going to go in the order as presented. We'll begin with LD 1784, LD 1928, and then LD 1948. We are doing them one at a time just to make sure that we keep each bill contained today. We were tempted to do them all, but I think it's better that we do it like this. And so with that, I'm going to open up the public hearing on LD 1784, an act to ensure legislative review of rules for Maine's Medical Use of Marijuana Act, presented by Senator Maximum of Lincoln, and I'm going to promote the bill sponsor right now. There she is. Good morning, Senator Maxman.
Good morning. Good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazzo, and honorable members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. My name is Chloe Maxman. I represent Senate District 13, which is all of Lincoln County except for Dresden, plus Washington and Windsor, a total of 27 towns in the Mid-Coast. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of LD 1784. As some of you may remember, last year in our first regular session, the legislature passed LD 1242, which is now state law. This was a big bill that, among other changes, updated all rules governing the Maine medical marijuana program to major substantive. Today, LD 1784 seeks to further this intent of oversight. If passed, this bill states that any major substantive rules that are provisionally adopted by OMP, the Office of Marijuana Policy, that are submitted for legislative review cannot be finally adopted unless legislation authorizing final adoption of those rules is enacted into law. In other words, no matter when the rules are submitted from OMP, the legislature must affirmatively act for them to go into effect. The legislature needs to continue to fight for Maine's medical marijuana caregivers. They are small business owners under punitive oversight by the state, threatening to overwhelm business owners with draconian rules. Many of these proposed rules came from an out-of-state corporate consulting firm. We've all heard some of these examples, like 24/7 video surveillance and lighting on caregivers' properties, even if it's their home property, burdensome seed to sale tracking and tracing. There's a whole list that I know you will hear today. I introduced this bill for our emergency session because we are still seeing OMP put out extremely burdensome regulations, and we want to ensure that the legislature has thorough oversight of the rules, especially if we're not in session. As an equal branch of government, our legislature has been the one to stand up and protect small businesses and caregivers from these kinds of rules. We seek to continue that proud legacy with this bill. I know that the Secretary of State will flag some concerns about the specifics of rulemaking laid out in this bill, and I am open to a friendly amendment to cross-reference to Title V, which will make sense when you hear from their office today. This is a very complicated subject matter, and there are many experts here today who will testify to provide clarity. I specifically point you to Alicia Melnick, an attorney who specializes in this field, as well as Arlie Krause, who's a Warren-based caregiver, and she has experienced firsthand the impact of these rules on her business. So that is all I have for you today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any questions for the sponsor from the committee? Seeing none, you're welcome to stay and listen to the rest of the hearing if you'd like from this position. Are there any co-sponsors or other legislators in attendance who would like to testify on this bill? Please indicate by raising your hand. I know there are some lawmakers here. I suspect they're going to be testifying on a few other bills in front of us. So with that, I will call from the public. We're going to take testimony in favor of the bill first. And I have 13 people signed up. I will begin with Mark Barnett, followed by Grant Ellis and John Engler. When you are called upon to speak, please turn on your camera, state your name, where you reside, and if you represent an organization. And with that, I will call on Mark Barnett. You have 3 minutes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazzo, and distinguished members of the VLA committee. Good morning. My name is Mark Barnett, resident of Auburn, a registered caregiver, owner of Higher Grounds Medical Retail Store in Portland, and the executive chair of the Maine Craft Cannabis Association. I am here today to speak in strong support of LD 1784. The mechanism, while there are some questions around how to implement that, is simple. It prevents rulemaking from being finalized without legislative review in all circumstances. As the senator alluded to, with LD 1242 last session, we did close off one avenue of having rules forced onto this industry without legislative review. But with this bill, I believe all rulemaking for this program will be held to that standard of needing to pass through the people's legislature. Again, and you'll see this later in some of the other titles as well today, but we're asking this committee to once again stand with Maine's medical cannabis community. It was a frustrating year in between here and the previous session. But we really believe a lot of these actions are still necessary given what we see as a lack of relevant experience at the Office of Marijuana Policy, the level of misinformation and stigma that still surrounds cannabis, and the mismatch in funding for lobbying and public relations campaigns between our small businesses and patients and the large out-of-state players who, it seems, have a really fat thumb on the policy. In many states, MSOs have used the relatively easy lever of the executive branch to crush their opponents and to create business regulations that exist to fatten their own profits. I would say even if past rulemaking activity here had not been adversarial, we believe this kind of a change would still be necessary. And furthermore, past and current rulemaking activity has been extraordinarily hostile towards this industry. Our regulator has repeatedly pursued an extra statutory agenda of reducing participation in Maine's medical cannabis program. Make your own assumptions about the reasons why. But, I just want to say that we enthusiastically support all legal cannabis, and the adult use program that these medical rules are modeled on is certainly struggling. But that is due to massive problems in its design and continuing implementation. We don't believe that the solution is to allow the executive branch to radically redesign an existing functioning market that supports our state's public health and local economy. These solutions, you've heard this before, are copied and pasted from states where giant businesses crafted these regulations to benefit themselves. And they're built around what I would believe is a farcical industrial model of cannabis that favors scale and access to capital over quality and consumer outcomes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We believe this statutory change is essential to protect Maine businesses and patients. Again, I just would say when power is concentrated in the hands of bureaucrats, the kind of lobbying all too often creates terrible public policy. So we think Mainers know better, and our experience, our legislature has reflected that. So we believe this change is necessary to ensure that the executive is never able to usurp the legislature's role in making good policy for our state.
Thank you, Mr. Barnett. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for presenting your testimony. Next up, we have Grant Ellis.
Hello, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Thank you so kindly for the opportunity to be heard on this bill today. My name is Grant Ellis. I am from Massachusetts, but I have family in Wells Beach, Maine, and thus I'm a visiting qualifying patient when I spend extended periods of time visiting family. And it was because of my access to medical cannabis while recovering from a surgery in Maine a few years ago through a caregiver that I was able to avoid using a lot of more intense medications that would have, although been far cheaper, probably caused serious problems in my life. So the Maine medical program is something that I think is very special. And I'm in favor of Bill 1784 for a number of reasons. One, I was here last year testifying in favor of LD 1242 because, and I think this was a theme of last year's hearing, I was concerned that the rulemaking process taking place at the time was being driven by regulatory capture and was going to end up raising prices and reducing access for vulnerable patients like myself on a fixed income, thus having a direct negative impact on our access to healthcare. So I watched the implementation process of LD 1242, and that's why I'm so in favor of 1784, because I believe that the intent of LD 1242, beyond ensuring that all changes to the medical rules from OMP would be major substantive, was also to force the rulemaking process to restart under OMP's purview to ensure a consultative process with local stakeholders, whether they be visiting qualifying patients, caregivers, or healthcare professionals in the Maine market itself. But that working group that OMP established to comply with the legislative mandate not only did not present its final draft to the members of the working group until after it was made public, but it also in many ways subverted the legislative intent by stacking the deck with major players from other states in an attempt to put forward the very same rules in all but name that were rejected last time around. So I think 1784 reflects an important understanding on the behalf of the legislature, which is a proper check and balance to regulatory capture within a regulatory agency is to ensure oversight by a legislative body. And the best thing I think you can do to protect patients like myself who can't really go to these large operators and tell them to stop lobbying regulators for rules that are going to shut down a majority of the medical program just so that adult use operators can have more of a captured market, is to come to the legislature and to implore you to ensure that the rules do not get changed on caregivers in a way that would undermine our access. So I think this bill really does complement what LD 1242 was meant to achieve, and it does so in a way that will ensure that OMP does not attempt to do this again in the future. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis. And I just remind folks, if you are not speaking, please turn your camera off as well as your mic, and I will, when I call upon you. Mr. Ellis, you can keep your camera on just in case. Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee for Mr. Ellis? Seeing none. Thank you for being here today, sir. Next up, we will hear from Arlie Kraus, followed by Susan Meehan, followed by Alicia Melnick. Good morning.
Good morning.
The floor is yours.
Good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazzo, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Arlie Kraus. I'm here today testifying in support of LD 1784, an act to ensure legislative review of rules for Maine's Medical Use of Marijuana Act. I am a registered cannabis caregiver, farmer, and business owner in Warren. I am a founding member of the Maine Craft Cannabis Association, a member of the Maine, of Seed to Health Learning Health Alliance, and I am the chair of the Adult and Medical Marijuana Committee for the town of Warren. I have been a caregiver in Maine for over 10 years. I have been recently appointed to be a representative of the medical marijuana caregivers on the Marijuana Advisory Commission, and I'm also a recent member of the Cannabis Council of Maine. Today, I come before you in support of LD 1784, a bill which will add a necessary layer of protection to a highly successful program which has been under the threat of stupefying changes put forth by the Office of Marijuana Policy for years. The changes requested would not add value to the medical marijuana program, patients, caregivers, or other program participants. LD 1784 is a bill which has the intention to add another layer of scrutiny for any changes to the medical marijuana program rules. In essence, in order for any major substantive rule changes to be enacted into law, the legislature must pass a vote to make it so. Some may find this to be an unnecessary legislative burden, but the many voices you are hearing from today can most definitely assure you that this is a needed layer of protection for our industry. Medical marijuana caregivers have been pushing back against the OMP rule changes for multiple years. Rule changes which add a burdensome multitude of overregulation and will add a level of expense to operation and patient costs, not to mention will still jeopardize patient privacy. I come to you today to ask you to strongly consider passing this bill. The current proposed rules are not far away enough from all of the other rule changes that the OMP has proposed in the past several years. While we acknowledge that current rules could use updates in certain places, the proposed rules, which the department is attempting to pass yet again, include the same patient privacy violations, security and personal property overreach, cultivation determinations which make no sense for any farmers, and many other nonsensical burdens. Unfortunately, instead of being able to have a somewhat normal work life and time with our families, whether that be attending school games, helping with homework, or just spending time. Our time is monopolized by the constant fight against major illogical changes to the marijuana program. The constant stress and fear of perhaps not being able to have a viable business because of senseless rule changes is absolutely impacting not only the people you see before you today, but also our partners, spouses, and family members. The
Ms.
OMP
Kraus,
should be.
your time has expired. If you could wrap up your testimony, and we will
Absolutely, I
allow
will.
you to answer questions from the committee.
Yes. We, the marijuana industry participants, do need the assistance of the legislature to bring some sanity to this never-ending battle by way of ending the ability for the OMP to continue their attempt of passing rules which do not bring value to any part of the medical marijuana program. Thank you for allowing me the time to share my opinion.
Thank you, Ms. Kraus. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Supika.
Thank you. Ms. Kraus, I didn't see your testimony online yet, but I was looking at the list of things, and you mentioned cultivation restrictions in your testimony. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes,
and could you give me just a kind of a understanding of like an example of what you mean by that?
Certainly. In the new proposed rules, under cultivation requirements, it's required now that dictated in this rule that you can only have a single area for cultivation, which makes no sense at all. Many times, farmers will rotate crops around. Number one, you'll have some plants in a certain area of your farm and then move them to another. You may have an outbuilding that you have plants in, and then you might want to move them to your greenhouse. And if you are registered by square footage, you're allowed to do things like this. So it just doesn't make any sense. And there's many other instances where this has happened in the rules.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none. Senator Miramont has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two parts. You mentioned the rules around lighting and cameras. Did we take care of that last year, or is that part of the new ones? And then, go ahead.
Yes. Hi, Senator Miramont.
Hello.
So the cameras are still required in areas, I believe, of entrance and egress from buildings. And they're also required for any caregiver retail location. And they're supposed to point so that they can identify who's coming in and out of a building. The problem with that is that still violates patient privacy. Patients have the right to be anonymous. That's why they're given a card and it has a unique number on it. So it's very counterintuitive to have this still be in the law, or the proposed rules, I should say.
Thank you. And another, Mr. Chair, quickly.
You may proceed.
This is a statement. We have multiple meetings as legislators, so I'll be in and out doing other meetings, but I come back and read every bit of testimony that's been presented. So if you show up to testify, but you don't put your paperwork into the site, the testimony into the site, you will be robbing us of a chance to get some information to make our decision ultimately. So please make sure you upload your testimony for us to read. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any questions? Ms. Kraus, seeing none, thank you for being here today. Next up is Susan Meehan. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Chairperson Craig Hickman, Chairs Chiazzo, and the Veteran and Legal Affairs Committee. Thank you for the time to present today. Thank you, Senator Claxton, for assisting our work group with LD 1948, and many thanks to the co-sponsors of this bill 1784. I have lived in Maine since 2013 when I moved to Maine to legally utilize the medical program to treat my daughter Cindy May's devastating seizure disorder. Off the prescribed drugs that had kept her seizing and bound to a wheelchair, Cindy May enjoyed playing like a normal child in the streams and snows of Maine while fighting for better access in several states. And I'm sorry, I forgot my introduction. I'm Susan Meehan. I'm chairperson of the Maine Cannabis Coalition, a caregiver, a patient, and a parent of patients.
Thank you.
Off the prescribed drugs. You're welcome. Sorry. Just 4 days before her death, Cindy May sat on my lap in Hartford, Connecticut, fighting for better access, and was in support of the bill that passed into law that now bears her name in Connecticut. Like many medical refugees to Maine for our phenomenal program, we would have given up everything to give our daughter her best life possible. Now, as a caregiver in Maine who focuses on pediatric formulations, I represent many pediatric patients and their parents. As chairperson of the coalition, our mission is to protect the patients and caregivers and business owners participating in Maine's use of medical marijuana program. We currently have an audience of over 5,000 across multiple social media outlets, monthly meetings, virtually and physically, and we're currently defendants in a circuit court case defending Maine's residency requirements in the program. The rules that manage Maine's largest agricultural industry, the largest revenue producing industry in the state, that involve at least 11% of Maine's population. The rules that manage and shape this industry are critical to the support of the 100,000 patients, the several thousand businesses, and the communities that these many Maine citizens live in. It is imperative and a true emergency that the legislator have a clear path to review and approve or disapprove rules that will impact this industry. Unfortunately, even with the protections that LD 1242 provided, OMP proposed Rule 2022 still had serious issues, including a replication of metric like track and trace and daily inventory management, impediment to patient confidentiality and privacy, among others. Rules 2022, with fewer mention of law enforcement, these proposed rules still demonize the plant and create great hardship for patients and businesses. Additionally, proposed rules would significantly impact businesses treading the waters between small home-based and medium-sized. Many of these rules are cross-required by other industry support systems such as banking and insurance and aren't necessary to be in OMP's rules as a business grows to needing these support systems. We need to monitor and prevent regulatory capture that will destroy the growth of Maine citizens participating in this industry. This protective measure of legislative oversight is imperative and urgent, a true emergency. Thank you for your support of these important emergency measures to protect this important industry and improve the lives of many Maine citizens. I will upload written testimony later today. I'm happy to entertain any questions.
Thank you, Susan May. Representative Wood has a question for you.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. Ms. Meehan, you made a comment and I didn't catch the whole thing, so I just wanted to back up. You said something about banking and then about that made OMP rules unnecessary or something. It was quick, and so I didn't catch it all.
Yes. Yes, what I was getting at is, for instance, banking starting this year, 2022, our banks in Maine that do accept accounts from marijuana business owners are implementing a new procedure in which they will require you to note where a deposit or a payout came from. So it's saying, you know, I am depositing this $2,000 from transaction blah 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 in my business, a wholesale transaction between myself and someone else. So it will require a sort of tracking of transfers, for example, that is required in the medical program. The insurance industry in Maine, when they insure a caregiver's business, such as a storefront, require cameras and they require security systems in order to get insurance. What my big concern is that when you're a small home-based business and you're barely making income, but you see the vision of growing into a business maybe with a caregiver storefront, if these expensive things are immediately required by OMP rule before you cross that path, you're preventing those small businesses from becoming mid-sized businesses. You're preventing growth in the industry. So that is my concern and my statement, the meaning of my statement on that.
If I could just follow up.
You may proceed.
So I'm just trying to understand, you're saying that the banking industry and the insurance industry is starting to require some of these things that the OMP is also saying that they want to require. So I'm just, if you have to do it one place, wouldn't you just be doing it for everybody?
Yes, some of these things, as the business grows into a larger business, are going to be required by industry support systems such as insurance and such as banking. So there's no need for them to be required by the rules at a level prior to that. When I start to need insurance for my business, I'm going to have to comply with some of these things such as cameras and the other measures, the security measures.
Okay, I think I get it now. Thanks.
Are there any other questions? Chairman Chiazzo, are you set? Your question has been answered. Great. Seeing no other questions, thank you for presenting your testimony today, Ms. Mead. Next up, we have Alicia Melnick, followed by Asher Putterman. Ms. Melnick, welcome. Good morning. The floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you so much. Good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Piazzo, members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. My name is Alicia Melnick, and I'm an attorney at Bernstein Scher. I am here today on behalf of the Maine Craft Cannabis Association and as an appointed member of Maine's Marijuana Advisory Commission. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify in support of LD 1784. We sincerely thank Senator Maxman for her leadership, as well as the diverse range of co-sponsors who come from both bodies, both parties, and represent constituents from across the state of Maine. This bill will complete the work you all began last session when you passed LD 1242 with overwhelming bipartisan support. LD 1242 was initiated in response to a slate of highly concerning proposed rule changes that went far beyond the legislature's directive. The proposed requirements undermined constitutional rights to privacy and the right to associate, exposed caregivers and patients to unwarranted police surveillance, imposed burdensome tracking with severe penalties for failure to comply, and would have led to a significant increase in the price of medicine, pushing smaller and medium-sized caregivers out of business and forcing patients into the black market as providers pass their costs on or go out of business entirely. LD 1242 blocked OMP's proposed rules and changed all medical marijuana rulemaking from routine technical to major substantive. LD 1784 finishes the job by closing a remaining loophole in Maine's Administrative Procedures Act to fully ensure intended legislative oversight of this program. As you heard, if passed, this bill would ensure that the legislature must affirmatively act for any rule changes to go into effect, protecting patients and caregivers from devastating rule changes in the event of something like an early emergency adjournment, as we experienced a few years ago, and more simply just fulfills the legislature's commitment to meaningful oversight of this valuable and lucrative program. Unfortunately, the caregivers and patients that I represent felt compelled to come before you again today to request this unusual exception in Maine law. Despite the working group convened as a result of LD 1242 and hopes for a mutual resolution, the recent January 2022 OMP proposal continues to contain concerning and unjustified regulations that go far beyond anything required by law. Further, despite over 20 hours of testimony opposing the various drafts and multiple administrative and legislative hearings and individual meetings, the proposal still does not reflect the real world concerns of the thousands of Maine patients and the thousands of sometimes rural Maine agricultural and retail businesses that provide these patients with their medicine. You've heard a number of examples, so I'm not going to go through them, but they're really just a slightly lighter version of what we've experienced before. I worked alongside patients, caregivers, and Maine lawmakers to develop and improve Maine's program for over a decade, fighting for access and privacy protections and to decriminalize and destigmatize cannabis. Over the years, I've heard countless stories of how this plant has transformed lives, from Mainers who successfully used cannabis to treat their chronic pain or their child's seizure condition, allowing them to go off a slate of pharmaceuticals and regain full, rich lives, and caregivers who have found an opportunity to be their own boss, make a living, and help people sometimes in rural communities without many such options. In conclusion, we support an appropriately regulated, safe medical marijuana program, but unfortunately, as you've heard, we require the legislature to retain strong oversight to ensure that to happen. Thank you so much for your time today. We do agree with the friendly amendment from the Secretary of State for cross-reference for clarity and transparency, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Melnick. Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Melnick. You're an attorney and you've been doing this for a long time, so you're very versed in this field for sure. So I think I've been kind of saving this one for you. So don't take this personally, please. But
that's okay.
I'm trying to really understand, is the concern about the Administrative Procedures Act and its flawed process, or is the concern that the Administrative Procedures Act should be made an exception for the medical marijuana industry? And if it's the latter, why should we make an exception just for this industry and not for any other industry that is covered under this act?
Sure. The only other place in Maine statute that I know of this exception existing is in our mining laws. And that was an exception that was considered and deliberated by the legislature and passed because there was a feeling that the other branch of government, one of the other branches of government, would not be true to reflect the will of the people and the will of the legislature representing their constituents. Unfortunately, the same seems to be the case here in Maine's medical marijuana program. As I mentioned, this is now the third version of draft rules that go way beyond what is required by statute and well beyond what the legislature intended in passing what is currently on the books as far as statute. I was involved in a lot of the revisions to Maine's medical marijuana law over the years. And absolutely, when things like security requirements were put in there, they were not intended to have 24/7 surveillance of patients that gets turned over to law enforcement upon request. Those sorts of interpretations and implementations of Maine statute go so far beyond what was intended, and in ways that encroach on patient privacy and business owner privacy in ways that I think do warrant the legislature to consider this exception. You all passed 1242. We had high hopes that that would do the job, but unfortunately we filed this bill in anticipation of a worst case scenario. And when we saw the most recent draft rules that still included burdensome, tracking requirements, burdensome labeling requirements, burdensome security and surveillance requirements, well beyond statute, it felt like this sort of exception was warranted.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Proceed.
Thank you. So I just want to, again, so it sounds like, I want to make sure I understand it completely. It sounds like the Administrative Procedures Act, you feel, and probably rightfully so, that there are some challenges with that in general, because it sounds like we need to make an exception for mining. You're requesting the same exception for medical. Wouldn't it be more prudent for us to amend that act to cover all businesses? Because what's to stop any other business that's regulated from coming before us and saying those rules are burdensome and therefore we want an exception? And if everything becomes an exception, we probably ought to change the rule, right?
I absolutely understand, and perhaps you all should think that through. I have not been involved in all that many rulemaking processes for all that many industries, but from what I can tell, there are many other overseeing departments and regulators who have a much more collaborative relationship with the industries that they regulate. So for example, some of the folks that you'll hear from today are also overseen and regulated by the Department of Agriculture. What they portray as the communication and the relationship between them and their regulators in that context, for example, growing hemp, I believe Asher, who will be speaking after me, could speak to some of this, that their experiences with the regulators in those industries do not give them pause and create the level of fear and anxiety that the anticipation of rulemaking from the Office of Marijuana Policy has created. So I've never heard, for example, folks that are regulated for hemp by ag say, we're really concerned that we're going to be regulated in ways that go against our ability to maintain our businesses and go against the intent of the legislature. So that's just one example where to create an exception for everything and prohibit the ability for emergency rules to go into effect, if everybody would agree ultimately that they should go into effect, that seems unnecessary. But here, the evidence has shown repeatedly that this exception is warranted.
Thank you, Ms. Melnick. And I obviously saved the question for the right person, so I appreciate that response. Thank you.
I really thank you for the opportunity to explain this. It's a bit complicated. It's a very kind of strange, narrow exception. But again, this is where we're at today. And I would just add that, we don't disagree that there is a gap between the old rules and the current statute, and that needs to be addressed, absolutely. But we hope that this legislative committee will continue to dig into this issue in the way that you have and help us come out this legislative session with good updated rules and a law that protects the industry from future changes that are not supported by that law.
Are there any other questions from the committee for Ms. Melnick? I have a brief one. Is there any consideration that we put into the law the exact kinds of parameters that the industry seeks, explicitly prohibiting certain kinds of rules from being drafted, or proactively putting in statute what exactly will work for the industry?
Yes, Senator Hickman, thank you for that question. That was part of your question is what Representative Williams' bill that you'll be hearing next intends to do. It tries to put some guardrails in statute that would prohibit some of the more egregious proposals in the rules. I think also one of the reasons that you see this law, the medical marijuana law, has so much detail in statute as opposed to some other sections of law is because you all have had to do that over the course of many years now, put things that in other industries would be in kind of routine rulemaking into statute. Unfortunately, I think this is just carryover from the drug war and the sort of stigma and paranoia about this plant. But I would agree that to the extent, especially things like police surveillance of patients, we need to put those sorts of guardrails in statute.
Thank you. Representative Corey has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That got me thinking, like, I think that probably some of the difficulty here is the idea that, you know, we would be looking at every single rule, you know, created, when it seems like what we're really talking about is whether or not kind of a department, right, is kind of acting, you know, in good faith, or what people perceive as good faith. Like, I wonder if maybe what we should be, you know, potentially looking at is sort of like what the scope and mission, do you know what I mean, of the department is instead. I understand sort of Representative Chiazzo's concerns about, do you know what I mean, making rules, making an exception for one, you know, particular industry, you know, solely. And, you know, you had even mentioned that, that, you know, it seems like other, you know, industries have more collaborative, maybe relationships with their regulators. I know there's a question in there somewhere. Do you mind responding to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think what you're getting at is a really interesting point. The reason that we put the portions in 1242 that weren't just about major substantive rulemaking around actually forcing the department to meet with interested parties and stakeholders, including medical providers with experience in this industry, patients, smaller caregivers, that was sort of, I think, trying to facilitate a more open collaborative relationship and a better understanding from the regulators of the real on the ground experience of the people that they were regulating and the impact they were having. I think one gap at OMP, and it's just a factual thing, is that I don't know if there are any people that are part of the regulatory process, or certainly in a higher level position, that have any experience cultivating, processing, or selling cannabis as a, you know, approved business here in Maine. So I think the part of 1242 that directed that conversation was seeking to put this issue to rest and allow OMP to be more of a casual regulator, for lack of a better word. Unfortunately, you know, and we put these bill titles in before that process happened as kind of a backstop. Unfortunately, what came out of that stakeholder meeting and the new draft rules, we just didn't get there. So I mean, perhaps looking at the mission of OMP, there could be an opportunity to direct them to be more collaborative, but I also know folks in this industry are exhausted from spending hours and hours reading through and reacting and testifying and participating in stakeholder groups. So that's why I think at the end of the day, we're asking you all to step in as an equal branch of government and take that on.
Representative McCray has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Melnick. I'm trying to sort out a comment that comes up very frequently is the tension between the small caregiver, small business and the out-of-state business and the big business. Could you tell me what, is that a crux of the problem? Maybe not the crux, but a crux of the problem? And do you see this bill as in some way addressing that tension that has existed for a long time?
Yeah, thank you so much, Representative McCray. Maine has an incredibly unique medical marijuana industry. In most other states, there are not thousands of small businesses. And I'm defining small businesses here in the way that the APA defines it as 20 or fewer employees. So that probably encompasses, the vast majority of caregivers across the state. So to support those caregivers, we want low barriers to entry and low barriers to participation. So every time you layer on, we were talking about it as like death by 1,000 cuts. It's not any one thing, but once you layer on video, you guys heard recently from adult use people and adult use participants who talked about, just thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars spent complying with the track and trace metric program, the surveillance requirements, the videotaping, the lighting. And there were vague things in there like, I'm blanking on it, was like, your windows must be secure. Well, what does that mean? And then you align that with the penalties for failure to comply. Could be you lose your entire business. There wasn't a lot of graduated enforcement either. So when you increase the barriers to entry or the barriers to participation, the only people left able to survive are the large out-of-state players and maybe one or two large in-state players. But all the other small, medium business owners either are spending so much money to comply that they're passing that cost onto their patients, that they either go out of business, their patients go back into the illicit market, they go back into the illicit market, and those businesses go away. Once the larger players take hold, I think the fear is we'll never get this market, this industry back of these smaller business owners across the state. So I don't know if that helps. And I think, when OMP continually comes out with these regulations without clear justification, it starts to create or feed into paranoia that the goal is actually to increase the barriers for these small and medium-sized business owners and force them out of the market. I like to think the best intentions, and that this is the intention is not to squash the medical providers. But I think when you continually see these increased regulations and barriers without logical, factual, data-driven, explanation for them, it makes you wonder.
Mr. Chair, can I follow up?
You may proceed.
Just to say thank you. You mapped that out in a way that I think is very helpful. So I appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you for the time and the question.
Senator Farron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Melnick. As you know, we sat on the Marijuana Advisory Board Commission together, and one of the things that I've watched through this, co-sponsoring the legislation from last session, and actually co-sponsoring a couple of the bills, the ones coming up, and understanding some of that frustration that's gone through. My point and my question to you is, we've heard, what OPM's doing wrong and the overburdensome and not the justification. But even being a sponsor of some of this, and I said this during the commission thing, is that I don't think anybody's going to be happy. There's got to be, I get the feeling a little bit from the caregivers that don't look at what we're doing, focusing on what's over here, and trying to find that balance in between. Because as the government, as the legislature, or whatever, there are rules and regulations that we got to for the protection of those patients, for the protection of of society and everything else through this, because not everybody might follow the rules and do all of the right things, and we have that responsibility as well. And I'm struggling with finding that sweet spot where compromise, right, where everyone's not 100% happy, and I think that's what I'm looking for as we work towards this. Is, you know, we did the bill last session. We've got these bills in front of us today, and it seems like it's just more and more and more. Where do we find that so that we can move things forward and support, right, the small caregivers and the folks that are providing a service for the medical marijuana community? And I think you bridged part of that gap, have that background.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point, and I want to make sure that this committee and the public don't walk away from this discussion thinking that caregivers aren't open to being more regulated, especially as the scale of their businesses grow. But you think about the initial proposal on metric. It was daily by 5 p.m. reporting of extensive data points. So you imagine a small, by themselves, or they've got a couple family members working with them. They live in rural Maine where internet is spotty. And if they don't get it in, they might, that's a major safety violation and they might lose their license. So instead, some of the folks that I work with have really talked through what does OMP actually want this information for? If it's to help prevent diversion and it's help to track, do they really need it by 5 p.m. every day on a portal? Or if what they really want is the ability to recall a product that somehow, was discovered to be tainted or problematic, then let's talk about labeling requirements that make sense for the industry and provide the right information to the regulator without going so far that they're pushing the people out of the market. I mean, it's sort of the same thing you heard about the individual tags. Nobody's saying that you don't want to be able to oversee this market, but what are some practical ways that we can do it that work for the industry and work for the regulator? Some of the folks that you've heard from already today, Susan and Arlie and Mark and Asher, have really dug into this and come up with what should we do for labeling and tracking? We understand that as the industry has gotten bigger and bigger and more professionalized, that's an appropriate thing to request, but we want to do it in a rational way.
Are there any other pointed questions for Ms. Melnick from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for your time.
See you soon. Asher Putterman, if you please turn on your camera, you can testify next if you're with us, followed by Stephen Robinson and Michael Wilson. Welcome, Asher Putterman, the floor is yours.
Representatives and senators, thank you for your service to our state. My name is Asher Putterman. I'm a medical marijuana patient and caregiver. My wife and I operate a small farm in the mid-coast. We grow cut flowers, veggies, and a couple annual crops of sun-grown cannabis. I'm testifying in support of LD 1784. It builds on and clarifies what was voted in LD 1242 to ensure that any major substantive rule changes proposed by OMP will go through a legislative review where issues brought up by the industry can be addressed by the legislature to allow a fine tuning of the rules before they are adopted into the program. I'd like to just read a little bit of what I read during the rule submissions to OMP. As the cannabis markets are maturing and everyone is getting their production dialed in, we find ourselves in a flooded market. Prices are dropping. Everyone we know's businesses are a little slower this year than they were last year, but this is expected and prices should fall as supply increases. This is also beneficial to Maine's medical use patients. We should not instead use overregulation to falsely inflate the market price. It will only push out the small businesses. And as we can see in other states, as soon as that happens, the big businesses that can afford to wait out this destruction will simply shift their lobbying efforts to reverse these regulations while locking out all their competition from re-entering the market. This is the corporate playbook we are seeing played out in every state that is legalized. All I saw in OMP's proposed rules were more added expenses for our already fledgling business, with no regard to market factors, no help with financial institutions, or any of the problems that have been facing us as an industry. Please, before any more of these unnecessary burdensome regulations are put upon us, let's take a long, hard look at the market and the businesses in it, and let's create a path forward so we can all survive. I believe the department was required to provide an economic impact statement before the last rules proposal. Where is that? What's the average size of the businesses in this market? We should at least be able to see a slice of this, if not all. Everyone I know, including myself, has had a tax ID number for some time now. Myself, a couple years, we've been required through an inspection to have that, and we had it since way before, just voluntarily. Where is this data? What will these additional rules do to the small businesses involved? What will the costs be? What size are most of the 4,000 businesses we're discussing here? How do we trust that OMP is truly considering what the effects of these rules they're putting on our industry will be? We've heard OMP testify in regards to methods like metric, that there were no hidden costs and added labor would be insignificant. Then I just heard all of the adult use registrants complaining about the burdensome time and added cost of the exact problems that were pointed out to the legislature and OMP in regards to metric in the past. At this point, I would hope we will continue our moratorium on rulemaking until some of these concerns can be properly addressed, which they appeared to be during the work group, but then OMP's rules that were released did not seem to reflect any of the input from that group. I've also had some issues where like OMP doesn't seem to entirely understand what they're regulating. Like they were trying to limit the locations, and when asked about that in the rulemaking, Vern pointed out that the problem they were trying to deal with was that when they said you could have 500 square foot grow, that some people had multiple 500 square foot grows in multiple locations. And I would just like to point out that that's just completely illegal. That's not something that a rule change is going to affect. That's just illegal, and there's laws to deal with that.
Mr. Putterman, I would like to thank you for your testimony. Your time has come to an end. If you could just wrap it up, there may be questions from the committee.
That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it very much. Are there any questions from the committee for Mr. Putterman? Seeing none, we appreciate you being here.
Really, could I say one thing in regards to the hemp program?
You may.
I went through the hemp program, and I felt like the hemp program was advocating for us. When we had issues like the THC limit, things that were coming down federally, the head of the hemp program was lobbying federally for us. He was listening to us. He sent out emails asking what our opinions were on things that were affecting the market. And then he lobbied on our behalf to change those the way that we wanted them changed. I thought that was very supportive and a great way to grow a burgeoning market. I wish we could see some more of that in the medical program.
Thank you for pointing that out. Are there any questions from Mr. Putterman on that issue? Seeing none, thank you for being here today. Next up, we'll hear from Stephen Robinson. I did call on two other people who are not going to testify in person today unless they change their minds, Grant Ellis and Michael Wilson. If you would like to testify in person, just raise your hand and I'll promote you. But for now, Mr. Robinson, I'm going to ask you to start your video and please begin your 3-minute testimony.
Thank you, Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazzo, distinguished members of the VLA. I testified last year in support of 1242 and I greatly appreciate the action that you took. I'm Steve Robinson. I'm from Albion, Maine, part of a family-owned business. We have my brother, my son, and I are all registered caregivers. And we have an outdoor grow. We appreciate the intervention that 1242 brought about on the security rules. I testified about those and the non-technical nature of them. I appreciate 1784's intent and some of the difficulties of the legislature trying to oversee the nitty-gritty, and I'm not sure where I come out on that. What the best
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Hope that.
Excuse me.
Representative McCray.
Could we address the poster that's up on the screen?
I'm sorry, Representative McCray, what are you looking at?
Mr. Shirley, his screen is a poster.
Okay. And your request would be to do what, Representative?
To not have posters.
And I will send a message to him and ask him for a different background if you object. Can you just give us 1 second? We'll be at ease for a few minutes here. And
thank you.
Mr. Robinson, if you just defer 1 second. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Mr. Robinson, for your information, your time is paused, so you will not be penalized for that. As soon as Representative McCray objected, I paused the timer for you. So I'll pick it up when you start again, sir.
Okay. So for now, I have put the poster into the attendee role, and when it comes time for that person to testify, I will turn on the mic. I think that's the best way to deal with that for now. So Mr. Robinson, please continue your testimony, and sorry for the interruption.
Sure. As far as the question on the APA and how do you have legislature oversee the administrative body, I listened in on the industry consultations that were mandated by 1242. I was hopeful that some of the input that the industry was providing would help shape OMT, and that they would take into account the testimony that they heard and the reactions from people. But when I saw the rules come out a couple of weeks ago, they had addressed some of the things that were mandated by 1242's considerations, but they still added a lot of burdensome requirements, things that didn't seem to be based in any benefit to the customer, any benefit to patients, or any benefit to the business. They were just rules that were either from another state or the OMP thought was a good idea. And the mention of the delivery points, not being allowed to deliver on any public place, is contrary to what common sense would say, where a woman driver would rather meet somebody in a public place than meet in a private location. So I don't know. I think that if OMP can be more responsive and understand the industry, it maybe it's not necessary that the legislature oversees every rule that's adopted, but until they show that they have the ability to carry out rulemaking in a proper way, evaluate the benefits and burdens of what they're proposing, I think they need to be put on a shorter leash. I don't know. When I looked at the rules, they made, I think, a reasonable attempt at trying to improve what they were doing, but they also added just massive amounts of things that don't make any sense. And if they had talked to anybody in the business, they could have gotten much better input. So whether you require substantively for them to go through a process that you spell out more in detail, that they consult and they have an analysis of the benefits and burdens of what they're proposing, but something like that needs to be done. I sympathize with the regulators. I don't think they have bad motivations, but they certainly haven't done a great job in addressing kind of why they're doing what they're doing. To have an industry that is as important as this is to the state of Maine, just constantly battling over this. I testified in front of you now twice in the last 9 months, and the 3 bills that are proposed today, I think all have good attempts at trying to correct things.
Mr. Robinson, your time has expired. If you would like to wrap up your comments, you can certainly take questions from the committee if there are any as well.
Thanks. That's really all I have to say. I really appreciate the efforts that you're making. I think you're providing a great voice and direction to the OMP, and hopefully they listen.
Thank you for being here today. If there are no questions, appreciate your presence. Next up is Mr. Michael Wilson. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I wanted to start by saying thank you. The 1242 bill that we passed last time, I was part of that, and it's the first time I've really participated in any real way in sort of rulemaking or legislature or anything like that. And it was really cool to see that our legislature is listening to us and that they support us.
Mr. Wilson, can you please just introduce yourself?
Oh, sorry.
If you represent anyone, who you are, and then you will continue. Thank you.
My name is Mike Wilson. I live in Portland, Maine. My business is Maine Craft Cannabis. We're a cultivator, and I'm a member of the Maine Craft Cannabis Association as well, and also the Maine Growers Alliance. So moving on. So I just wanted to say thank you. I think that it was really amazing to see that the process works. It actually really motivated me to kind of participate in more of this stuff. So I did the testimony on the OMP rules. I think that this particular bill 1784 is really about OMP and whether or not this emergency, piece is relevant in here. And I think that it is. And to kind of respond to something that I heard earlier from Mr. Farron, I think it was, about caregivers and what we'd actually want. I really understand that perspective. It sounds like caregivers are really just kind of saying like, we don't, no. And, from my perspective, what I want to see is rules that are in line with what the actual, statutes are. And time again, OMP kind of sounds like one thing, but what they put in the rules is another. And I think there's a huge disconnect there that really creates distrust from the business owners. And the example that I was trying to think of, like how to give you an example of my perspective. If you read the new rules that they put out, and they just came out recently, I'm guessing most of you hadn't had time to go through them. They got rid of metric, but they put in this 7.2.2. I can just direct you directly to that. It's basically a completely manual process of metric. This is more burdensome than metric would be, honestly. And in the public testimony, they sort of addressed that and they said, oh, that wasn't our intent. But there's this back and forth where they sort of sound like one thing, like in the email that they put out saying, here's the new proposed rules. We listened to you guys. They did make some changes. And I thanked them for that in the beginning of my testimony. But they seem to keep missing the legislature and the people are really saying one thing, and what we get from OMP in writing doesn't jive with that. And for me, this one in particular, this is an emergency to basically kind of finish up 1242. Like 1242 leaves a loophole. And I think that in this particular instance, this regulator keeps kind of missing the boat on that. I'll wrap it up there. And I'll finish with one last thing. In their proposed rules, in the new testimony that they had, there was only one person that signed up in support of them. The people of the state are not with them. And that person plugged his own business at the end of his testimony. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you for being here today. Next up is Paul McCarrier, and then we will take testimony from Derek Shirley from the attendee list. Good morning, Mr. McCarrier. The floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Veteran and Legal Affairs Committee, my name is Paul T. McCarrier. I have been a caregiver since 2010. I have worked on legislation since that time also, so I hope I can give you some history of this program. And I was also an appointed member of the Office of Marijuana Policy's Marijuana Working Group, which was put to execute the bills that your committee passed, LD 1242 and LD 882. One of the things that makes LD 1784 so important is that this program has had a long history of having the executive branch and the small business caregivers and patients constantly have tension. And this tension comes down to the fact that OMP now and DHS previously lacked the expertise of what it takes to be involved with the cannabis business. One part is this when we're looking at a cannabis business is we have the farming aspect, which you're talking about cultivation from seed to harvest, which involves the soil, the environment, the curing and the storage of the products, product manufacturing, which is not only baking and making foods, but also processing the raw material into a more concentrated material that is then used in those edibles or topicals and is also used as a standalone product. It also doesn't cover, they don't necessarily have the experience when it comes down to retail. What are patient preferences, the choices, most importantly, the price point for patients, the expectations of patients, and also the importance of customer service and what the patients expect when they're buying cannabis, especially if they are transitioning from the traditional market, which is illegal, to the current medical market. The part that I find most disturbing is that the Office of Marijuana Policy, while well-intentioned, does not seem to understand the costs associated with running a business. Just with the amount of staff time that you have to spend to deal with inane human resources requirements, keeping employee records, we already have to abide by the Department of Labor standards, just like we have to abide by the Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry standards. There is no, I think, concept of that, of how much time small businesses have to take and how much money they have to spend to deal with these regulations. Not only to deal with the regulations, but we have to have utilities, which are skyrocketing. We have to pay higher insurance rates because we are a federally illegal business. We have packaging, which we have to plan for because you have supply chain issues. You also have to have not having access to investment and maybe not even having access to banking, and also the capital costs. The reason that LD 1784 is needed is because you, the legislature, have that wide experience and diverse membership to be able to address each one of these parts. You will be able to decide with your experience outside of the legislature how these can be best used in this business. One part when I'm going to address for Representative Chiazzo is why is there a need for the question that he had for Ms. Melnick. The need for this bill is that this bill, if passed into law, will save the legislature and your committee a significant amount of time. We have come back year after year to this committee and also to the Health and Human Services Committee to constantly ask the legislature to pass statute that trumps rule. If this goes into effect, we'll be able to take care of it in one fell swoop and we won't have to have multiple public hearings. When we're addressing what Representative or Senator Farron brought up with what is a happy medium, there is a proposal that has been put together by a large breadth of the industry, the Maine Cannabis Council, which is something that we could submit to your committee as a whole to look at, which addresses tracking, reporting, labeling, and provides clear guidelines of expectations of the industry. 1242, the bill you passed last year, also allowed for the hiring of 8 new inspectors and 2 new supervisors. And finally, when we're talking about the idea of OMP, well, again, they are doing, I think, an okay job. I think that they are just a little misguided. They need more oversight from you, is that they have not offered guidance documents of these rules, as Ms. Melnick has brought up about how they should be interpreted. Thank you very much, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. McCarrier. Representative Wood has a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. McCarrier, you started off by saying that you were part of the medical marijuana work group. And when I looked in my packet, there were 6 caregivers that were on that work group. And it appears to me they were all fairly small. There was no out-of-state people that had grown up in Maine and started their businesses in a lot of different small towns in Maine. So I get the impression that that particular work group didn't have a lot of out-of-state large members that I keep hearing about. I know they were involved in some of the other advisory groups in the past, but this particular work group seems like it's pretty state of Maine, local, homegrown, somewhat small, maybe medium-sized caregivers. And so it appears to me that you had a voice on that group. So I'm just trying to figure out where's the disconnect between this group of 17 total people, but 6 caregivers. Do you feel like you weren't heard or listened to when you were doing the work of the work group? I guess is my question.
Representative Wood, that's a great question. So as you know, you passed LD 882 and LD 1242. The problem with the work group is that the work group was guided by OMP and facilitated by LMP. They only focused on statutory changes. We had very little to no discussion about the actual rules. In fact, we were told that they would not be going through the rules line by line for us to review. And that was to much frustration of members of the working group, not only people on the caregiver side, but also people, I think, across the industry and people in the public health sector. So to be concise, to answer your question, we did not discuss the rules during the work group. And that is one of the reasons why we are here today, is because there was no discussion of those rules. There was no discussion of what would work in the rules. There's no discussion about what could be detrimental in some of those things that were suggested. It was only focusing on policy suggestions that would be then brought forth and presented before your committee. When we're talking about the 6 caregiver members that were on there, only 2 out of the 6, myself and Susan Meehan, do not have any adult use business ties. The rest of them have their feet on both sides of the field when it comes down to being involved with the adult use business and the medical business. I have no personal problem with that, but I think you'll hear from some of the other people testifying. And I have heard quite a bit on social media and quite a bit from other people that there was a lot of aggravation, and people in the community did not feel properly represented with that number of adult use business participants representing the medical side. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer elaborate if you needed.
Well, if I could just follow up just for clarification. So those other 4 people, they do have a medical marijuana business. They just also have adult. So they have experience in both industries.
Correct. And the part of the problem is that there is a perception that the Office of Marijuana Policy is attempting to make the regulations in the medical program so stringent and create such a high bar to participate in the market that it will shepherd and steer the consumer, the patient, into the adult use market, which is a much higher cost. And there are many more out-of-state participants in that. I'm not saying that's true. I'm just trying to inform you of what the public perception is.
Yeah, and I did know that, but I personally don't think it's true. But anyway, thank you for your response.
Thank you.
Representative Piazza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. McCarrier, for appearing before us this morning. I just wanted to make sure I understand your concerns correctly. And I apologize, I don't recall if it was 882 or 1242 that established the makeup of that group. So was your concern that the representatives weren't properly representing the roles they were supposed to fill, or was your concern that there should have been more representatives to medical, or is it another concern that I'm misunderstanding?
My concern is that there wasn't discussion of the rules. I believe that they did very well. The part of LD 882, which your committee passed, which was talking about broader statutory policy changes that the group would bring back to the committee. I do want to mention that even though your LD 1242 did not mention the inclusion of dispensaries, they were included in the cannabis work group, which I thought was a very good decision because we should include all members of this industry. We should not try to exclude anybody. My problem with the work group is that we did not get down into the details of the rules. We had 5 meetings, which I think spanned almost 15 hours, and we could have spent a lot more of that time coming up with what we thought would be fair and reasonable rules and having discussions about those and their real world impact upon businesses, upon public health, and upon communities. Instead, we focused on large statutory changes that would actually have to make more rules if those statutory changes were included. So to be concise, is that there was not enough time discussing the rules, and that is the reason why I think LD 1784 is before you, Representative Williams' bill is before you, and we are again, like Groundhog Day, revisiting the issues of oversight of the cannabis program at OMP.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Ms. McCarrier. Are there any other questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Next up is Mr. Derek Shirley. Please introduce yourself, and the floor is yours.
First off, I want to apologize. Didn't mean to do that. I'm a podcast host. I interviewed patients all over the United States, so I apologize. My name is Derek Shirley. I live in Gray, Maine. I'm a patient, First Most, podcast host, proud felon for 4 ounces of cannabis, and a board member of Maine Cannabis Coalition. I support LD 1784. I think it's a huge step in preserving and protecting the medical program by requiring rules to be approved by legislature. It helps to give power back to small businesses and the people. For example, last rulemaking session process, the OMP was required to make a medical work group, which would help guide the rules. In turn, it's actually 5 out of the 6 caregivers represented have adult use ties. Ties meaning licenses, conditional license, or lobbied with legalized Maine. Also, both dispensaries had adult use ties, and one dispensary actually created the first cannabis billionaire with a B, which I believe could guide the rules in an unfavorable way to fully medical caregivers. On top of that, there were 3 patient spots for representation for 100,000 patients. I thought it was a medical work group. I think there should have been more patient spots. This is just one of many reasons why we need your help in LD 1784 is because of lack of representation. It was 5 out of the 6 caregivers that had all adult use ties, and then the dispensaries did as well. And when you have someone that's a billionaire running or having influence or help guide the rules, as Eric Gunderson said in our meeting and testimony, that could play a huge part of that. And I just want to point out one last thing. I don't know how close I am on my time, but think out of the 3,000 caregivers, there's probably about estimated less than 500 that have adult use conditional licenses or licenses. So somehow how they picked out of all these caregivers, they picked 5 that had some use of adult use ties. And that's why we need your help, because of basically what happened again. Like Paul said, it was kind of like Groundhog's Day. But that's really all I have. I don't want to take up any more of your time.
Thank you, Mr. Shirley. Are there any questions from the committee? Appreciate you fixing your background ad for your podcast, and thank you for being here today. That's all that I have signed up to testify in favor. If there's anyone else present who would like to testify in favor of LD 1784, please indicate, and I will promote you. I have 3 more people who are going to testify. I'll begin with Matthew Bayless, followed by Corey LaPlante and Brian Patterson.
Good morning.
Mr. Bayless, good morning. Please introduce yourself and the floor is yours.
Good morning, Chairman Hickman, Chairman Chiazzo, and distinguished members of the VLA committee. My name is Matthew Bayless. I'm a registered caregiver for 8 years, and I'm also a adult use cultivator here in Maine. I'm a resident of South Portland. I'm here to testify in support of LD 1784, mainly because it needs to combat OMP's overreaching, vague, and onerous rules for the medical program. You've heard a lot of great testimony today. Ms. Melnick, Mr. Carrier, Mr. Barnett, I stand in complete solidarity with them and all of their testimony. What I can add to this conversation today is that, you know, I was a 500 square foot cultivator in med and transitioned into the adult use program. So I was essentially the canary in the coal mine for onboarding a lot of these regulations, the cameras, the tracking, all that kind of stuff. You know, and also a little behind the scenes, with my collaboration with OMP through that time, where, you know, I was their guinea pig, and I was OMP's first adult use inspection, and we had a great conversation about how this would affect smaller business. We lost a lot of that conversation when Mr. Lever left OMP, and no one really filled that void. Transitioning in, I onboarded $20,000 worth of camera equipment. And almost doubled my staff to keep up with all the workload from all the rules. You know, and I live with the fear and anxiety every day that a lot of these caregivers feel that is coming towards them. I can say that is very real. You know, the crush of operating a small business through the pandemic, the supply chain crunch. You know, a lot of our distributors just upped all their prices for the New Year's. All our nutrients just went up 30%. We're under an extreme amount of stress. So onboarding all these processes for smaller cultivators, that's not working for us in adult use. It's just not the right move. It will definitely push a lot of people underground, and it will increase the barrier to entry. I mean, you've got 3,000 registered caregivers right now. I think the much better approach is to massage as many of those people into greater compliance and transparency than push them back into the underground. You know, there is a disconnect with OMP, unfortunately. You know, I've been a part of a lot of stakeholder meetings and a lot of private conversations, and our needs aren't being met. You know, there seems to be a square peg through the round hole approach with OMP's policymaking, and that's just been really disappointing. So that's why we need to come to you guys for help. So, you know, one of the major things that could help med is tearing out cultivation. And there needs to be, there needs to be some way to distinguish between a small at-home cultivator and a caregiver with a store that can gross in excess of $2 or $3 million a year. And with that, I appreciate your time, and I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bayless. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Bayless, for jumping on. It strikes me you're in a kind of a unique position to respond to this, having started off in medical and now transitioning into adult use. I'm wondering if some of the concerns about these rule implications could be alleviated with a better definition of what a small supplier or small business is in the medical industry versus a larger supplier. I mean, obviously, you know, as things scale, as companies get bigger volume, you know, there needs to be some form of oversight. So does it make sense to not try and do a one size fits all for medical and maybe segment that market? And would that alleviate, do you think, some of the concerns with OMP's broad rulemaking? Because it strikes me that they're trying to, I won't speak for the director, but we've given them a set of parameters. They're trying to do a one size fits all to meet what we put in front of them. So I guess my question is, do you see a solution, not necessarily throwing out the rulemaking process, but maybe coming with a different approach and saying we treat those small, define what those small caregivers are, those small companies are, and then address that in two separate segments?
Thank you, Representative Chiazzo. Those are very good questions. And yeah, I do believe that's the way you have to go. But unlike, in adult use, what we're dealing with is we have 3 tiers or 4 tiers of cultivation, but all the regulations are one size fit all. So my recommendation for what the med program would be is, yeah, tear out the cultivation licensing, but you got to segment out the regulations with it. Maybe it's 250 square feet, 500 square feet, 1,000 square feet. That 1,000 square feet covers those husband and wives joining the 500 square foot together. And especially if they're vertically integrated with a store, like I said, a lot of those places are grossing in excess of $1 million, $2 million a year. So yeah, should there be some inventory tracking and some cameras in place? Absolutely. But for someone that's, doing 30 plants out of their house, it should just be an inspection once a year. And then, you gotta train your inspectors to have a good nose for the BS. And then, when you gotta push someone out of the program, you gotta push someone out of the program. So, that would alleviate a lot of the problems. And I don't think you'd have a lot of arguments from the med community at large about that.
Representative McCray has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Bayless. Just a quick question. You mentioned someone who had left OMP. Was that about a position being eliminated, or was it a person who was particularly easy to work with? I'm just wondering if what the gap is.
Thank you for that question, Representative McCray. The person I was referring to was the original deputy director. His name was Scott Lever. I have no idea why he left, but he did, and there was a void that was left. Scott was in my building. I had one of the first licenses. Scott was in my building the morning of September 9th, 2020, when we transitioned from med into adult use. And to say it was a cluster was a bit of an understatement, but Scott was there in my building. And we always had a good conversation. And I always felt that what I was being said was being met. He didn't always agree, but we were working towards something. And when he left, that void opened up. And, I don't want to say anything disparaging about OMP leadership. I think they're in an unenviable position. And rather than, drilling down on the 2 or 3 leads over there, one has to start to speculate about bad leadership and bad advice that they've gotten, and that they may be backed into a corner themselves. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Bayless from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here today, sir. Next up is Brian Patterson. If you could please turn on your camera and begin your 3-minute testimony. I'm sorry, Mr. Patterson, can you defer 1 second? The president of the Senate is here to testify. President Jackson, could you please turn on your camera for us? And Mr. Patterson, thank you. We will come back to you, sir. I apologize. Good morning, President Jackson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Senator Hickman and Representative Chiazzo, members of the Legal and Veterans Affairs Committee. I'll be quick for your members. I'm here to testify in support of LD 1784, an act to ensure legislative review of rules of Maine's Medical Use of Marijuana Act. I'm State Senator Troy Jackson. I represent Senate District 1. I feel very strongly on legislative oversight. We've got a number of things going on right now that can prove that. But I just think that something as serious as medical marijuana, the implementation of that, I think that the Committee of Jurisdiction and then the entire legislature should have a role in that and oversight. They may come back perfectly the way that the committee would like to have them, but I think that this committee and then the entire legislature should have that ability to look at them before they go into effect. And so that's why I'm in support of the bill today, and I'll certainly take any questions.
Thank you, President Jackson. Representative Chiazzo has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. President, for joining us. I guess you know this process probably better than anybody here on the committee. The same question, I guess, to you that I asked Ms. Melnick. Why should we make an exception to the Administrative Procedures Act for one specific industry? And once we do that, are we opening the door to every industry coming to us and saying, we want an exception, we want an exception? Would it be better to focus our efforts on modifying the Administrative Procedures Act?
I honestly can't speak to the Administrative Procedures Act, but I do understand the idea that we could be having multiple people asking to have these changed. I mean, I think this is a bit of a judgment thing for the legislature. Is this rise to something that people feel strongly that it should be major substantive? I do. I think that there's a lot of things going on with that. I mean, I think obviously we're looking at the health of not only the people that use medical marijuana, but making sure that it stays out of kids' hands and all these different things. I just feel strongly that this is something that the legislature should be able to weigh in on. Clearly, we could weigh in on routine technical, but it becomes much harder at that point. And I just think that this is an industry that strongly should be overseen by the legislature. There's a number of other ones I could argue that too, and I probably will. But you're absolutely right. I mean, anytime you move one in, other people can say, well, what about us? And that'll be for this committee and others to decide too.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Mearmont has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah. Hello, Senator.
Hello.
Wouldn't you think that part of the reason why this becomes an exception is that we're coming off of 100 years of hysteria, and just it has created this atmosphere of mistrust and doubt, and I mean, even a lot of the facts that are supposedly facts aren't really facts when they're put to light. So any industry that's trying to start up that's helping a lot of people, if it was just coming off prohibition, it might have been this way for the alcohol industry, and we're coming off more than just a prohibition. Don't you think that's probably why this needs to be an exception from the being part of administrative oversight to the whole legislature? Because we need more voices to weigh in than maybe just one that could have a bias that could undermine a program that's helping so many people in the state. See how I remembered the question?
Thank you, Senator.
So I mean, obviously, the before of marijuana and certainly the referendum, I don't think anything has gotten any easier since then. It is, very complicated, very confrontational. There's a lot of obviously interests on both sides of this issue. And I think that just begs for the legislature to be able to have an open, transparent discussion about these rules and then go forward and pass or fail.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are there any other questions?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you.
Take care, everyone.
Okay, sir. So now we will move to Brian Patterson, followed by Corey LaPlante, and then it looks like we may have a few more people who wish to testify in favor of this bill in the gallery. So Mr. Patterson, please introduce yourself. Please keep your comments to less than 3 minutes.
All right. Hello, members of the VLA committee. My name is Brian Patterson. I'm a small-time caregiver and patient. I just am in support of LD 1784 to ensure proper oversight from the OMP severe overreach. I got to watch all these meetings that we had with the caregivers, and basically I feel like nothing was really accomplished with watching what is going on. This will help people like me be able to keep going on and be able to help our patients. And, we need to have some kind of structure or more structure for the enforcers for people like me. That's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson, for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, appreciate you being here today. Corey LaPlante, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. And I'd like to say hello to everybody else in the VLA committee and just thank you for giving us the opportunity to address you. My name is Corey LaPlante. I am a medical marijuana caregiver as well as a third-party processor. So I have the opportunity of working alongside many of the other caregivers as well as patients in our program. I'm here to support LD 1784 as it gives further clarity to OMP as well as it gives the legislature some more oversight in our rulemaking process. It seems as though year after year, we are back at the same place as OMP continues to try and push arbitrary rules on our program that aren't based on any type of data or value to us as businesses or patients or caregivers. There also seems to be a disconnect between OMP and what the legislature's will is. I can give you a little example that I've kind of personally gone through. A few months back, OMP came to our facility for an inspection. When they started talking about which rules we were following, I presented them with LD 238, which the legislature passed, I don't know, about 3 years ago. I was on the committee that helped, craft the rules with a bunch of other industry stakeholders. And they seemed as though they just sort of wanted to look the other way and not necessarily acknowledge that this piece of legislation existed, mainly because of the fact that they hadn't made up rules yet. It's been a few years and I haven't seen anything on their website, dictating that they've even begun to make rules for this. It's kind of concerning because we've kind of set up our whole business based off this model. We're not able to get funding from traditional banking. So in order to make any type of moves, it takes a lot of planning and frankly, a lot of saving. So I just kind of think that having a legislature, overseeing this process will kind of give a little bit of a backbone to the process and not necessarily be able to, change things on the whim with OMP. And that's pretty much what I have for today. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. LaPlante. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome. Amber Patterson, please turn on your camera, introduce yourself. And you will have up to 3 minutes to testify. Welcome.
I appreciate you guys taking your time. My name is Amber Patterson. I am a caregiver out of Fayette, Maine. My husband also runs the storefront, the Honeycomb Farm in Wilton, Maine. I signed up for other testimony, but I wanted to jump on here real quick for LD 1784 to oversee the rules. Mostly concerning to me is the public health and safety that the Office of Marijuana Policy consistently speaks about when we have these meetings. However, when you go down through their list of rules, just like last year, none of them are really geared towards public health or safety. The meetings that they want to eliminate us being able to meet people in public places absolutely contradicts public health and safety. We're talking about putting people in unsafe situations, putting patients in unsafe situations and the businesses in unsafe situations. So I think that trying to eliminate the ability to have public meeting spaces is really crucial. And if they're allowed to just go in and implement rules without people really standing back and saying, hey, why is this for public health and safety when it really contradicts what public health and safety is? Their tracking methods, although I 100% agree that you have to have tracking for health and safety, we should only be focusing on what we can track back to get something back in our control if it is damaged or has some type of issue. We shouldn't be only tracking our numbers to report to OMP. We're already doing that through our financial statements every month when we report back to the state of Maine and pay our sales taxes. So we're already tracking all of our items in that way. The only way that we track alternatively is through our batch numbers. And that's really the only thing that we should be talking about here, not how much you harvested, when you harvested, what you did with your biomass. I don't think it's anybody's business how much of my harvest goes to me as a patient. So there's so many different things that they're asking for that are unnecessary. So that's really all I have to say on 1784. I am in support of overseeing their changes.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson. Are
Thank
there
you.
any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here today. Is there anyone else in attendance who would like to testify in favor of LD 1784 who has not signed up? Seeing no hands raised, I will now move to testimony in opposition to LD 1784. And I will be promoting Anya Trundy from DAFS to join us to present the department's testimony against LD 1784. Good morning. Good morning, Anya Trundy. Good morning. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazzo, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. I am Anya Trundy, Chief of Legislative Affairs and Strategic Operations for the Department of Administrative and Financial Services, and I am before you today to provide testimony on behalf of our department in opposition to LD 1784. Simply put, this bill makes changes to the Maine Administrative Procedure Act's major substantive rulemaking requirements that are extraordinary and unnecessary in light of the recent changes made to the Office of Marijuana Policy's rulemaking authority. As this committee will recall, rulemaking for the Maine medical use of marijuana program was changed from routine technical to major substantive just last legislative session. The Office of Marijuana Policy has demonstrated time and again a willingness to engage with their stakeholders regarding the operation of the programs they administer. Last year, a few weeks before the start of the first regular session, OMP began the process of updating their medical program rule, which included an informal public comment period ahead of the formal MAPA rulemaking process. When it became clear that OMP's rulemaking activities for the medical program were a topic of consideration for this legislature, OMP suspended its rulemaking activity to give this legislature the time and space it needed to consider the bills before you and make any changes to improve the rulemaking process that you believe necessary. Ultimately, this legislature directed OMP to engage stakeholders through the formalized working group you heard Director Gunderson report back on last week. OMP has repeatedly gone back to the drawing board to incorporate the feedback received during multiple informal and formal rounds of rulemaking. But the issues that remain unresolved in the proposed rules aren't due to an unwillingness on OMP's part to compromise. The issues that remain unresolved can't be addressed by OMP through rulemaking without the legislature first making a change to the underlying statute. I'll just note that the Office of the Attorney General has reviewed the proposed rules multiple times as we've gone through these processes, and there's no section of these rules that is not based in statute. The typical MAPA major substantive rulemaking process already provides the legislature a means to prevent OMP from finally adopting rules. Any timely filed rules that OMP would submit will have to go before legislative review. However, this bill would create a means for the legislature to not participate in the major substantive rulemaking process for the medical marijuana program and still further delay meaningful regulation necessary to ensure a shared understanding of program operations between OMP and program participants. With the legislature's full engagement in the major substantive rulemaking process, OMP and the medical marijuana industry can move beyond the current impasse. We thank the committee for its careful consideration of this bill, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have for us.
Thank you, Ms. Trundy. Are there any questions from the committee for the department? Representative Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here today, Ms. Trundy. So in this committee, we regulate alcohol too, and then we also regulate lottery operations or gambling within the state. And I'm really trying to kind of get my hands around kind of where the tension is, right? Like, I don't know if it's because this is a newer industry, it hasn't been around as long. Maybe things are better defined in those laws than in these laws. Do you have any idea why this one particular industry seems to, do you know what I mean, have this type of relationship with their regulator? And I'm not sure if the tension runs both ways either. It seems like, one side is saying, there's tension. I don't know if that comes from, the regulator as well. What can we do to alleviate that tension? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Representative. I think it's a multitude of things, actually. I think that one of the reasons that the tension exists is because there's an inconsistency between what exists in statute and what current rule reflects. The statutes were updated in 2018. We haven't been able to have a rule update in the 4 years since then. I think there is also just simply a tension that is always going to exist between regulators and their licensees. And this is a new program, relatively so, though it did have a period without much oversight for a long time. And I think there's also the tension of the fact that, regardless of what your personal feelings are about marijuana is still a federally prohibited substance. And so, that is something that factors into the way the statutes that have been passed, the rules that we're trying to promulgate, and just how, the considerations and the day-to-day operations of OMP.
You may proceed. Representative Corey.
Thank you. And I've been thinking about this for a while. Have we as a state done anything to petition the federal government to legalize marijuana to get rid of that kind of initial tension? It seems like, the federal government had put out, the Cole Amendment or the Cole Memo and sort of everything else, under the Obama administration, and then, for 4 years now, 5 or 6 years have gone by. Most states have moved towards some type of legalization at this point, whether it's medical or recreational. Have we done anything to encourage the federal government to legalize an industry in our state?
I would want to come back to you on that question, but I do know that our federal representatives have been quite active on some of the federal legislation, particularly around banking in the industry. And so there has been representation from the state of Maine on that front.
If it was federally illegal, though, it would cure a whole ton of problems, though, that we seem to be up against all day. Me personally, I'd be terrified to be in the industry myself just because of the federal piece, but thank you.
Representative Chiazzo has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Trundy, for coming before us this morning. Just a quick question. I think I'm getting a little confused, and I often have a hard time differentiating medical from adult use. So I have to constantly be cognizant of that fact. I keep hearing two things. I keep hearing the medical program has been established for a long time. It's one of the best programs in the country. And then I keep hearing people say it's a new program. So I just want to know, when was the medical program initially established in the state? I believe it was 20 years ago, wasn't it?
Yes, thank you, Representative. The medical program has been in existence for about 2 decades, but it was not always regulated during that period of time. There was, up until about 2011, there wasn't really any sort of regulation. And so, and that has also changed as the program has transferred from DHHS to DAFs.
Follow up, Chair.
You may proceed.
So that's another, I guess, reason I'm trying to find the point of angst, right? If you have an industry that's been unregulated or been kind of doing their thing for a while, and I don't want you to speak for the industry, but I'm wondering if perhaps the department sees that as some potential sources of friction as well. You've got an industry that's been in some words, thriving and growing for a number of years without regulation. I've heard people come in front of this committee and say, why do we even need it? It should be just kind of allowed to do its thing. I don't necessarily concur with that, but I also understand the challenge of doing new things, right? So I guess my question to you is, we've heard a couple of different issues around that tension and that frustration that are tied to this. And it seems to me, what other options does the department willing to consider? Are you considering or looking at splitting out the medical group into small business, medium business? I know I've heard some ideas about tiered regulations. I don't know where the department is in terms of that. So maybe you could give a little bit of update on maybe other mechanisms that the department is trying to accommodate the industry with, other than the elimination of the Administrative Procedures Act.
Yeah, I think that it's become very clear to the Office of Marijuana Policy that what we need is some updates to the underlying statute, and that the statute has perhaps not kept up with where the industry wants it to be, and where public opinion is. But the Office of Marijuana Policy has a responsibility to uphold the statute. And that's kind of the rock and the hard place that we're stuck between. We can't go out and make rule that isn't based in statute. So, that's where we're asking for the legislature's intervention. And I think we'd be open to considering a lot of things.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
Yeah, so that it strikes me that we're, I've seen a willingness from all parties that something needs to change. We need to move forward some way, somehow. I guess the question is, what is the best way to do that? So obviously our role as legislators is to address the underlying legislation and laws around the rulemaking. So I just want to make sure that you had the opportunity to express the fact that while some of that frustration might be around the rules that the office is presenting, maybe an understanding of this committee of which ones are driven by which statutes, and which statutes we probably should be looking at adjusting, rather than taking, for lack of a better word, the nuclear option and just throwing the whole process out and then coming up with something new for us to try and regulate through. So the question, I guess, for you, Ms. Trundy, would be, when you see those conflicts and when you see those adjustments, what's the best way for you to let this committee know that that's the statute that we need to look at, that we probably need to amend, rather than just reacting to a rule that comes out based on a statute that maybe is unclear or needs to be updated?
Yeah, so I think that the existing major substantive rulemaking process provides that opportunity, because prior to a rule landing before you guys in the legislature, we're going to go through the part of the MAPA process that mirrors the routine technical rulemaking, and in that we're going to have a public comment period. We're going to hold a public hearing. We're going to hear from the industry about where the rub is in the rule. But from the experience of having gone through this with the rule that we have currently proposed, now twice informally and once formally, we know that the issue with a lot of the comments that we've received from the industry is that in order to address them, they require an underlying statutory change. And so that when the rulemaking bill comes before you for review, that's when we can tell you these are the areas of statute where we can't address the comments that we've gotten from the industry, because a statutory change would be needed.
Are there any other questions from the committee? Attorney, I just have a few. Can you respond to the claim made by a couple of folks who are with the work group that was established by 1242, Chapter 387, that the department did not want to go over the rules that were in the process of being drafted with members of that working group line by line. What was that decision about? And can you address it?
I think the primary reason for that is it's a very time-intensive process. As you know, having gone through the experience within the office, it takes a lot of time. And it isn't to say that we didn't discuss the issues that were contributing to rulemaking throughout the course of the 5 meetings and probably 15 hours that the working group met. But that would have been a very laborious process, and there is a public comment period that is provided by the MAPA process for not just the members of the working group to weigh in, which we thought that was what they had done throughout the working group, but also for the remainder of the industry who wasn't at the immediate table during the working group process.
So you didn't want to go through the rules with them line by line because it was too laborious. That's basically the reason.
The MAPA process can go through the rules line by line. I mean, when you comment on a rule, you give a specific citation to a specific area of the rule and what the comment is. We then have to go through every single one of those rules and respond and identify whether we're going to make a change accommodating that, whether we're going to reject the comment, or whether there's an underlying statutory issue there.
Okay.
That process is already provided for by the MAPA process.
Well, would it be fair to say that there might be a little bit of, since we've been talking a little bit about the unease between the regulator and the industry, that since you heard in testimony today, I assume that there were folks who had wished that they could have at least gotten a draft of those rules before they were made provisional for the process you just described, that some of that tension could be that they didn't receive the ability with the department to go through the rules before they were provisionally published for provisional adoption.
Yeah, I think part of the issue here is that the turnaround timeline that we also had between conducting the working group and submitting the rules. As the rules stand, we were not able to file them by the deadline for timely filed rules. In order to come before you this session, they're going to need to be accepted by the Legislative Council as late filed rules. So we're really working with a very, very tight turnaround.
Thank you for that. And just a few more questions. Where are you at in the economic impact statement process to determine the way these rules may affect the economic impact of the small businesses as required by the Administrative Procedures Act?
Economic impact statement is required prior to adoption. And so it is not published yet.
Okay.
But it's not expected yet either.
And so will you begin that process after we go through our role, or at what point do you intend to begin the economic impact statement so that that can be a part of our deliberations as well?
I'll have to get back to you on that for the work session, if you don't mind.
Not a problem. And one last question that I have is, we talk a lot about rules being adopted. I'm wondering, in Title 22, Chapter 558C, which governs the Maine Medical Use of Marijuana Act, in the fund that is established for funding the program itself, there is Section 5 that talks about a medical marijuana research grant program established. Believe that was put into the law in 2017, or at least at the latest 2019. And it says that the department shall adopt rules necessary to implement this program, which is a research program that would provide objective scientific research including observational and clinical trials and existing research on the efficacy of harvested marijuana as part of medical treatment and the health effects of harvested marijuana used as a part of medical treatment. And I'm wondering if the department has contemplated beginning that rulemaking process, and if not, what's the holdup on those rules, since those seem to govern why we have a medical marijuana program in the first place?
Is that something that we can get back to you with at the work session?
Sure, that'd be great. And I know that Sam is here today, and I'm sure he's taking notes on what I'm asking for. But yeah, it'd be great to know for the work session when the process for the economic impact statement will begin, and if and when rules will be drafted that will govern the medical marijuana research grant program. Representative McCray has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Trundy. This is probably a repeat, but I remain confused about you've referenced several times the statute needs to be changed, and I'm not clear on what you mean by that and how we get at what statutory changes you're referring to. Can you help me understand?
I'll use as an example one area that we know that that has come up repeatedly when we've gone through the rulemaking process is about business organization structures, and currently the existing statute doesn't allow for partnerships, LLCs. It's a sole proprietor arrangement, and that is, the industry has identified over and over again that is someplace where they'd like to see changes, but we're really bound by the statute there. That's just one example. We could come with a whole list for the work session.
That would be great if you have some statutory changes that you don't normally present as a part of department bills that would address some of the concerns that have been raised by the caregivers in the industry. Because again, we can't make a statute change that would work for them unless they bring it to us directly or they bring it through the department to us. So we would definitely appreciate a list of those bullet points if you have them. Are there any other questions for the department from the committee? Great, thank you for being here today, Ms. Trundy. Is there anyone else who would signed up to testify? That's all I have present who have signed up to testify against LD 1784. Is there anyone present who wishes to testify against the bill that has not signed up? I'm going to promote Huddy Grandy for that reason. And Huddy Grandy, if you could turn on your camera, and you are here to testify in opposition to LD 1784, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, great. Please introduce yourself, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hickman, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veteran and Legal Affairs. My name is Huddy Grandy. I'm an attorney at the law firm Drummond Woodsum based in Portland, Maine. I am testifying on behalf of attorney Hannah King, who submitted written comment today. I'm here today on behalf of Maine Organic Therapy, one of the registered dispensaries in Maine, and Curaleaf Maine, which has several active and pending adult use licenses. We oppose LD 1784, an act to ensure legislative review of rules for Maine's medical marijuana program. The bill's title is misleading, as all major substantive rules, including the medical marijuana rules, are subject to legislative review. This bill, however, proposes to carve the medical use of marijuana program rules out from the general process in the Maine Administrative Procedures Act, MAPA, that applies to all other major substantive rules in the state, and impose a different, higher standard for adoption for the medical marijuana rules alone. There is simply no policy rationale for doing this. It is a slippery slope that will add an unnecessary burden to the legislators and result in an unjustified delay in the adoption of regulations that are intended to protect the health and safety of medical marijuana patients. If the MAPA needs to be revised, it should be revised for all major substantive rules. not some or one set of agency rules, and such revision should be considered by the Committee of Jurisdiction. That's all I had on this. Thank you for taking these comments into consideration. And we will provide more information in advance of the work session, and we can follow up with all answers to questions you might have.
Thank you, Huddy Grandy. And I'm sorry, I missed who you represent. Can you tell me that, please?
Yes, so I'm testifying on behalf of Attorney Hannah King, and we are with Drummond Woodsum, and we are here on behalf of Maine Organic Therapy. They're a registered dispensary in Maine, and Curaleaf Maine, which has several adult use licenses, both active and pending.
Thank you for that clarification. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here today. And we do have the testimony from Hannah King in our possession. Is there anyone else who has not signed up to testify who would like to testify in opposition to 1784 at this time? Please indicate by raising your hand. Seeing no one, I will now turn to testimony neither for nor against. And I know Secretary Bellows is here in that role. And so I will promote Secretary of State Shannon Bellows to the panel for testimony. Now, good afternoon, Secretary Bellows. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Senator Hickman, Representative Piazza, distinguished members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. I am Secretary of State Shannon Bellows. I'm a resident of Manchester, speaking today neither for nor against LD 1784. I've attached to my testimony an outline of the Maine Administrative Procedure Act. The Department of Secretary of State is responsible for accepting rule filings from state agencies. To adopt a rule, an agency must be authorized by statute. The authorizing statute classifies a rule as either routine, technical, or major substantive. The APA requires public notice of all proposed rules and allows for public comment. The rule is reviewed by the Office of the Attorney General and then presented to the legislature if it's major substantive. Where we come in is in terms of providing the public notice, as well as the rule must be filed with us. We maintain a comprehensive listing of all of those rules. And we publish a summary of all the rules that have been adopted by all state agencies that we distribute to the legislature annually. So with regards to this bill, this would prevent the agency from adopting rules when the legislature fails to act, even if the agency has met all of the other requirements to have the rule adopted. It's unusual, but not unprecedented. In earlier testimony, you heard about the mining statute, which is in Title 38. But given our role in providing public notice and documenting the rule itself, it is important for the Secretary of State to know whether an agency is authorized to adopt a major substantive rule or not. And for that reason, we recommend that if the bill moves forward, it should include a reference and create an exception to the APA in Title V. As this is a statute, our office generally reviews to determine the rulemaking processes to be followed. Adding a cross-reference to Title V would ensure that our office does not accept a rule that should not be finally adopted. A cross-reference would also provide transparency for the general public who needs to determine whether a major substantive rule is finally adopted properly. I thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Secretary Bellows. Are there any questions from the committee for the Secretary of State? Secretary Bellows, do you know offhand the provision in Title 28 that exempts or carves out an exception for the mining rules?
Oh, yes, it's in my testimony here.
Oh, it is. Okay, great.
In Title 38, you can look at Section 490 NN.
Thank you.
And we would recommend that should this bill move forward, that in Title 5, section.
You're okay with 1774 getting reported out, right?
Sorry.
I think Karen is not on mute. There we go.
We would recommend that in Title 5, should this bill move forward, in Title 5, Section 11, where it notes that prohibited final adoption, provisionally adopted rule may not be finally adopted by an agency unless A, the legislature has authorized it, or B, the agency submits the rule and the legislature fails to act unless the statute authorizing the rule expressly states that final adoption of the rule is prohibited, unless the legislature enacts legislation authorizing final adoption.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions for the Secretary of State today? Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else present who would like to testify neither for nor against LD 1784? Please indicate by raising your hand. Seeing no one, having taken all the testimony on LD 1784, I will close the public hearing. It is 10 minutes after 12. We are going to move ahead to the next public hearing. I urge committee members to stretch, rest your eyes as you need to, but because we have a full day and it's already afternoon, we're just gonna move ahead. I'm gonna open up the public hearing on LD 1928, an act to update and clarify the Maine Medical Use of Marijuana Act and provide for greater transparency, presented by Representative Lynn Williams of Bar Harbor, who I will promote forthwith. Good afternoon, Representative. The floor is yours. You are on mute.
I keep myself on mute so I don't talk to myself at home. Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazzo, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. I am Representative Lynn Williams, the lead House sponsor of LD 1928. I know that some of you on this committee are co-sponsors, and I thank you for your support. And I want to support what Representative Farron commented on during testimony on Senator Maxman's bill. And to that end, I submitted this bill in order to prioritize rules that I believe should receive priority. I thought I should pass along my history with the medical marijuana program. As an attorney, I had been supporting patients in the early days of the program. In 2010, when the caregiver program was established, I began representing caregivers and have been doing so for more than 12 years. As the members of this committee know, OMP has recently submitted rules changes for legislative review, and I'm not here to comment on those proposed changes. What I will comment on briefly are important topics that are not included in their proposed rules changes. For example, Title V, Section 8052, subsection 5A, and this was briefly referenced in the previous conversation, includes a mandate stating, quote, in adopting rules, the agencies shall seek to reduce any economic burdens through flexible or simplified reporting requirements, and may seek to reduce burdens through flexible or simplified timetables that take into account the resources available to the affected small businesses, end quote. And define small businesses, as was noted before, as businesses that have 20 or fewer employees. That is literally most of the medical marijuana caregiver businesses. So OMP needs to add small medical marijuana businesses to this process. As Mr. Putterman mentioned in his testimony on the last bill, he mentioned this, and I must agree with some of the things that Representative Chiazzo stated earlier in the last hearing. The idea of addressing business size with specialized rules is a very good one. This bill also proposes prohibiting OMP from requiring the use of a particular economic system for tracking marijuana plants and harvested marijuana. For example, the much discussed metric. It is also critically important that a law enforcement officer obtain a warrant to search any medical marijuana facility and that patients' identities not be disclosed to law enforcement without a warrant. Changes like providing educational materials electronically and compiling monthly sales tax data aim at providing information that aids in public understanding of this program. Since an 18-year-old can become a medical marijuana patient, this bill would allow a seller to provide a qualifying patient who is 18 or older with paraphernalia for use with medical marijuana without obtaining a tobacco license, which is currently required. Given the current lack of reliable and consistent testing standard, it is fair that OMP not mandate testing unless and until the legislature approves a proposed testing standard that is science-based. Lastly, mirroring rules in other types of businesses, such as the hospitality industry, we are asking OMP to adopt rules to develop a graduated enforcement plan for violations of the Act or rules adopted under the Act, rather than immediately revoking a caregiver card. I strongly urge you to vote ought to pass on LD 1928, and I'd be pleased to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Representative Williams. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, you've been so thorough. I guess we let you off the hook easily. I'm sure you'll be here for the work session if we need you.
Yes.
Wait a minute, I have a question from Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It took me a second.
That's okay.
Representative Williams, could you go back to the provision around tobacco license? That raises my eyebrows, and I'd like to hear more about that.
Of course, Representative. Currently, somebody who sells tobacco or tobacco-related products, such as rolling papers, needs a tobacco license, and they cannot sell to anyone under 21. What we're seeking is an exception to that rule, because under the medical marijuana rule, a patient who is 18 or older can utilize a smoking-related paraphernalia to ingest we're talking rolling papers here, to be blunt. And so this would give an exemption to a seller who is not a general tobacco seller, or a store that has tobacco and tobacco-related products, who can't sell to anyone under 21 and needs a special license. But this would apply to basically what are colloquially called head shops, where they would be able to sell rolling papers, perhaps small pipes or something like that, to somebody who has proof that they are 18 and older and are a medical marijuana patient.
You good, Representative McCray, or do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, just a quick follow-up.
Sure.
So this would be someone who is, as you just said, a medical marijuana patient who is 18 or older.
That's correct. Yes.
And currently, a head shop, for example, is required to have a license to sell papers or other products to 18 or over. I see a head nodding.
Yes, 18 or older certified patients are permitted to purchase product. This is a gap that we're just trying to clarify. There's nothing in statute now or rules that says one way or the other that they need a tobacco license in order to do that, and they can't sell to an 18-year-old. So this is really just an effort to clarify that and to put that in a separate category, because they can sell product to these 18-year-olds. And so this would just allow them to also sell the means of ingesting the product to 18-year-olds.
Thank you.
Representative Williams, I think that the statute in Title 22 that defines tobacco products includes in the definition paraphernalia for tobacco products, but in this case, those same paraphernalia can be used for cannabis products. And I don't know that we would therefore need to change the law in order to make the exception apply to a different program. Is that your understanding of what we also may have to do?
I haven't really focused on the tobacco. Are you talking about the tobacco product
The
statute?
definition of tobacco product includes things like rolling papers and pipes. And so it's prohibited for a licensee to sell those to anyone under the age of 21, regardless of their status as a medical marijuana patient.
That's correct. And I think we would need to add to the medical marijuana statutes a sort of notwithstanding and then a reference to the tobacco statute.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the bill sponsor of LD 1928? Seeing none, thank you for being here. We will see you at the work session.
Sure.
I will now turn to testimony in favor of LD 1928, and I will begin with Mark Barnett. Please keep your comments to less than 3 minutes if you can. Thank you.
I'll do my very best, and hello again, everyone. Again, Mark Barnett, resident of Auburn, registered caregiver, owner of Higher Grounds in Portland, and executive chair of the Maine Craft Cannabis Association. We strongly support the passage of 1928. This bill is important to the health of the medical cannabis industry in Maine, and it does include much needed protections for patients' rights and for the industry regarding rulemaking and regulation from the executive, which, as you've heard over and over again, has proven to be very disconnected from the lived experience of that program and, in our view, fundamentally hostile to its continued success. We've touched on rulemaking a lot today with the earlier bill, but I do want to bring up a point from the good senator on the committee earlier about the demonization of cannabis for decades, since that is also included in 1928, some further review, and its impact on our collective psyche and on the psyche of the regulator. We had a regulator today address our concerns with anti-small business rules by suggesting their hands are tied by the fact that the federal government unjustly considers us criminal. And I think that that's highly illuminating. That is exactly what we're all saying about institutional bias. Currently, it's not a huge part of the medical program, but it is a huge part of the adult use program. And when the Maine Craft Cannabis Association submitted its feedback on rules for that program, probably more than half of our concerns were met with that blanket excuse of federally Schedule I substance rather than dealing with the issue at hand. So I just want to point that out. I'd also like to highlight that over 50 comments from my association that will be submitted on the proposed rule. We don't consider those to actually be issues with statute. Those are issues with rule. So I hope that can clarify that dismissal of our pushback. A specific example the department used is actually a very good illustration for our point. Business organization. I will quote from statute here, Title 22, Chapter 558C, Section 2423A2Q. A caregiver may be organized as any type of legal business entity recognized under the laws of the state. I will quote that same section, Item 9, collectives prohibited. Multiple caregivers may not create businesses together, but caregivers may otherwise organize like any other business in Maine. That the department believes there's some ambiguity there that requires a full page of invasive and aggressive, I don't even know, open-ended discovery is part of the issue that we'd like to highlight. Of further importance for rulemaking, Item 2, the requirement for economic impact study prior to implementation. Again, there are just so many areas here. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Where I do believe that this would be very helpful given how little our regulator seems to understand us. I'd like to respond to a quick point about tiering of the program. There is a significant risk there of crushing the middle and blocking the ability to transition from tiny to small to medium. So an impact study might be a helpful way to bridge that gap. Regarding the explicit program changes, we fully endorse each of the items. A number of these help the OMP more efficiently execute their work while reducing needless red tape and delays, and they reinforce constitutional rights of Maine businesses and Maine patients. And we believe they're driven by a return to rather than a departure from the norm regarding business regulation for legal industries in the state. And I know my time has expired, so thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I'm happy to take any questions. We'll also be submitting for the committee our detailed feedback on the rules as part of the testimony process for these bills today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barnett. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here again. We will hear next from Arlie Kraus, testifying in favor of LD 1928. Welcome back. The floor is yours. Please reintroduce yourself for people who may not have heard your testimony earlier.
Thank you for having me again. My name is Arlie Kraus. I am a registered cannabis caregiver, farmer, and business owner in Warren. I'm a founding member of the Maine Craft Cannabis Association, a member of Seed to Health Learning Health Alliance, the chair of the Adult and Medical Marijuana Committee for the town of Warren, and a recently appointed member of the Marijuana Advisory Commission as a medical marijuana caregiver representative. I'm also a member of the Cannabis Council of Maine. I'm here today, Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazzo, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs, in support of LD 1928, an act to update and clarify the Maine Medical Use of Marijuana Act and provide greater transparency. With the passage of LD 1242 in 2021, all rule changes to the MMMP program now go through legislative review before being passed into law. LD 1928 adds to LD 1242 by requiring additional changes be implemented, which add to the program by protecting patient privacy, caregiver privacy, and many other items of importance to the participants of the medical marijuana program. Among the multiple requirements which this bill specifies, some of the ways the bill would support the MMJ industry are as follows. Specify that the OMP must evaluate how proposed rules will affect small cannabis businesses and the economy around them, and submit this evaluation to the legislature for review. This is of extreme importance to the thousands of small caregiver businesses in the state and patients alike, and will provide valuable insight into ancillary services, employees, and others which contribute to Maine's small caregiver business economy. I do believe this was already required to happen as directed in LD 1242, but it has not. It would also prohibit warrantless searches of MMJ program participants, property or location of businesses, and limits the access of law enforcement to identifiable patient information. It is absolutely essential that we protect our patients. There can be no other way. It protects telehealth services for patients or Maine citizens, prohibits the OMP from requiring the use of a singular electronic tracking portal such as Metric, prohibits the department from the requirement that all MMJ and associated products be tested until a repeatable, consistent standard of laboratory testing is created. I'd like to note that I am currently working with Seed to Health, which is a group of scientists, researchers, patients, physicians, citizen scientists, all to work on creating standards. And we are making some serious progress, more than I've heard, from probably all the other states in this country, just by collaboration. These are just a few of the many rule changes that the OMP should prioritize and which this bill illuminates. In closing, I ask you to vote ought to pass for LD 1928. Thank you for allowing me the time to share my testimony today.
Thank you for being here. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, now it is my understanding that we have a state representative who would like to testify on this bill. They typically go at the top of our testimony, and I did not realize that, so I will apologize. And I will be inviting Representative Hymanson into the panel to present, if she's ready. And if she isn't, we can return, but I'm going to allow her in to present her testimony on LD 1928. And thank you, Ms. Krause, for your testimony. I will return you to the gallery.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Representative Hymanson, welcome.
Hello, thank you. I have a question for you before I begin.
Mhm.
These two bills, 1948 and 1928, seem to me to be identical in text. Am I wrong about that?
They are not identical in text.
Okay.
There was a provision in LD 1784 that is in LD 1928, but these two bills are definitely not identical in text from what I can see, unless my eyes are deceiving me.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure. Without stopping and going on, I will give my testimony, and then I think you can decide if what I'm saying is in the text of 1948 or 1928. Because
So I will say to you, Representative, that you did sign up to testify against LD 1948. You did not sign up to testify in any way on LD 1928.
Because I thought they were identical in their text.
Okay, they are.
So if
Would
that's
you-
wrong, I'll go back and I will just continue with in my opposition to 1948. But I'm just confused about that. I thought that they were different.
They are
I thought
different.
they're the same bills.
So I will then say that when we get to LD 1948, then I will invite you to testify at the top as a legislator for that bill. I just want to keep, the reason why we're doing these separately is so that there is no confusion about what's in each bill, and we have different stakeholders testifying on each.
Okay.
So in that regard, I will ask you to come back
That's
for LD
fine.
1948. Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. All right. See you then.
And with that, we will return to testimony in favor of LD 1928, and I will call upon Eddie Duguay.
Good morning, committee members. Hold on here a second.
Good afternoon. Floor is yours. Please
Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman Hickman, Chairman Chiazzo, and distinguished members of the VLA committee. My name is Eddie Duguay from Augusta, Maine. I served in the legislature for 8 years and served on the Health and Human Services Committee, the Marine Resource Committee, and I was chair of OPEGA beginning in the 119th. I also serve on the Medical Marijuana Caregivers of Maine Board and the Maine Cannabis Coalition's Board, as well as a member of the Maine Cannabis Council, who in their entirety represents over 100,000 patients and caregivers. I own and operate a medical marijuana store in Hollowell with 12 full-time employees and over 1,200 patients. I'm in full support of LD 1928. As a sidebar, I need to pay my respects to Representative John Tuttle. I served with John for 8 years and we lived together for 1 year during session. He was a great friend, legislator, and public servant. LD, and listening to the previous bill and this bill, LD 1928 is a perfect example why actual medical stakeholders make so much sense. Instead of testifying against OMP rules, LD 1928 is stakeholder driven. It's the compromise. Don't forget, just last year, 1242 passed in the Senate with 32-2 and 117-25 in the House. And here we are again. The stakeholders group did not support testing or tracking, and 3 of the medical caregiver stakeholders need to express to you all their perspective of the stakeholders group. I fully support LD 1928 as it was put together by medical stakeholders in the medical marijuana industry, the largest agricultural crop in the state of Maine. Rules have been proposed 3 times without including the medical marijuana stakeholders. I mean, they get included. I mean, we see draft rules and then we have to testify against them. Once Maine Revenue provides the public with a 2021 revenue, my sources tell me it will surpass $450 million, generating over $24 million in sales tax revenue. Caregivers are obviously reporting something to Maine Revenue Services because we're reporting, we will for 2021, over $450 million. And the economic impact on item number 3, this is crucial. And we've been hearing about it for 3 years, but we never see one. Because typically what wants to happen is they're going to bring the rules up, pass the rules, then they'll give us an impact study. Because if you do the impact study, it's not going to be pretty for this industry. Down here to, on the other thing is on the dispensary side, I'm not sure why we have to do opioid drug testing for our employees. It's impossible to find locations that do it. It's costing a lot of money. And I just don't think that's necessary unless someone can give me an idea of why it is. I just don't know. And I tried to open up a dispensary in Gardner, but I couldn't because I didn't have designated parking. Even though I'm on Water Street and there's 4 or 5 stores in town, I didn't have designated parking after building out the whole situation. And even though the town of Gardner was fine with us not having designated parking. So I think that's something that should help a lot of other caregivers that are trying to do a dispensary license to remove that part of the language that requires that we have designated parking.
Mr. Duguay,
And
Eddie Duguay, Mr. Duguay,
Yeah.
your time has expired. So if you could offer a final thought, and we will allow you to answer questions if any member of the committee has them.
Geez, I'd like to do some follow-up stuff. I got some good here, but the Seaport Credit Union, as of a couple of weeks ago, they're solving the monthly audits for accountability. I use Leaf Logics, I use QuickBooks, and I'm totally in compliance with the Seaport Credit Union. And I think that's a good way to keep track of the revenue that we're generating and spending. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Duguay. Are there any questions from the committee? And was there any last point that you wanted to make to clarify something in less than 30 seconds, sir?
Just 1 second. You know, we keep hearing about it. We keep reading about it. We keep the regulatory capture is a real thing. And I have regulatory capture now as painted on my wall because that's kind of giving me an idea of what I think is going on here. All you have to do is bring the stakeholders, the medical marijuana stakeholders, not the adult use guys, not the Department of Transportation, not Maine Municipal Association. Just bring the stakeholders together. And you'll see LD 1928 is exactly what the stakeholders are promoting. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions from the committee on your testimony, I will thank you for being here today. And if you have any testimony to submit in writing, please do to our committee clerk for the committee's review. Next up, I will turn to Alicia Melnick for her testimony, followed by Paul McCarrier, followed by Catherine Lewis. Alicia Melnick, welcome back. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. It's really nice to see you again, Senator Hickman, Representative Piazza, esteemed members of the Veteran and Legal Affairs Committee. My name continues to be Alicia Melnick. I'm an attorney at Bernstein Scher, and I'm here on behalf of the Maine Craft Cannabis Association and a member of Maine's Marijuana Advisory Commission. I am here today at this time to support strongly LD 1928, an act to update and clarify the Maine Medical Use of Marijuana Act and provide for greater transparency. I want to thank Representative Williams for her strong support of this industry and for clarity and transparency for patients and caregivers. I won't repeat everything that you've heard about the intent of this bill. As a package, LD 1242, the bill that you heard earlier this morning, Representative Williams' bill and Senator Claxton's bill as a package, we believe will go a long way in closing any loopholes around legislative oversight of the program. And as Representative Williams laid out, will place important guardrails and priorities on OMP's rulemaking process. For example, LD 28 would provide additional direction and guardrails that prohibit some of the most concerning and invasive changes included in the past 3 drafts that we've received of OMP rules. It would also require that OMP present the analysis of impact on small businesses, including how they sought to reduce any economic burdens on those businesses when they present the rules for legislative consideration. Again, that's 20 or fewer employees. As was pointed out during Ms. Trendy's testimony earlier, they are not required to provide, they're required to do that economic analysis and lay out how they limited impact on small businesses. But unfortunately, the timeline of when that has to be presented doesn't really make sense in terms of any feedback by the industry participants or ability for us to understand why, the basis for their rule changes. We hope that requiring them to present that information to you along with their proposed rule changes will allow you as the Legislative Oversight Committee to really understand what changes are needed, what changes are justified by public and health and safety considerations, and what changes may be overbearing burdens that would push these small and medium caregivers out of the market. Some of the other things that you've heard is it really protects against unreasonable invasion by law enforcement into caregiver businesses and infringement on privacy, and does some other things that just facilitate information sharing. So together, these bills will allow you, our elected officials, to protect this vital program. If passed, you will hear a huge collective sigh of relief from across the state as patients and caregivers can rest knowing that their livelihoods and access to medicine is protected. I thank you all for the extensive time that you've put into the issue thus far this year and last year, and for your patience today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Melnick. Chairman Chiazzo has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Melnick. And I want to be very clear. I'm not picking on you today, I promise. I just think you're in a very good position to be able to address some of the questions that I have. So I've heard a couple of different things today, and I'm trying to sort it out. I've heard on one hand, some people testifying that there are rules and regulations in other industries like ag that we should be deferring to, and we should not be creating secondary and onerous rules through OMP. But then I've also heard that there are some rules, like in this bill, that are subject to, let's say, smoking regulations, regular tobacco use, that we should then forego and have special carve-outs for the medical industry. So I'm trying to get a gist from you. Is that a per issue basis discussion, or in general we should be having as much hands-off from OMP as possible, relying on other regulating bodies to help regulate, or should we then just not have a complete stand-up separate rules that apply only to medical marijuana? Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. And thank you for that question, Representative Chiazzo. I think you're hitting on some of the complexities of this industry that really touches a lot of other departments and a lot of other type of oversight. And what we would love is some regulatory consistency with some of those other departments. And also in those places where consistency doesn't make sense, then it would make sense to have an exception. So for example, if there is concern about a cultivator dumping pesticides into in a way that would impact the environment or public health, there are departments that oversee agricultural, the agricultural industry in Maine that is very, very well versed in how to address concerns, how to test for and address concerns about pesticides. They've been doing that for a lot longer than OMP, and they have a lot of inherent expertise about how to do that. So in that case, it would feel like it would make sense that whatever kind of violations that would apply to a tomato grower who is illegally dumping pesticides into our, in a way that impacts our health, that the same types of consequences would be applied to a cannabis cultivator. So that's one example where consistency feels really logical, and it would make sense, and why recreate the wheel, especially since some of these folks are growing multiple, as Asher Putterman said, flowers, they might be a multitude of agricultural things that they're growing. Then you have the case with the tobacco issue where we have legitimately certified, 18, 19, and 20-year-old patients who have serious conditions that they utilize medical cannabis for, that on the ground, the licensed caregivers, registered caregivers are being told, you can sell them flour, but you can't sell them a delivery method for that product. So that's a place where the oversight and the laws that you all have passed for good reason to protect the health of young people in Maine, Tobacco 21. That is a discrete law that applies to tobacco, which, as we know, is a tremendous killer of our people and of our young people and older people in our state. Cannabis, which has never been documented to kill anybody, human, animal, or otherwise, and where there's clear benefit that we've determined as a state for these young people, they should have access to be able to utilize the medicine that you've all given them access to. So that's a place where we're asking for an exception to the standard procedures of other departments. So I don't know if those two examples kind of give you a sense of where we want continuity and parity and where we want differentiation.
Yeah, it does to some extent, but it sounds like ultimately we need to make exceptions where the industry wants the exceptions, but not where they don't. And what's coming to mind is we've heard a couple of adult use bills now for off-premise purchase or off-premise sales. One of the arguments was, are regular smoking regulations, public smoking laws, sufficient enough to curtail any abuse? But what I'm hearing is the almost antithesis of that here, by saying we want to make exceptions to that for the medical side of things. I know different programs, and I completely understand. I'm just trying to wrap my head around when do we hit the brake, when do we hit the gas, when do we look at taking industry norms, if you will, as the basis for the rulemaking, and when do we look at other departments or other oversight groups and say that's probably where we want to settle on, and how do we parse that out as a regulatory committee? So
just to clarify, I just want to make it really clear. I'm not saying you should do what the industry wants and in the places they want it and not where they don't want it. What I'm saying is you should really look at the facts of where there is logical analogous behavior and oversight that has proven valid and valuable for the state and something like the Department of Ag, and just mirror that. And in places where you all as a legislature have decided, for example, that a 20-year-old should be able to access medical cannabis to treat their condition, you should also look at whether that justifies an exception to a law that you passed to prevent use of tobacco.
Got it. Thank you. And
Thank
again,
you so
sorry, I'm not trying to pick on you.
Representative
I'm so appreciative of the questions. Thank you.
has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You got at some of this, Ms. Melnick. Thank you. There's a lot about this bill that I like a lot. I like the impact statement. I like the privacy issues. You've heard me say, I think, that I have a real problem about the paraphernalia. There's got to be a way to do this so people can access their medicine without undermining very important laws around tobacco and tobacco paraphernalia use by underage, because we have a tremendous problem with health, as you mentioned so well. So I just need to put out there that let's be creative and figure out how to do this without undermining the good work we've done around the other issue. There's got to be a way. We're creative. Thank you.
I really appreciate that, Representative. And while Representative Brilliams brought this bill to you, this bill is now yours, as you very well know, to do with as you wish. And I think we welcome your thoughts about how best to do this while retaining your legislative intent around Tobacco 21.
Thank you. We will now turn to testimony in favor of LD 1928 from Paul McCarrier. Before he begins his testimony, may I gently remind both the people testifying to testify under 3 minutes to the extent possible. And to all of my esteemed colleagues, please ask questions that are direct and to the point to the extent that you can. We will have an opportunity to debate all of this when we work the bills. We're halfway through this work session and, public hearing. We have another one to go before we break for our afternoon session. So with that in mind, Mr. McCarrier, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Veteran and Legal Affairs Committee. My name is Paul T. McCarrier. I've been a caregiver since 2010. I operate one mill in Belfast, Maine. And I have also served on the Office of Marijuana Policy's Medical Marijuana Work Group as a caregiver representative. This bill, LD 1928, will address some very important things in the statute that need to be talked about. This also brings up to the point of why we need to have the previous bill, LD 1784, is because we are continually coming before your committee and the legislature and asking to have statutory language put in to fix rules that are misguided and are detriment to the industry. I think it's very important that we don't forget the fact that if the rules had come out and were supported by the community and were fair, that we wouldn't be having this discussion right now. I want to talk briefly about the logistics of actually running the business. So when we're talking about annual license renewals, right now there's been a backlog at the Office of Marijuana Policy for approving licenses or registrations for the medical marijuana program. And so we're talking about you would pay an annual license fee, but you'd have to send in your registration up to 3 months beforehand to get it approved. And even then you might not be approved within that time that they receive it, or it may be returned to you because they say you sent it in too early. That's a lot of anxiety for somebody who is dealing with something that is considered federally illegal, that still has the stigma of the war on drugs, and you're just trying to run a business. So one of the things that I would like you to look at is what is mentioned in here. We have an example of how it's done, I think, in the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry with a commercial kitchen license, where if you submit your application in a timely manner, you are assumed to be in compliance until they are able to review your application. And if you're not, you can remediate any problems, or you are essentially not be considered licensed. But in that interim period, while the bureaucracy is moving, you are allowed to actually still run your business without fear of being in violation of the law. It also says that we should be able to allow a caregiver or dispensary employee, known as an assistant, to be able to work for any other caregiver or any other dispensary. I would hope and I would suggest that we just get rid of the need to register your assistants at all. That is something that right now with this labor shortage is just an unnecessary delay. If I put out a job posting and I wanted to hire somebody, I could have to wait a month or more before getting their active card so they could work for me. So who's going to wait a month before taking a job that they were already given? There's also the digital patient card. Right now, you cannot have you need to have a physical copy of your medical marijuana certification to be able to purchase cannabis. We have we live in a digital world right now, as Chairman Chiazzo is showing, and that I believe we should apply to our medical cannabis cards also. We do it with insurance cards, we do it with vaccination statuses, and we do it with other licenses that are provided by the state. Finally, I think we need to remember about the cost of doing business, and any sort of rules that before they're promulgated, there needs to be an economic impact study so that people can know, especially legislators like yourself, can know the cost that this will incur on businesses, because it's not easy running a business. I employ 9 people in Waldo County. Thank you very much for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. McCarrier. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you for being here. We will now hear from Catherine Lewis, followed by Derek Shirley, followed by Susan Meehan. And I will promote others as the queue shortens. Catherine Lewis, if you are here, please turn on your video and the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Chair and distinguished members of the committee. Greatly appreciate the time to testify. I want to testify in the affirmative for all 3 of the bills, but specifically for LD 1928, I wanted to just touch on some of the protections that unfortunately we still find necessary. Excuse me, my name is Catherine Lewis. I'm board chair of Medical Marijuana Caregivers of Maine Trade Association, as well as I'm a member of the Cannabis Council of Maine, which was a group formed by the leaders of the 4 major caregiver groups so that we could be a little more cohesive in coming to you. I was also on the OMP marijuana work group. I was representing the caregiver slot. And if anyone wants to hear from, there's 3 of us that have been testifying today that were part of that group. If you want any additional information, please feel free to ask. My concerns that are met by this particular bill by Representative Lynn Williams is the warrantless searches with law enforcement. There have been numerous times over the years that bills have been put forward and proposed rules have been put forward that would allow law enforcement warrantless search access either to our cameras, to our stores, to our residents or places of business, and that needs to go away. The department has had their budget increase dramatically to hire staff, which they have done. They've hired multiple new inspectors. Matter of fact, they've hired a lot of different people other than the people handling the applications and the card applications where they really need it. So this bill would protect us from the warrantless searches. It also, as far as the assistant caregiver cards, the 14-day of submission, that gives us a time frame for hiring. Again, repeating what Paul said, it's almost impossible to hire somebody and then wait over a month. I just received cards this past week that I had submitted November 19th, and I had to call twice to find out where they were, and they had not been processed properly. So I had employees waiting to start work since November. It's impossible to run a business that way. I also am concerned about the patients under 18 to 21 in the smoking paraphernalia. I understand that that's a huge concern, and it sounds like something we should be protecting our youth from. They're 18 years old. They've graduated high school. They're living on their own. They have a medical card that allows them to purchase medical cannabis on their own, but yet they can't use a pipe or a water pipe or a vaporizer or rolling papers. It's not just about smoking papers. This has nothing to do with tobacco. It is the reason for the exception is it's a member of the patient community that is in between. Their parents for under 18 can purchase what they need. If they're over 21, it's not a problem. This has nothing to do with adult use whatsoever. It's not a comparison. It's about those people who can purchase, being able to get what they need. The constant talk about metric, again, that's another
Ms.
concern
Lewis?
that we have. Yes.
I know
I'm
that your
sorry.
time has expired. If you could wrap up your testimony, there may be some questions from the committee.
That's all right. I won't repeat.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee for Ms. Lewis today? Seeing none, and I would appreciate, I know you have a lot written up, if you could just submit that in the appropriate mechanism to the committee, we'll have it for work session.
Thank
Thank you very much. I will now call on Derek Shirley, followed by Susan Meehan. If I said that in the wrong order, I apologize, but that's where I'm going to go. And, oh, Mr. Shirley, please defer.
Oh, okay.
Please defer. I'm going to call on Representative Hymanson,
You got
who
it.
is going to testify on this bill. And as a lawmaker, she has priority at this moment. So Representative Hymanson, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Forgive my confusion. The bills have overlapping intent for what I'm going to be talking about, and it was hard for me to extract it. So, but one point is relevant for this one. So Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazzo, and honorable members of the Joint Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. I'm Patty Hymanson, representing House District 4, which is parts of York, Wells, Sanford, and all of Ogunquit. I'm testifying in opposition to certain parts of LD 1928 and further 1948, both of which seek to amend the Maine Medical Use of Marijuana Act. The definition of telehealth services are health services that are synchronous, meaning the patient and the provider interact with each other at the same time, and asynchronous encounters. Asynchronous encounters mean the patient can apply for a medical cannabis license online by email or text and receive the license later. I would ask you to consider adding an exception that only synchronous encounters be permitted for patients who are less than 18 years of age. There are particular vulnerabilities in children that you will hear more fully defined in the next public hearing. Someone reminded me too that online sites often have a pop-up window which asks you to click if you're over 18. You just have to click it whether you're over or under 18, and it lets you on the site. If that is the case, and that's the intent of the asynchronous encounter, then I would ask that maybe an asynchronous encounter is not available to anyone if it harms children. And that's the lens that I'm looking at. On page 4, line 26 of this current bill, LD 1928, it prohibits required testing unless the legislature approves a testing standard by major substantive rulemaking procedures. There is no urgency in this, and protecting patients from toxic substances is urgent. Testing on the adult side has revealed pesticides. Cannabis is a phytoremediator, meaning it pulls toxins from the soil, which are then stored in the plant. Perhaps I am hearing the organic farm in Unity, which shut down because PFAS was found in the soil and in their organically grown produce, will use cannabis for this property to clean up the soil. This is good for earth cleaning up, but people who are using cannabis to treat medical ailments should be sold tested products. There are good agricultural practices that mitigate arsenic in water, PFAS, lead in soil, and pesticides, herbicides, and fungicides, but contaminated plants produce contaminated products. Condensing the cannabinoids, terpenes, as well as toxins into the extracted oils is not what patients intend to take in. Smoking cannabis poses the biggest threat since heavy metals in cannabis smoke have been found, including selenium, mercury, cadmium, lead, chromium, nickel, and arsenic. Lungs function in air exchange, but are not good filters. Toxins such as pesticides, heavy metals, PFAS, once inhaled, stay in the body and are not excreted. Patients who rely on inhaled cannabis to treat a medical condition in a program called medical marijuana should be assured the product they use is safe. At the level of the consumer, testing is urgent. That urgency is not reflected in this bill language. As I was speaking to people, I've gone to many different stores, and there was in my area, there's a health food store with a CBD product, and it said it said testing pesticides, and then it said not tested. So I would ask maybe that you consider on if there is no way to test, that patients at least know that it has not been tested and put a label on that says not tested. This might prompt discussions between the person who grew it and sold it to them about how safe and how protected their growing methods are, so that the person who's buying it knows that there's no pesticides, PFAS, et cetera, in the substance that they think is a medicine. In the House district I represent, York rejected the adult use referendum, 4,613 against and 4,613 for. The other towns in my district, being Wells, Sanford, and Ogunquit, voted by very slim margins to support legal adult use cannabis. There is wariness here about the health safety of cannabis use in my district, and I use my sensibilities as a physician to reflect that in my concerns about this bill. Thank you for your attention and consideration. Happy to handle any questions that I can.
Thank you, Representative, for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee for Representative Hymanson? Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Hymanson, for your testimony. I know you have a long history of this, the medical from your time on HHS, and would welcome your participation in the work group if possible. I know everybody's on short schedules, but I think we could benefit maybe from some of your history as well. So if you're available, I'd like to invite you to that if the committee agrees as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Any questions for Representative Hymanson from the committee? Seeing none, we will see you again shortly. Thank you for being here. Next up is Derek Shirley, who will be testifying in favor of the bill, followed by Susan Meehan, who will be testifying in favor of the bill, followed by Grant Hill and Michael Wilson.
How's it going?
Thank you for your patience. The floor is
No,
yours.
no problem. I keep on screwing something up today, so
No, you did fine.
I'm glad I'm finally on the right track. So my name is Derek Shirley. I live in Gray. I'm a patient. First and foremost, I don't have any profits off of this. I'm a proud felon for 4 ounces of pot and a podcast host, and a member of the Cannabis Coalition. I support LD 1928. I think it really helps peace of mind of small farmers and patients out there. You hear about the track and trace that wouldn't allow them in this bill. I think what you've been hearing about for years, I think that'll put a lot of calmness in people. I personally believe as a patient, if you are smoking combustible smoke, there's no such thing as clean or safe smoke. You're inhaling smoke. So in my opinion, when it comes to testing, I think this is a fair middle ground because it requires them to, put in actual standards for testing. Because right now, not just in Maine, there's testing issues all across the United States. So I think when we have fair, reliable, consistent, science-based filled information, that's when we can actually implement that. But right now we are light years away, not just in Maine, across the board of standard operating procedures and labs. For example, in Michigan, there's mandatory testing that allowed bad meds or unsafe meds to hit the market for 3 months or longer. That's just one of many examples of where mandatory testing has failed across the state, or the country for that matter. And I just want to point out the 18 to 21, I encourage anyone that haven't smoked a water pipe, also known as a bong, out of tobacco, I encourage it because it's definitely not the same thing. As a patient, I can say that with extreme confidence. It's an outdated law. We used to have to say water pipe. We used to not even say the word bong. So this is just an example of outdatation from the war on drugs to make it not able. But in reality, it's like they said, it's not just paper. We're talking water pipes. If you haven't ripped a water pipe with tobacco, I encourage it and then make your decision. Sorry if that was a little silly, but just being real.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here today. Next up is Susan Meehan, followed by Grant Hill, followed by Michael Wilson. Welcome back. Please state your name.
Thank you. Susan Meehan, chairperson of the Maine Cannabis Coalition, a pediatric focused caregiver and a patient. Good morning, Chairperson Craig Hickman and Chairperson Piazzo and the Veteran and Legal Affairs Committee. Thank you, Representative Williams, and many thanks to our broad range of co-sponsors who also see the importance of this bill. I came to Maine in 2013 to legally utilize the medical program to treat my daughter Cindy May's devastating seizure disorder. Off the prescribed drugs that had kept her seizing and bound to a wheelchair, Cindy May enjoyed playing like a normal child in the streams and snows of Maine while fighting for better access in several states. Like many medical refugees to Maine for our phenomenal program, we would have given up everything to give our daughter the best life possible. Now, as a caregiver in Maine who focuses on pediatric formulations, I represent many pediatric patients and their parents. As chairperson of the coalition, our mission is to protect patients, caregivers, and business owners participating in Maine's use of medical marijuana program. And we currently have an audience of over 5,000 across multiple social media outlets. And we are currently defendants in a circuit court case in Boston defending Maine's residency requirements in the program. The annual anxiety around this and the annual fear for parents of patients and patients is a real thing. Greater transparency and more attention to detail is critical in creating a set of rules with real stakeholder input and analysis in Maine's medical marijuana program. I served diligently on the OMP work group, working through a fight with the COVID virus and working from locations that ensured my Wi-Fi access, but took me from my family for days at a time, and continually attempting to direct conversation toward the actual rules. The work group could have been more effective had the work group been able to review the proposed rules. The work group needs more patient representation. Sorry, the drug war and the still present demonization of cannabis is real. We face a lot of misguided media, and we are an exception. LD 1242 funded OMP hiring 8 inspectors and 2 supervisors. OMP, however, needs a bigger training budget. I believe. Inspectors arrive with cross experience in adult use and medical, which are completely different programs by design. Training and consistency from one inspector to the other, one inspection to the other is imperative, especially for our inspectors who often come from a law enforcement background. We need a partnership and consideration that the inspectors assist with the business coming into compliance rather than arrest. Training programs are necessary. On testing, I've been testing kids' meds long before Maine even had a legal manner in which to test them. I am not against properly labeling meds, whether they're tested or not. Consumer knowledge is imperative, and I propose this option in the work group. Adult use has a big issue with metric and zero tolerance testing that will eliminate Maine outdoor grow. We need to protect this outdoor grow. People have been consuming cannabis grown outdoors in Maine for many, many years, and we need clear data to support testing programs. But we're not against labeling medicine for the consumer to make a good decision. Please support Representative Williams' bill, and thank you for the support of these important emergency measures in this important industry that has improved the lives of many Maine citizens. I'm happy to entertain any questions. Thank you, and have a great day.
Thank you, Ms. Meehan. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Next up is Grant Hill. I will ask you to start your video, sir, or there you are. You have 3 minutes, sir. Please introduce yourself, and the floor is yours. Mr. Hill, I think I'm having trouble hearing you. If you could speak up just a little bit, there could be something going on with your headphones. I'm not sure.
Let's see. Now?
Try again. Just say your name. Yeah, we cannot hear you at all. I am going. I still can't hear you. Mr. Hill, what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave you here for now, but I'm going to turn off your camera and your mic. Maybe you can figure out what's going on your end, and I'm just going to move ahead in the testimony. I'm going to hear from Michael Wilson next.
Would it be possible to testimony using phone testimony?
You're breaking up, so I'm not exactly sure what the problem on your end is. But if you just hold on a second, I'm going to, again, defer. I'm going to ask you to defer. We'll come back to you before we end the public hearing to see if you can correct the problem on your end. Mr. Michael Wilson, the floor is yours.
Morning again, everybody. My name is Mike Wilson. I live in Portland, Maine. My business is Maine Craft Cannabis, Inc. I'm a member of the Maine Craft Cannabis Association, as well as the Maine Growers Alliance. And I'm here to support 1928 this time. And there's a few things in here which I think are really good. I want to touch on a few of them really quickly and then spend a little bit of time on the economic impact. So specifically, it prohibits the use of an electronic, basically it says we can't use metric or any other electronic seed to sale tracking system. I think that's really good. And I think it should also include language possibly to say any other manual tracking. And the reason for this is what they did in the new rules, which is 7.2.2, which I believe is in conflict with statute. The statute's pretty clear. I'm not going to read it to you, but it's in chapter 22, 2430-G says exactly what we have to record, which is transfers and sales of marijuana plants and harvested marijuana. And it says the department can adopt rules to implement that. And what they're doing is overreaching and requiring a whole lot more than that. So and this touches on the, me having to cite statute that conflicts with the rules. And I think that was the same thing with the entity type. Mark already commented on that. I'm not going to repeat it, but the statute on entity type is pretty clear as well. The provisional grant of a license for delays by OMP is really important for reasons other people have already said. I'm just going to say that I also agree with that. And it's very important right now. The assistant card thing, which basically says that once a person has an assistant card, they can work for multiple caregivers, is also very important. A lot of people hire trimmers that work for different cultivators, and I've always had to do a separate assistant card. And it's something we need in the industry, which is really helpful. And then the economic impact part, I'll spend the rest of my time talking about that because it's really important. This requires them to do an economic impact on small businesses. My background is actually as an engineer. I worked for a small company when I first graduated college, and I watched that company go out of business because of basically inefficiencies within the business. My second job, I worked for General Dynamics, which is a large corporation. And, they can handle some inefficiencies due to specialization of duties. And the third business was also a smaller business that was very inefficient. OMP is basically creating inefficiencies for a whole industry, which is a middle. It's these medical businesses, they're small businesses which need to be efficient because of our competition. I see that I'm out of time. So I think that Maine has a real opportunity with this new industry. And we have a huge talent pool, and we need to figure out how to get people into the legal industry. And we need small businesses to be efficient.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson, for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here today. Is there anyone else present who wishes to testify in favor of this bill? Grant Hill notwithstanding, I will turn to him as soon as I get the signal that he is all set. I will promote Mr. Putterman to the room. And it looks like Grant Hill is ready to testify. Mr. Putterman, please wait on standby with your video off until we hear from Mr. Grant Hill.
Okay, let's see.
So I can hear you, but I can also hear feedback. So it looks like you're gonna have to turn down the volume on your computer screen so that we don't hear that as well.
Okay, let's see. Can you hear me as well now?
We can hear you great. Please state your name, where you reside, and your testimony. Please make it less than 3 minutes. There will be a chance for questions from the committee if necessary.
Thank you, and thank you for your patience. Hello, Senator Hickman and esteemed members of the VLA committee. My name is Grant Hill, and I am a resident of Portland, Maine. I participated within the Maine medical marijuana program through a number of different ways as a caregiver assistant, a patient, and though I'm no longer I'm currently still a patient, I now work for a medical marijuana testing facility, but the views within this testimony are solely my own. First, I'd like to begin my testimony by saying I'd like to express my gratitude for the support and work displayed on behalf of our community's efforts last year on 1242. The passing of that bill provided a strong window for greater collaboration between the legislature, Maine medical marijuana program stakeholders, and the OMP. I participated in those discussions last year, and I'm grateful to have the opportunity to participate again this year. I prefer before you today to speak in support of LD 1928, which we are now considering. LD 1928 implements continued clarifications to the goals and supports of the medical marijuana program, which LD 1242 began establishing last year. Our marketplace landscape in the medical marijuana industry is a countryside populated fiscally by a majority constituency of caregivers. As a $300 million yearly program, ample review reveals to us that our intelligent and active caregiver community makes up around 75% of that market share. With this in mind, I'd like to point out the key proposals in the bill that would work to establish equitable treatment of marijuana business owners. First, I'd like to draw the committee's attention to section 2430C subsection 10. Again, the law enforcement issue, which has been brought up by many before me. I am in support of this, as well as I believe it's, as any other business should have equitable treatment by law enforcement. Furthermore, I would like to speak on the small business economic impact study. This is a piece of the puzzle that we see come up again and again in the discussion of rulemaking for our program. The caregiver community is not trying to use this token as a political tool, but rather as an important piece of data which conscious small business owners have cognizance of the complex nature of this unique and otherwise unprecedented market, which they need to make an educated and precise business choices. The protection of any market or industry lies in an understanding of the true nature of said market. The execution and widespread visibility therein of a small business economic impact study would help to illuminate this market's true nature within the context of rulemaking and business decision-making for stakeholders. Thank you, Senator Chiazzo, for my time. I, like Ms. Strauss, am working with Seed to Health to create standards for the medical testing facilities in a way that have logical, science-driven standards to ensure consistent and informative results of our medical marijuana providers and patients. I urge you, honorable members of the committee, to pay attention to the work being done with Seed to Health and duly consider the organization's work and recommendations for statute surrounding testing. While there are many other pieces of this bill which are beneficial to all parties which interface with the medical marijuana marketplace, in the interest of brevity in my time there concluding, I will defer the remainder of my time and am open to any questions from the committee. Thank you again for your hard work, your attention to detail, your commitment to understanding a complex marketplace which relies on your voices for its long-term success. Distinguished members of the VLA, thank you for your time. I'm available for any questions you have, but there may be other participants present today that would be more qualified to answer those questions. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Thank you for your testimony. I think I can hear my work. And so if you could just turn down your computer, that would be great. The sound effects almost sound like we're in a movie. Are there any questions from the committee for Mr. Hill? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Next up, we will hear from Asher Putterman. And is there anyone else present who wishes to testify in favor of this bill? Please indicate by raising your hand. Mr. Putterman, the floor is yours. Please reintroduce yourself. And if you can keep it to less than 3 minutes, we would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you all for your service and taking the time to learn about all this. My name is Asher Putterman. I'm a medical patient and caregiver. My wife and I operate a small farm in the mid-coast. We grow cut flowers, vegetables, as well as a couple annual crops of sun-grown cannabis. I'm in support of LD 1928. It brings further clarity to issues raised last session in LD 1242. It ensures that there is a process of legislative review and action before new rules proposed by OMP can become law. It requires an assessment of economic burdens placed on small businesses before rule adoption. It limits law enforcement's access and disclosure within the medical marijuana program, which will reduce the path of recriminalization and a continuation of drug war type policies. Excuse me. It also helps to protect patient identities from law enforcement. It further prevents the use of any particular electronic tracking system, hopefully preventing further capture of our regulators by these predatory software companies that are selling costly, unnecessary systems to states that are legalizing cannabis. This bill also requires more regular reporting of sales and market data that is held by OMP. It provides protection for business owners if OMP is not issuing license renewals in a timely manner, which has been the case for us numerous times. This bill prohibits requiring testing until a reliable, consistent science-based standards are developed and maybe even a state reference lab. That would be nice. It allows a certified and background check assistant to work for multiple caregivers without multiple background checks. It directs the department to develop a graduated enforcement plan for violations, increasing transparency on many currently unclear levels of enforcement. This is a constant concern for caregivers when interpretation of law are often unclear and inconsistent, and penalties for violation are equally so, and often confused with adult use regulations. Every winter now, OMP has proposed a version of roughly the same problematic rules that will cause many of the problems that we see in other states. Luckily, we can look to these other states and see the future. In California in 2021, they had to bail out their struggling legal cannabis industry to the tune of $100 million, while small farmers were organizing protests and filing lawsuits against the state. On top of all of this, our farm has served people of Maine through the entire pandemic. We were blocked from receiving any PPE loans, USDA loans, or any relief that our fellow farmers were receiving to help with the structural changes caused by the pandemic. We were also blocked from accessing any banking institutions, credit lines, or traditional loans. Last month, our power bill and most across the state doubled. We are seeing similar doublings in the cost of fertilizer. I feel in no way that OMP has taken this into account when I see the added cost proposed in OMP's rulemaking. And sorry, I'm losing my place in my notes. I just wanted to also comment on, I support some of what Representative Hymanson's testimony was in concerns that we do see toxins in many agricultural products. Much attention has been brought to these existing in health and body products, including even baby food, which has been found to contain pesticides and heavy metals. I think an option for a label that says untested is a reasonable middle ground. Many of us do test our products, but a mandatory testing structure that is positioned for larger businesses could be damaging to smaller businesses. I think toxins in our environment and agriculture is a much bigger discussion, and I support anything that raises awareness of these issues and gives an avenue to voluntarily separate your product as tested for purity. I wish the same existed in our food system, although attempts at even labeling our food for this has repeatedly been shot down by the large agribusiness that is dependent on many of these chemicals for their production.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Putterman, especially to that last point. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Siobhan Scott, I believe, is testifying in favor of LD 1928. If that is correct, please turn on your camera. If you are testifying in opposition to 1928, please turn on your camera. And just let us know what position you take. Welcome. Please state your name and where you're from. And you're on mute.
There we go. Sorry about that. Good morning. I'm Siobhan Scott, a small cannabis caregiver out of Chesterville, Maine, and a patient. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me. I support LD 1928. Being in a remote location, having up-to-date electronic tracking isn't always possible. I implement a batch number system that works great for my small business. And that's all I have to say.
Well, thank you very much for your brief testimony. We appreciate it. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Is there anyone else present who wishes to testify in favor of LD 1928? Going once. Amber Patterson, I will promote to provide testimony in favor of LD 1928 before we turn to testimony in opposition. Welcome back, Amber Patterson, and please keep your video.
Hi, sorry about that.
No problem.
I'm
The floor
in
is
the
yours.
car. I really do appreciate doing these Zoom meetings. It allows me to still get on with my day. Once again, my name is Amber Patterson. I am a small caregiver out of Fayette, Maine. I also am a caregiver assistant for the Honeycomb Farm in Wilton. I am in support of LD 1928 for a couple of different reasons. I think that we have major issues when it comes to our registration. Allowing a 14-day grace period will give us a lot more leeway in that area. I know I looked through the pharmacists' annual renewal, and they actually have a 90-day window that they get, and a substantially cheaper fee. It's only $200. That's here nor there, but I just want to see if we can align some things where we actually have more ability to actually function in our business without consistently being pulled away in these different areas. I know the one year we had a 2-day lapse, and that can cause a big issue when you're a company like we are. So, you know, just being out of compliance, what do you do with your 60 plants during your 2-day lapse? You know, it's very, very contradicting to what we're trying to do as a company. Also, having an assistant not have to continually reapply to go work for alternate people. My assistant, I have to be my husband's assistant. I do primary plant care, so I'm mostly in the garden. And I had an issue where they did provide me an assistant card, but it wasn't for me to be my husband's assistant. It was for me to be my own assistant. So I was not my husband's assistant, and I was my own assistant. Rather than me having my proper paperwork aligned, they had me lapsing in the fact that I wasn't legally allowed to be in his garden at the time. So I think that's a huge issue. Also dealing with standardized testing, which I think we all agree across the board. We need to do either some type of standardized testing. I use Istora Labs and Nova Analytical. Both of them are great companies, but neither of them are consistent with each other, let alone, you know, themselves on a regular basis. So that's a huge issue. And of course, the the electronic track and trace systems that we all have discussed multiple times. In my opinion, whether it was BioTrack or Metric, we're not doing what we need to, which is tracking our specific harvest, our financial gains and losses. These are the things that businesses track on a regular basis. We shouldn't be asked to go above and beyond in these small areas of gathering biomass and root balls and, you know, what kind of loss that they determine for mitigating, you know, illicit market activities. If we were going to be on the illicit market, that would have been a choice we had already made. So that's really all I have to say today on LD 1928. I am in support, and I do want to thank everybody who worked so hard on getting that together.
Thank you for your testimony, Amber Patterson. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, is there anyone else present who wishes to testify in favor of LD 1928? Seeing no hands raised, we will now move to testimony in opposition to LD 1928. I have 3 people signed up, and we'll go in this order. Melina Dumas, if I've said that incorrectly, I apologize, followed by Huddy Grandy, followed by Laura Harper. Melina, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazzo, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Melina Dumas. I'm an attorney with the law firm Drummond Woodson in Portland, Maine. I'm here today on behalf of Maine Organic Therapy, one of the registered dispensaries in Maine, and Curaleaf, Maine, which has several active and pending adult use licenses. We oppose LD 1928, and I want to emphasize that if your goal is to ensure the continued success of the medical marijuana program for the long term, you should oppose this bill as well. In particular, I want to focus on the impact of blocking the implementation of a centralized electronic tracking system for caregivers and dispensaries. While you may think you would be helping small businesses by prohibiting seed-to-sale tracking, you are actually hurting them for the following reasons. First, a blanket prohibition on electronic tracking will adversely impact medical marijuana businesses' access to banking services. Banking services will soon only be available to those with reliable wholesale and sales data. Metric is actually a cost-effective way for companies to meet new reporting requirements. The alternative would be expensive business-level software. Not only is it dangerous, but you simply cannot run a cash-only business without a bank account. Second, it will have an adverse financial impact on state-registered marijuana businesses. Failing to implement an electronic tracking system makes it easy for illegally produced marijuana to funnel into the legal market. This means that medical marijuana cultivators, the main farmers you're trying to protect, are forced to compete with the illicit market. A flooded market means rock-bottom wholesale prices. We're already seeing medical marijuana businesses which do not have access to bankruptcy protections fail because they can't compete with mass-produced marijuana flooding in from other states. Third, the current lack of an electronic tracking system increases the risk of state legal businesses becoming unknowingly involved in illegal activity. If a business cannot verify that what they're purchasing came from the legal market, they could get caught up in a federal investigation, despite making every effort to make sure their own practices were in full compliance with state law. The illicit market is exploiting the lack of regulation in Maine. Without tracking, marijuana is fungible. This makes Maine's medical marijuana market an ideal avenue for illegal operators to wash or launder illicitly produced marijuana. Once a caregiver comes into possession of illicitly produced marijuana, it essentially becomes quote unquote legal because there's no way to track where it came from. All it takes is 1 or 2 bad apples to flood the medical marijuana market with illicit product. I hope you'll think carefully about potential unintended consequences of this legislation, which would put Maine marijuana businesses, including the financial institutions and other professionals that serve them, at significant risk. We've already seen the negative impact on businesses from lack of regulation and inventory tracking. The recent moratorium on new marijuana-related business accounts at Seaport Credit Union, which has been serving a significant number of cannabis businesses in our state, is reflective of a larger potential impact in the future. Prohibiting the implementation of seed-to-sale tracking will not protect this industry, and I urge you to not support this bill for that particular reason. So thank you very much for your consideration. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Supika.
Thank you. So I apologize. I might need a second to formulate this question. I guess in your testimony, I heard that Metric is a cost-effective program, and I guess I'm wondering on what basis is Curaleaf and Maine Organic Therapy making that statement?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for the question, because I wanted to get into more detail about this, but have very limited time. So on the adult use side, and I'm not sure how this would transition to the medical market, it's $40 a month to access the state's electronic tracking system. And while I don't have access to Metric directly, my understanding from industry participants is that the business level software that some of the larger businesses decide to use that can integrate into Metric can cost up to $40,000 a year. And the reason this is an issue, and maybe it doesn't come up that often in these hearings, but it's an issue because of banking services specifically now. So the Maine Credit Union League, if you look on their website, they talk about the new mechanisms that they have to implement to reconcile marijuana-related business accounts. And it specifically refers to either Metric or some sort of automated accounting software, some sort of, you can't just have paper records that you're bringing into the bank and showing, here's what I submitted to Maine Revenue Services, here's what I have on my transport manifest, et cetera. It's going to be very difficult for businesses to meet that standard without either a state created, almost subsidized electronic tracking system or accessing your own, purchasing that type of software that integrates and allows you to report that data to have the bank reconcile those accounts, if that makes sense.
If I may follow up, it doesn't completely make sense. I think I understand what you're saying. I guess I just am very confused because every other business owner that I have spoken to has talked about the significant cost burdens that Metric has placed on their business. And so I just, that statement from Curaleaf and from Maine Organic Therapy seems to be at complete odds with every other business, every other person in the business that has said to me and said also in testimony. So I was just trying to understand what you were getting at. So I really appreciate you taking the time to try to answer that.
Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, Melina, I just have one. In section 23 of the bill, which I think you're testifying in opposition to mostly, I see the word particular in line 4 in front of electronic system. I don't read that as a prohibition on any electronic system, just a particular one. Would you care to comment on that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I realize it's not a blanket prohibition on imposing any sort of tracking system, but it's very important that it specifically is a centralized state operated electronic tracking system from our perspective. So, and not to have it be mandatory and not have it be something people can elect to do, because what we hear from OMP is that their inspectors can only inspect caregiver facilities maybe every 3 years because of the large number of participants, and a lot of people are using paper records, and for auditing purposes it has to be an electronic tracking system. And I understand that it's saying particular, but I think what everyone's testifying about is they don't want Metric specifically. And I think that's the idea here. And maybe there'll be another proposal for a particular electronic tracking system. But I think the language in the bill really constrains OMP's ability to roll out any kind of electronic tracking system, which is what the prior legislative intent was, my understanding.
So if there were an electronic system that a caregiver business purchased that could do the same thing as Metric, would you be opposed to that?
Yes, because it needs to be a centralized system for it to really make any sort of meaningful impact in terms of tracking for the purpose of capturing that illicit market and diversion. That's why it's important. I mean, and we heard Ms. Meehan talking earlier about, we're gonna have to do a lot of these things anyway, so we're gonna have to have this automated software for banking services. We're gonna need to have cameras for insurance. But what the department's really trying to do is set these businesses up for success by having them have the same requirements that all other states that have legalized cannabis have imposed, so that they're not just putting these into place for no reason. It's because they're important public and safety reasons to implement them. And it shouldn't be just a business gets to choose, there should be some sort of standard to hold the whole industry up, is just our position. And that restricting the department's ability to implement that is going to be damaging in the long term in ways that I think some people might not just realize yet.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for being here today. Next up is Huddy Grandy, followed by Laura Harper.
Thank you, Senator Hickman and members of the Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. I'll keep this brief. My name is Huddy Grandy. I'm an attorney at the law firm Drummond Woodson based in Portland, Maine. And as I mentioned earlier, I'm here today on behalf of Hannah King, a partner at Drummond Woodson, who submitted written comments today. We represent Maine Organic Therapy, one of the registered dispensaries in Maine, and Curaleaf, Maine. We oppose LD 1928, an act to update and clarify the Maine Medical Use of Marijuana Act and provide greater transparency. Ironically, while this bill's title suggests that the intent is greater transparency, the impact would be the exact opposite. The prohibition on the state requiring that medical marijuana be tracked from seed to sale will deny patients whom the program is intended to serve important information about the medicine they're purchasing. Electronic tracking of marijuana from seedling to sale provides a guarantee to patients that the medicine that they're buying and consuming was cultivated and manufactured by a Maine registered caregiver or dispensary in accordance with Maine state law. Without electronic seed-to-sale tracking, marijuana produced illicitly in California, Massachusetts, and Mexico can easily be introduced into the legal market. Illicitly produced marijuana is not subject to the health and safety standards of state law and could be cultivated using banned pesticides or manufactured using harmful chemicals. By way of example, several years ago, I'm sure you remember, illicitly produced vape cartridges that used vitamin E acetate as a filler resulted in deaths and serious injury across the country. Because Maine does not require that medical marijuana be tested, without seed-to-sale tracking, dangerous products could easily be unknowingly purchased and used by patients, including minors and individuals with compromised immune systems. Further, there is universal agreement that patients should have access to medical marijuana that has been subject to health and safety testing and testing to ensure proper dosing. Now, I understand that at least in the Maine legislature, there appears to be disagreement about whether this should be accomplished through mandatory testing or voluntary testing, which would require the patient that wants tested medicine to find a company that has chosen to test its medicine. But regardless of whether the state adopts a mandatory or voluntary model for health and safety testing of medical marijuana, electronic track and trace is critical to ensuring that the medicine that a company is claiming to have tested was in fact the product that was tested. Without electronic track and trace, companies could claim that a product has been tested and thus is free from harmful chemicals and toxins, but there would be no way to ensure that was the case. If this legislature decides that it's going to put the burden on patients to hunt out medicine that has been health and safety tested, it should at a minimum ensure that those patients are in fact getting the tested medicine that they're paying for. Thank you for taking these comments into consideration.
Thank you, Huddy Grandy, for your testimony today. Are there any questions from the committee? Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Grandy, for your testimony today. It strikes me that perhaps not an all or nothing solution here. It sounds like it's either we have it or we don't. I think what I've heard from those in the adult use and also from some in the medical is that the frequency or the amount of track and trace that's required on a per plant basis is very burdensome, and I can understand that argument. Would it be your client's position that the track and trace system needs to be on a per plant basis as it is now, or would you be amenable to something like a batch type of system where you're, instead of having each individual plant, there's a different mechanism to track it from seed to sale that's maybe not as onerous?
That is an excellent question, and I appreciate that you've asked it. I am here testifying on behalf of Hannah King, and I'm not going to put words into her mouth. We will provide that information and answer to your question in advance of the work session, and I'm sorry that I can't answer it explicitly at this moment.
Fair enough. I appreciate that. It'd be nice to have that for the work session, please. Thank you.
Of course.
Are there any other questions from the committee? And for work session, just while it's on my mind, Ms. Prower, can we please have any data, which may come from our next testifier, I'm not sure, on the situation described in her testimony regarding any sicknesses or deaths in Maine from that vaping lung disease controversy that definitely negatively impacted the public health. Next up, testifying in opposition to the bill is Laura Harper. Please introduce yourself, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Senator Hickman, Representative Piazza. My name is Laura Harper, and I'm a resident of Hollowell, Maine, and I'm here today on behalf of my client, the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. And I'm going to read testimony today from Hillary Schneider. My name is Hillary Schneider, and I'm the Regional Government Relations Director of the Atlantic North Region for the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network, or ACS-CAN. We are the nonprofit, nonpartisan advocacy affiliate of the American Cancer Society, and we support evidence-based policy and legislative solutions designed to eliminate cancer as a major health problem. And I want to thank you for this opportunity to submit the following testimony in opposition of Section 5 of LD 1928. Due to the sharp increases in youth tobacco use in recent years, largely due to skyrocketing rates of e-cigarette use, the decades of progress that have been made in reducing tobacco use rates in youth is now in jeopardy. Here in Maine, 33% of high school students use tobacco products. According to a recent poll of likely Maine voters, 3/4 of Maine voters are concerned, with nearly half very concerned about young people in their community becoming addicted to tobacco products. An important component of evidence-based tobacco control efforts is restricting underage sales of tobacco products, as nearly 95% of adults who smoke started before the age of 21. In 2017, the Maine legislature overrode a governor's veto to pass a bill into law that raised the minimum sales age of tobacco products from 18 to 21. And then later, on December 20th, 2019, President Trump signed legislation amending the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetics Act and raising the federal minimum age for the sale of tobacco products from 18 to 21. This legislation became effective immediately, and it is now illegal for a retailer to sell any tobacco product, including cigarettes, cigars, and e-cigarettes, to anyone under the age of 21. The new federal minimum age of sales applies to all retail establishments and persons with no exceptions. Under Maine law, the tobacco products definition includes electronic smoking devices, pipes, and rolling papers. It's important that the tobacco product definition include these products, as it is impossible to determine if nicotine or tobacco is present in these products without testing them. All retailers who sell tobacco products must be licensed as tobacco retailers. As such, many adult use marijuana retailers and medical marijuana dispensaries are also licensed as tobacco retailers and must comply with the tobacco product retail laws. Section 5 of the bill proposes to exempt the medical marijuana dispensaries from following these youth access protections by allowing the sales of products that classify as tobacco products, such as electronic smoking devices, rolling papers, and pipes, to individuals ages 18 to 21. Instead of making the medical marijuana laws exempt from these requirements, we suggest raising the age requirement for the sale of medical marijuana to 21 to be consistent with Maine's age requirements for the sale of adult use recreational marijuana and tobacco products. This would minimize confusion and would also avoid creating loopholes that would make it easier for individuals under the age of 21 to purchase tobacco products. I see I'm out of time, so I'll end there. Hillary did submit this testimony online. It is extensive. She has many other points. So I encourage you to read it on your own time. I'm happy to try and answer any questions now. And if I can't answer them, I can take them back to Hillary and we can make sure that we have those answers for you for the work session. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura Harper. Are there any questions from the committee? I will look at the testimony. I'm wondering if there's any data in the testimony or if you could get it for us to know how successful raising the age to 21 of purchasing tobacco products in Maine has been on reducing the use of those same products in the 18 to 21-year-old cohort.
Okay.
And that can be data from
on,
Maine, it could be data from anywhere in the country. I just would like to see if raising the age to 21 actually did what it was intended to do, which was reduce tobacco use amongst those who are 18 to 21.
I think the data will likely include those younger than 18. Is that all right?
Not for the purposes of what it is I'm trying to analyze. I mean, because that's what we did, is we wanted to capture in raising the age, we wanted to discourage people under 21, but between 18 and 21 from using tobacco as well, because that was the whole point of the law, in my opinion. So I'd just like to see if it in fact had that result.
Okay, I'll do the best I can.
Thank you. Representative McCray has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure, Ms. Harper, if you can answer this, but my understanding is a great deal of medical marijuana would not be smoked. It would be tinctures or edibles. which this would not create any problems for. We're talking, the way the bill is worded, I think it's just about the smoking or using things like vape for it. Do you agree with that?
Well, I can't speak to the first part of your question because I'm not as familiar with the cannabis industry to know the proportion of the ways that this age group uses cannabis. So I would be making an assumption about whether there's a higher proportion that uses edibles or tinctures or salves versus smoking or vaporizing. But I think to the other part of your point, yeah, the main concern from the American Cancer Society is smoking's bad. Like smoking anything is bad because cause cancer. And Hillary goes into great detail about all the toxins that are present in marijuana smoke and marijuana vapor, as well as tobacco. So the major concern here is we do not want any youth under the age of 21 to have any sort of loophole that encourages smoking and that could then be taken advantage of by the tobacco industry. And so when you are allowing the sale of tobacco products to those who are under the age of 21, even though those tobacco products are just rolling papers, pipes, or those devices, that's a loophole. And we don't want to see Maine roll back in any way from our really comprehensive smoke-free place laws and smoking protection laws. So that's why we have that concern around that. To my knowledge, we do not have a concern around cannabis being consumed and in non-smoking methods, if that is helpful.
Thank you. Yes, it is helpful. I just was clarifying medical. There are ways to deliver medical that don't involve smoking because smoking is bad. Thank you.
Yes.
Senator Miramont has a question.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I remember it was a long time ago, and this isn't just for you. This is for anybody who's listening, that the American Cancer Society and others wanted to tie marijuana smoking to cigarette smoking, and everybody was sure that it was going to result in this big, oh, it's even worse. Oh, it's horrible. Oh, it's bad. And I thought there was a study that showed that it turned out that it had so many medicinal properties that there wasn't such a correlation. There wasn't the equivalent for people who claim to smoke as much marijuana as the equivalent of tobacco. It turned out that the health effects were far more beneficial. So if anybody can bring that study, which probably wouldn't be the ACS, but anybody else listening, if you can find that or bring it, it would be really helpful for the work session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not familiar of that, with that being an American Cancer Society study. And as I said in our testimony, Hillary cites a number of toxins that are present in marijuana smoke that are very dangerous.
Are there any other questions for Laura Harper from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. I see a few other people had their hands raised. I'm going to turn to the department next to provide testimony neither for nor, I'm sorry, we're still in opposition. And I see there's a hand raised. Mr. Bornstein, are you testifying in opposition to this bill or are you testifying in a different posture? I've recognized you to answer my question, sir.
Yes, I originally was not going to testify on it, but I feel called to now, so I will testify neither for nor against or in support.
Okay, so I will call you up later in the neither for nor against testimony because it is 10 minutes, it's 5 minutes of 2. We're going to take a break after this public hearing. And so for anyone waiting for the final bill of our public hearing, I have to apologize to the bill sponsor and anyone else who wishes to testify on that bill. We will take a short break because I have to let staff take a break before we move into our afternoon session, which of course will be a little late. We'll go straight from that public hearing directly into work session. So when we take our break, I encourage either caucus that wants to discuss the bills that will be working to do so when we take that break. So with that, we're going to turn now to testimony neither for nor against on LD 1928, and I will call promote Eric Gunderson, the Director of the Office of Marijuana Policy, to provide his testimony to the committee on this bill. He should be joining us shortly. Good afternoon, Director Gunderson. I see that you're almost here. There we are. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Good to see you all again. Let me just pull up my testimony real quick. So, Senator Hickman, Representative Picazo, members of the VLA committee, my name is Eric Gunderson, Director of the Office of Marijuana Policy, and I'm before you today to provide testimony on behalf of our office, neither for nor against LD 1928. Provision of this bill mirror changes to the medical program rule that is currently working its way through the rulemaking process, while others address longstanding challenges our office has identified in the past. There are also several provisions which would present numerous challenges, both administratively and reporting for our office and department. The proposed medical program rule explicitly permits the use of telemedicine by certifying providers. It's important to remind the committee also that regulating certifying providers is the purview of the Board of Medicine, Osteopathic Medicine, and Nursing, and beyond the scope of the medical program, or at least OMP. Furthermore, OMP removed the disclosure requirements regarding standard operating procedures from the proposed rule, except for standard operating procedures regarding the operation of extraction equipment using inherently hazardous substances which operate under high heat and high pressure. Next, we appreciate the offer put forth in this bill to simplify the administrative process regarding the issuance of assistant registry identification cards, but we do have some technical concerns regarding the way that the bill seeks to make that change. We'd refer you to the recommendations in the report from the Medical Marijuana Working Group for a simplified way to address the one card issue for assistance. We would also ask the committee maintain the 30-day processing time for all assistant applications, as 14 days is an incredibly quick turnaround time. And depending on the time of year, we do have a higher volume of those, which we might need that flexibility. Furthermore, we would request additional clarity regarding whether it's the intent of this committee that assistants between the age of 18 and 20 who work for family members should also be permitted to work for non-family members with that change. Similarly, we would require more clarity regarding sections 9, 20, 23, 24, and 25. So section 9 would require us to develop a graduated enforcement similar to the progressive enforcement already identified in the proposed medical rule. And it contemplates additional administrative tools, which OMP has asked for in the past for just this reason, which have not materialized. We support some movement on this front as far as section 20 is concerned around testing. But if you were to move forward with this initiative, clarity in section 20 around legislative approval. Section 23 and 25, paragraph 1, may conflict with one another in current law and would ask the committee to provide substantially more detail or office about what, if any, inventory information should be tracked and for what purpose. The information required to be reported by the department in section 24 is not possible to produce, especially on a monthly basis. Specifically, without inventory tracking, there's no way for OMP to track wholesale transactions. And it is our understanding that reporting of retail sales data compiled by our colleagues at the Maine Revenue Service would likely be unavailable on a monthly basis. It's our understanding that even annual reporting of this information requires substantial validation prior to its release to ensure its accuracy. Finally, section 25 of this bill requires the department to adopt by January 1 of next year major substantive rules, which is simply not possible given the requirement of major substantive rulemaking. With that, I will end my testimony. There's much more in the written testimony, and obviously during the work session, happy to talk about any of the initiatives, but thank you for your time and consideration of this bill. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Gunderson. Are there any questions from the committee? Chairman Piazza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director Gunderson. Certainly for the work session, don't need it now, but there's obviously a lot of consternation around the track and trace. I think it would be important for us to, as a committee, to know what type of data OMP is capturing and how frequently and why, to see if there is opportunity somewhere to alleviate some of the reporting requirements in terms of the daily or weekly or something. Not saying we're going there, just it would be nice for us to understand from the oversight perspective what data is being used and how critical it is, whether it's nice to have it, whether it's necessary. If it's not there, what does that do to enforcement, or what does that do to some other application for it? If that makes sense.
It certainly does, and we can bring a comprehensive list to the work session, but I think that's a lot of what our agency is looking for. Clarity exactly what you want reported, and also how we're actually going to get it. Right now, as far as what we have as far as data points are concerned, are mostly through our licensing system and through our compliance system. And as far as revenues or dollar figures, that's through the main revenue service. But I can certainly come with a more comprehensive list or report of what data points we actually have at our fingertips in the medical program.
Any other questions from the committee? How many folks do you have on staff right now, Director, who are processing caregiver and assistant cards?
So right now we have 4 administrative staff and 4 what we call chief licensing investigators. And we are in the process of bringing on 2 additional to help with the processing times, but certainly something that we've advocated for in the past. The working group, there was universal agreement, and also there's a similar proposal in this bill, which should help with some of those turnaround times, is that one card assistant, one card for assistance. I think the issue was, I don't remember, Senator, it was in 17 or 18 when that change was made. We went from a couple hundred assistants to now where we have 60,000 assistants, but the process for issuing those did not change. So you can understand the administrative burden. That's why we definitely advocate for the one card system for assistance.
So the investigators, are they involved in processing caregiver cards and assistant cards, or is that just your administrative staff?
No, it's a combination. So the administrative staff will gather the information required in the application process, then hand it off to a chief licensing investigator that does a fairly quick vetting and pushes that out.
Okay, thank you. So 4 and how many investigators help with this processing? I just want to get my notes correct.
4 chief licensing investigators. And for clarity of the group, that's our licensing team. We also have our field staff, which is different, our compliance staff.
Okay, great. Chairman Chiazzo has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to the provisional granting of identification cards, is it possible, Director, to get, without exposing anything, the number of applications that are typically rejected or that need further information? Or is it, is it something that's just a bureaucratic shortfall, or the vetting process is there's a certain rejection rate automatically that would prohibit the potential of us saying it's provisionally granted until the paperwork catches up with it?
Yeah, so we don't reject applications. What we find some of the time, and I don't have like a zeroed in figure here, we might be able to get that, is when those applications are submitted, they're not complete. We don't have all the materials that is requested, so we have to go back to the registrant or the applicant to ask for those materials until we have a complete application, at which point we go through the vetting and the issuance of the card.
Okay.
But I can certainly bring, like I said, we do have some of that licensing data, so I can bring average turnaround times, seasonally where we see peaks, volume, and I'll try to get as granular as possible.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Director Gunderson? Seeing none, I know we'll see you again on another bill and at work session on all of them. So thank you for being here today. Is there anyone else present who wishes to testify on this bill? Jared Bornstein is in the room. You can turn on your camera. You have the floor, sir. 3 minutes or less would really be appreciated. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazzo, and esteemed members of the VLA committee. I originally was not going to testify on this bill. I had all my testimony for the last bill. Just wanted to come in and kind of jump in. Just to be clear, I am in the neither for nor against category, but I am in support, and I do represent the Maine Cannabis Coalition, which strongly supports this bill. I just have some corrections to make, about this bill, especially around the tobacco licensing, and just some important points about why that that gap between 18 and 21 is so important to respect. First of all, if we were to move the age for cannabis, minors can still use cannabis. It's just a different qualifying procedure. So the difference here that we're talking about is, just imagine a 21-year-old or a 20-year-old patient who is at college or away from home and working, and has to go back home to their parent to have them buy their paraphernalia, whether it be their papers or whatever. I mean, that's just, it's onerous and it's unnecessary. And I tried to pull some stuff here real quick, in the 10 minutes that I've had. And there was a recent NIH study that's important to cite here. And it showed that teen vaping is down. This is all for 12th graders. From 20 to 21, it was down almost 10%, from 35% to 26%. Cannabis use has also gone down amongst 12th graders from 35% to 30%. But both of these are far below 12th graders' use of alcohol, which started at 55% in 2020 and remains around 47% in 2021. So, I mean, we're not talking about the worst harm to kids right now. By far, it's definitely alcohol. And so an important distinction to make here is there was some conversation about an edible versus a smokable combustible. You really need to understand, I guess, the application of medical cannabis. So let's just imagine that you're a cancer patient who's going through chemotherapy and you're 18 or 19 years old. You have no appetite. You can't eat an edible in order to, the cannabis is what is designed to give you an appetite so that you can eat. So logic doesn't stand that you can then eat an edible to then get an appetite. So it's important for them to have the avenue of being able to say, I'm going to take a hit off this joint. It's going to give me an appetite. I'm going to be able to go through my day a little bit more normally. So you have that 19-year-old cancer patient living away from home, and he has to call his mother or father, or she or her, to come bring them their cannabis and help them consume it. It creates barriers that we don't need to be creating for these people. We need to be encouraging them to use their medical cannabis how they see fit between their caregiver and provider. And I think that we need to remember that going through this committee hearing. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Borstein. Are there any questions from the committee? I see none. That report that you cited, is that in written testimony, or will you make sure that we have it in our hands for the work session?
Are you speaking of the NIH study?
Whichever you were reading from, yes.
Yeah, I can certainly send that out. I didn't, like I said, I did not prepare written testimony. I just put it together in about 5 minutes. So I'll make sure that gets sent around. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for being here today. Is there anyone else present who wishes to testify in any posture on LD 1728? Going once, going twice. I will close the public hearing on LD 1928. It is 7 minutes after 2. We're going to break until 2:30. Under the joint rules, the chair has the authority to limit testimony during the public hearing. So I'm going to take the opportunity to let everyone who is preparing to testify on our final public hearing that your testimony will be limited to 2 minutes, and it should address only the portions of the bill that you have not already testified about, because there are some overlapping provisions in LD 1948 from Senator Ned Claxton, which we will take up at 2:30. So in preparation for that, please adjust your testimony. And if you wish not to testify because you've already said enough for us today, that would be appreciated as well. So with that, we will go at ease until 2:30. Again, caucuses convene if you need to. Get yourself some lunch, rest your eyes, and we will return to our work at 2:30. It is 2:35, and if committee members have returned from their breaks, if you could turn on your cameras so we can continue. We're in the same meeting. We don't technically need a quorum, but it's nice to know that we have one if we do. I know that our attendees are looking for us to get moving. And Chairman Chiazzo, will you be able to chair this public hearing on LD 1928? Are you prepared to do that?
Sure.
Great. I would appreciate it if you would do that, sir. It took me longer to get my vittles than I had anticipated, and so I'm going to focus on that while we move into public hearing LD 1941. Thank you, sir.
Can I get a volunteer for a timekeeper though, please? Thank you, Representative McCready.
And it's 2 minutes. For the public.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, then I guess we'll get started. The quicker we get started, we'll hopefully be able to move through this one fairly quickly, but we will give every bill its due process like we always do. So welcome back, folks. We are going to step back into our regular schedule with the public hearing on LD 1948. And let me see, the bill sponsor is Senator Claxton. Let me see if he is there. Oops, let me move him in. Bear with me for a second, folks. I'm not used to driving, so it's going to take me a couple of minutes to get used to moving people around a little bit. So. Senator Claxton, are you there?
I am, but I'm not visible, but I'll continue if you would like.
We can hear, as long as you're okay with that, then we are absolutely fine with that. So you have the floor, sir, and you have unlimited time.
Thank you, sir. And out of respect for your committee being willing to take on the marijuana bills and appreciation for the work that you do, I have shortened my testimony as much as I can. So Chairs Hickman and Chiazzo, I'd like to introduce a new bill today. I appreciate the ongoing.
Senator Claxton, I think we've lost you.
Yeah, I got promoted and got into the wormhole. Now I'm out of the
Okay.
wormhole again.
Well, now we can hear you and see you. So whenever you are ready, sir.
Back amongst the living. I was in the process of explaining that I'm Senator Ned Claxton, represent Senate District 20, which includes Auburn, Poland, Minot, New Gloucester, and Mechanic Falls. And I am truly grateful that VLA has taken on the medical marijuana bills, especially after listening to the testimony so far today. I'd like to introduce LD 1948, which is an act to enhance access to, education regarding, and patient and community safety in Maine's marijuana programs. This bill is designed to address several problems. It helps patients be more informed and empowered and gives regulators tools to promote patient safety. Most significantly, this bill creates a batch number system to allow producers, retailers, consumers, and regulators to be able to recall or track products from garden to consumer. This proposal represents an alternative solution to the ones that you've heard a lot about today, and that I think would work for all parties. The producer of the medicine would attach a batch number to the label or packing slip, and that number would be reprinted on every label from there on to the consumer. Such a product need to be recalled. Regulators and the retailers can use the batch number to inform patients of the recall. Similar process plays out in many industries, and it works well. It avoids prohibitively costly electronic programs while giving everyone the ability to track the product through the market. Second, this bill removes some of the statutory language around minor patients being required to get a second opinion before they become certified patients. It is my understanding that this has not been the practice and not been enforced by the program, so it makes sense to remove unnecessary statute. Replacing this requirement, providers will be required to give the parents of minor patients off-hours contact information. Should there be any concerns about side effects or general questions for the provider, the parent can reach someone for help. Third, this bill requires that regulators release the sales data for the medical and adult use programs on a monthly basis. The original intent for this bill was to use the sales tax data to surmise the revenue of each program. However, the bill before you creates a reporting program for it. I and the group supporting this bill are open to amending this process and infrastructure to allow for sales tax data to be used. That could be less of a burden on everyone. And finally, this bill addresses a couple of patient access issues. It adds naturopathic doctors to the list of providers who can certify patients, and it also codifies the ability of patients and providers to access telehealth services to ensure patients access across the state to reach their provider. Overall, this bill is designed to increase patient safety, make the relationship between the patient, the provider, and the caregiver more fluid, while also promoting a positive relationship between the regulator and the regulated. I hope that this bill will bring all the stakeholders in the medical cannabis program together and create better access to this important medicine. Thank you for your time, and I will welcome any questions that you might have, although I suspect the details might better be answered by the people speaking after me.
Thank you, Senator Claxton. Any questions for the good senator while we have him here? All right, seeing none, thank you, sir, for your patience with us this afternoon. We appreciate you introducing this bill for us.
My thanks again to the committee for taking on marijuana bills.
Up next, there are a number of co-sponsors on this bill. So if there's anybody in the attendee room who is a co-sponsor or on this committee who wishes to speak, please raise your virtual hand and I will recognize you. All right, seeing no one, we will move on then to those speaking in favor of the bill. We will start with Mr. Barnett. And then he will be followed by Mr. Bornstein. And if you could, just a reminder, please adjust your comments to 2 minutes if possible, so that we can try and get through the volume of work we have today.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Hickman.
Representative Hymanson would like to testify on this bill.
Thank you for that. I will bring in Representative Hymanson and put her to the top of the list. So Mr. Barnett, if you could just defer for a second until we get the representative in and get her testimony, and that would be appreciated.
Hello again. I'm Representative Patty Hymanson. Representative Patty Hymanson, House District 4, York, Wells, Sanford, and Dunquit. And I just want to reiterate, because I gave testimony on this from the other bill, about telehealth, and that I would like you to think about the asymmetric, the asynchronous encounter, and understand more about that for children, if they're able to click into an online site that has a pop-up window that asks them to click on it if they're over 18, that is not the intent of keeping children away from cannabis. So I would just think about taking away the asynchronous encounter in telehealth. And that's what I had to say.
Thank you, Representative Hymanson. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your patience as well with us this afternoon. It's obviously, a very complex issue for sure. So thank you for that.
No, I've enjoyed listening to it.
Up next, Mr. Barnett, we'll go with you first, and he will be followed by Mr. Bornstein. So Mr. Barnett, if you could, just a reminder, please, I know you've been before us for every bill so far, but name where you're from and who you represent, if anyone, and 2 minutes, please, when you are ready, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mark Barnett, resident of Auburn, registered caregiver, owner of Higher Grounds in Portland, and executive chair of the Maine Craft Cannabis Association. I won the alphabet lottery today. Our group supports the passage of LD 1948, includes some minor but important updates to the program, definitions aimed at improving patient care, some specialty product manufacturing, and an alternative tracking mechanism, which I think is a very important discussion with this bill title, which I'm actually going to kind of refocus my comments from my written testimony a little bit around that, because some elements of this bill, as I mentioned, do relate to tracking. With an alternative to the sort of mandatory centralized electronic surveillance that we were told was essential earlier. It's an extremely hot button issue in the world of cannabis regulation. In fact, industry groups nationally are now pushing for non-centralized, non-mandatory tracking alternatives, because even the largest players in many markets are finding that they both stifle innovation, but also lead to significant issues of surveillance and market inefficiency. Of course, we know that certain interests would like us to have strictly controlling and possible to comply with ecosystem, and otherwise, all is doomed. But that scaremongering still hasn't been founded or supported by data, none that we've seen prevented. So, the key is that these tracking systems are actually designed to, thank you, Representative, to create an industrialized cannabis supply chain that no small business would ever set up in their own business. Generally, these things are, for the most part, you're looking at sales, you're looking at what products am I manufacturing, you're looking at recipes. Of course, that's not useless to the tracking service provider using a government to enforce a service monopoly for their highly lucrative services. And I would say that if there are any questions, particularly around the banking issue that was brought up earlier, I'd love to answer those since we have a very short window to present today. I think there was some misrepresentation on that. I've spoken with Seaport's chief compliance officer. That's who I bank with personally. They have their own solution that they'll be offering for caregivers. So I just wanted to say that we spent a lot of time last year considering ways to have alternatives, and that was asked for a lot
Barnett,
today. Yes.
Apologies, sir. I know 2 minutes goes way too fast, but if you could wrap up, please, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely. I just wanted to highlight all the work that was done last year to create some alternatives for what were some stated goals for the department, and that this bill represents the culmination of some of those efforts in addition to 1928. So hopefully this can be a great launch point for conversation around those issues.
Thank you, sir. And I see that you have submitted written testimony as well, so that will be helpful for us to reference as well. So any questions for Mr. Barnett from the committee? Representative Sabika.
Thank you. And I guess I apologize. It's not so much a question. Well, because Mr. Barnett referred to a question that came up in an earlier bill. So I guess it's not, I don't want to ask this question now, but I was wondering if you could just email the VLA what it is you're referring to, so we don't take time in this bill to kind of talk about the banking issue that you brought up. Does that make any sense? I feel like I'm not.
It does, and because tracking is in this bill, I did want to address that specifically because the alternative to metric, that we worked on is in this bill. So I do think it's relevant. I guess that's up to the chair. I'd be happy to just give a short summary of what conversations I've heard with our banker.
A short summary is fine, and whatever's relevant to this bill is helpful. So thank you.
Thank you for the question, Representative. And what occurred that's been referred to a few times today is that the national regulator for the credit unions, NCUA, has a new policy mandating certain new reporting requirements. So what those reporting requirements mandate is that you have some form of digital tracking of your sales and financing that you can make available in order to prevent money laundering, which in discussions with our bank, which is Seaport, and the chief compliance officer, I asked obviously some very pointed questions because that's something I'll have to deal with every day. Digital tracking is QuickBooks. It's accounting software. If your accounting software can justify the sales that you've made. So again, this isn't metric. There's no requirement for metric. It is a metric or a similar digital submission, because obviously these banks don't want to be handling massive reams of paperwork. And it's on a monthly basis. And at least in the case of Seaport, they're going to be designing their own portal so that these monthly sales only submissions can be made available to them for compliance. So it's really not as complicated as it sounds. There are a lot of people who are worried about it in the industry since they've been working primarily in cash, but it's not about mandatory track and trace. It's not about seed to sale. So I just wanted to clarify what I had heard from my own personal private business.
Thank you.
Again, thanks for that question.
Any other questions from the committee? So seeing none, I would just say, Mr. Barnett, I appreciate putting you in a difficult spot, asking you to testify on behalf of somebody else. So if there's something you could submit, you know, if someone from Seacoast is willing to put a you know, an affidavit or something together that you could submit written for the committee, that would be very helpful as well, please. Again, no pressure. They're not here in front of us. They're not compelled, but it would be nice to have something from, you know, on their letterhead with an outlining of what that program is, if they're capable of doing that, please.
Fully agree. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no questions for Mr. Barnett, thank you, sir, for spending your day with us. We appreciate that.
It's always a joy.
Next up, we have Mr. Bornstein. Welcome back. Again, please name, town you're from, who you're representing, if anyone, and please keep your comments to 2 minutes if possible. You may begin when you are ready, sir.
Thank you. My name is Jared Bornstein. I actually just moved to Skowhegan in Senator Farron's district, so happy about that. I represent the Maine Cannabis Coalition, and I'm here today to testify in support of LD 1948. I definitely have 3 minutes of testimony here, so I'm going to try to pick and choose the best parts. I'll just get right into the batch number system. First, this bill creates a batch number and labeling system, which solves a few problems. In short, the producer of a batch of cannabis would create and assign a batch number using the system outlined and attach it to that batch of cannabis. That number would follow the cannabis from farm to consumer. The batch number would be in one of two places at all times, either on the label or on a packing slip if the packaging is either too large or too small for a normal label. This addresses two main issues that proponents of track and trace regularly raise. First, it allows defective products to be recalled using the same method that many other industries already successfully use. And second, it could prevent diversion by providing investigators a means to see a product move through the market. This batch number and labeling system provides a low barrier, cost-effective, and efficient means to the track and trace problem, without an expensive, time-intensive, and internet-requiring computer program. And I will just say, you know, I'll echo everything Senator Claxton said. I'm definitely open to questions. I have two quick points. First, we are totally open to getting rid of the Monday morning reporting every week that this bill outlines. That was not our intent. It came back from the revisers like that, and kind of scratch my head on it, but totally support using tax data. Second, the Maine Cannabis Coalition is who I'm speaking for in this case. We would agree to Representative Hymanson's friendly amendment on the asynchronous telehealth visits. We think that for minor patients that it's important that they're speaking with their provider face-to-face. We also, there was an earlier comment about labeling for untested product. We almost put that into a bill this session, but we do support that. If a product is untested, stating that it's untested, we think is good patient access. So thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Bornstein, and thank you for your flexibility as always. Of course, anything you want to submit in writing, you know, we'll definitely take a look at that in more detail too.
Sure. You have that whole testimony in writing. I had to do it 2 different times though, so it's in there somewhere.
I appreciate your flexibility for sure. Any questions from the committee? All right, see none. Thank you, sir, for your time this afternoon. Up next, we'll go with, we're going to continue those speaking for. We will go with Eddie Duguay, and he will be followed by Arlie Kraus. So, Mr. Duguay, when you are ready, if you could unmute, turn your camera on. And just like last time, do I see him in here? He may have dropped off. So, oh, wait a minute. Nope, he's back in there. Let me bring him in. Did come through. Takes a while to get used to driving again, folks. Apologies for that. Here he comes. Mr. Duguay, are you there?
Yep, right here. I'm certainly in support of this legislation, but I hadn't intended on testifying for it, but I am certainly in support of it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, just for the record, if you would please name what a town you're from and who you represent, if anyone, please.
Sure. My name is Eddie Duguay. I live in Augusta, Maine, and I own a medical marijuana caregiver store in Hollowell. And I'm also a cultivator and a member of the Maine Cannabis Coalition. And I support this particular piece of legislation.
As a former legislator, I very much appreciate your brevity, sir. Any questions for Mr. Duguay from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you, sir. We will move on to Arlie Kraus, and she will be followed by Paul McCarrier. So Ms. Kraus, when you are ready, as usual, name, town you're from, who you represent, if anyone, and 2 minutes, if you would, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello. Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazzo, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. I am a registered cannabis caregiver, farmer, and business owner in Warren. I am a founding member of the Maine Craft Cannabis Association, a member of Seed to Health Learning Health Alliance, and the chair of the Adult and Medical Marijuana Committee for the town of Warren. I have been recently appointed to the Marijuana Advisory Commission as a caregiver representative, and I'm a member of the Cannabis Council of Maine. I have been a caregiver in Maine for over 10 years. I'm here today in support of LD 1948, an act to enhance access to education regarding and patient and community safety in Maine's marijuana programs. LD 1948 is a bill which would update necessary changes in current rules concerning definitions, which include telehealth services, batch number, tincture, medical provider, and more. Additionally, this bill strengthens the existing department rules by establishing requirements for a batch system, which includes identifiable numbers to be used on packaging. This is a system which is already in use in our state's produce industry and is proven to work extremely well for traceability and product recall if necessary. This bill also redefines requirements for medical providers who provide certifications for patients who are minors, and as in LD 1928, authorizes telehealth services for patients seeking medical marijuana certification. These are only a few essential pieces of this very important bill. I hope you will consider passing LD 1948. Thank you for your time today, and thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Kraus, for spending most of your day with us. We appreciate that. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Oh, sorry, Representative McCray. Apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Ms. Kraus. Can I just ask you if you agree with the suggestions around telehealth, free minors, labeling, which was mentioned, and use of tax data?
I am in agreement. I'm in agreement definitely with the recommendations for minors and telehealth. I don't see a problem with that. And I'm sorry, what was your other piece of that?
Mr. Bornstein had mentioned using tax data, not really intending that it'd be Monday morning reporting system, and the fine with labeling tested and untested.
Yes, we are all in agreement with that. And it's been great. We all work together pretty closely. So it's been really nice to have a sounding board to work all these issues off of with other industry leaders.
Thank you, Ms. Kraus. Any other questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none. Thank you again for your testimony. Up next, we have Paul McCarrier, and he will be followed by Susan Meehan. So welcome back, Mr. McCarrier. I think you know the drill by now, but just for the record, name, town you live in, who you represent, and 2 minutes if you would, please, sir.
My name is Paul T. McCarrier. I live in Monroe, Maine. I operate one mill in Belfast, Maine, which is a caregiver store. I was a member of the Office of Marijuana Policy's Office of Marijuana Policy's Medical Marijuana Work Group as a caregiver representative. I'm here just to support this bill because it shows that all members of Maine's cannabis community, patients and caregivers, are united around having good, sound policy that not only takes care of the public health and safety, but really looks out for the patients of Maine and makes sure that we have fair business regulations, which I think are a key part of anything moving forward with this industry. Costs are continuing to rise. Electricity is doubled for many. Fertilizer is doubled or more. And this is something that we're going to see across the board. When you consider any legislation going forward, I hope that you consider that people, patients, are going to need to be able to continue to access outdoor cultivated cannabis and greenhouse cultivated cannabis, as that is less energy intensive. It produces less pollution, generally better for the environment, and some would say a higher quality. But that will also be able to allow caregivers to keep the price lower and be able to keep the price affordable for patients. Because with the cost of everything going up, we think it's direly important that we keep in mind that the cost of medical cannabis for people needs to be reasonable when they're buying it through a taxed and regulated marketplace. Finally, I am testifying in support of this bill because all of us are united as caregivers and patients, and we stand in solidarity with one another. And I just want to make sure that the committee sees that. Thank you very much. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. McCarrier. Any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, sir. We appreciate your time this afternoon and most of today as well. Up next, we'll have Susan Meehan, and she will be followed by Amber Patterson. So again, Ms. Meehan, name, town you're from, who you represent, if anyone, and 2 minutes, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Susan Meehan, and I am chairperson of Maine Cannabis Coalition, and I live in Sweden, Maine. As a person who helped draft the concepts of this bill with Dr. Senator Claxton with the Maine Cannabis Coalition, I support LD 1948. In 2015, my late daughter, Cindy Mae, was a patient in Tufts in Boston. Access to telemedicine, even to recertify, was murky at the time. Her card expired while inpatient in the Boston hospital that honored her card by reciprocity after a scary meeting with the hospital board and its attorneys. Dr. Sulak came to Boston to her patient room to visit Cindy Mae and recertify her. We needed the hospital for hydration and respiratory support, but even the doctors and the boardroom full of suits that I faced knew without a doubt that Cindy Mae would not live without the only medicine that ever stopped her seizures, her THC rescue medicine and her THCA daily medicine. In the 2021 rule proposal, OMP rules threatened access to telemedicine. We cannot risk that this will be outruled in this program. This is an emergency. We are still amid a pandemic.
Ms. Meehan, I'm sorry, if you can hear us, we just lost your audio. Ms. Meehan?
The pediatric patients require
Ms. Meehan?
synchronous. Yes.
Apologies. I mean, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We lost your audio for about 30 seconds in there. So 15 or so seconds, sorry. So if you could just continue through with your testimony. I'll give you a little extra time. If there's questions, we'll follow up if that's okay.
Okay. So this bill guarantees telemedicine access that can't be outruled. And I am in support of Representative Hymanson's suggestion that this access must be synchronous for pediatric patients. Excellent point. I'm going to leave out my testimony on batch numbers here. I will submit written testimony, but I think it's been well covered. The other thing that I want to point out is the important changes to Maine statutes regarding certification of pediatric patients. This is absolutely critical to lawmakers, citizens, doctors, patients, and parents in Maine. For years, I'm not sure if it's 8 years, 10 years, maybe more, Maine has not followed statute when certifying pediatric patients. The Cole memo only protects one from prosecution if they are following the laws of their own state. LD 1948 simplifies the process in a manner truer to how it's actually.
I think we have an unstable internet connection, unfortunately. We'll give Ms. Meehan a couple of seconds to try and recover that if possible.
But when one of our kids is in an emergency situation, this phone call can help keep matters out of CPS hands. It can help doctors not accustomed to marijuana as medicine properly treat a child in an emergency, and most important, keep the patient safe. The absorption rate and efficacy of many medicines are altered by cannabis, which can act as an agitator or an inhibitor in the liver enzyme channels, and children are far more sensitive to medication levels than are adults. I have firsthand experience in medication overdose from doctors not listening to me about this, with my child requiring less medicine than most counterparts her size due to her cannabis. I ask that you please support LD 1948 to ensure patient safety in Maine, and I'm happy to answer any questions as a co-author of the bill.
Thank you, Ms. Meehan. Any questions from the committee? I know we lost a little bit of audio in there, so if there are any questions, now would be a good time. And Ms. Meehan, you said you are submitting this in writing?
I will.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you. All right, seeing no questions, thank you again for your time this afternoon.
Thank you.
Up next, we'll have Amber Patterson, and she will be followed by Brian Patterson. So, Ms. Patterson, when you are ready, again, I know this is an old hat for you guys, but name, town you're from, who you represent, if anyone, and 2 minutes when you are ready.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys taking your time to hear us. My name is Amber Patterson. I'm a caregiver in Fayette, Maine. I'm also a caregiver assistant at the Honeycomb Farm in Wilton, Maine. I just wanted to touch on the batch numbers specifically. We already utilize batch numbers. However, I do agree that having a uniform batch number that everybody's utilizing in the industry would be a great alternative to the metric, track, and trace specific for what they're looking for public health and safety. When we talk about public health and safety, the biggest thing is being able to recall any bad batches, just like you would with Kraft macaroni and cheese or something. So I just want to say that I'm in support of this bill. I'm really, really grateful that everybody took the time to put in on this and get the legislation moving forward.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Thank you for your testimony this afternoon.
Yep. Have a good day.
Thank you, you as well. Up next, we'll hear from Brian Patterson, and he will be followed by Siobhan Scott. I don't see Siobhan in the waiting room, so we will go to Michael Wilson next. So, Mr. Patterson, when you are ready, sir, name, town you're from, who you represent, if anyone, and 2 minutes.
Hello, I'm Brian Patterson. I'm the owner of the Honeycomb Farm in Wilton, Maine. I'm a voter in Kennebec County, and okay, can you step away for a second? Sorry, I'm also a father, so I just write in support of this bill. I am glad, just like Amber said just before me, that you guys are that some people are taking the time to create batch number, the LD. Sorry, I'm in support of the bill, and that's all I gotta say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. Duty definitely calls 24/7.
Yes.
So.
All right. Have a good day.
Much appreciated, sir. And I know if you get a chance, please throw something in writing and get it to us too, so that we can reference it when we have our work session. That would be helpful as well.
I definitely will. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Up next, we have Mr. Wilson. If you are present, sir, there you are. Excellent. Same as usual. Name, town, who you represent, and 2 minutes, if you would, please, sir. And if you have interruptions, we'll do our best to accommodate. So.
Okay. Mike Wilson. I live in Portland, Maine. My business is Maine Craft Cannabis. I'm a cultivator. I'm going to keep it real brief on this one. I support this bill as well, and I just had a couple technical things that I think could be added to it to make it a little better. The batch number system, I really like that. I think there just needs to add a definition to the word batch too, so that when people are creating their batches to put batch numbers on, there's some sort of consistency to that. Like, could a batch be everything harvested one day, or is it by strain or whatever? Also in that same section, section 1, the word "or" on the second to last line there, I think that was confusing. I don't remember why. Yeah, it sounds like either or could put a batch number on it, but I think it should be specific who does what in what case. I think the batch number should probably come from the person that harvested it, and then maybe as that person, if someone manufactures it from there, they should do a separate batch number or something, but it was confusing to me. The definition of packing slip, I think it's kind of against common definition, but if you want to define it that way, that's fine. But then in the wholesale thing, it says that harvested marijuana transferred in a wholesale transaction must be accompanied by a packing slip. So if there's several batches in there, would you just have like a whole bunch of different packing slips? And essentially, I think that's covered by an invoice. If you had an invoice which detailed everything that was in there, and then all of the batches actually had stickers on them, I think it's just maybe a different way to word that would be more clear and easy for people to use. I agree with the idea of all of this, though. And then the last thing is the sales reporting on the second Monday of each month. I think people already spoke about this, but I think that's clunky as well. Our reporting is due on the 15th of every month for the sales tax thing anyway. So one of my thoughts was, can we just make a PDF of that and then send that over somewhere or something like that? And I think that's already been brought up. That's it. I'll defer my time or whatever it's called, I guess. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, and again, I know it can be burdensome, but all great points that you brought up. If you could get that in writing to us and get it posted on our website, we can.
When is that due by? When would you like that?
Yeah, we haven't scheduled a work session yet, so you'll have at least a week probably before we do anything. So yeah, and you can submit that at any time through the electronic portal. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. That concludes those signing up to speak for LD 1948. I see two people in the attendee room with their hands raised, so I'm assuming they're going to want to testify in favor. So I will bring in Mr. Derek Shirley first, and he will be followed by Mr. Asher Putterman. Give them a second to come through the wormhole. Mr. Shirley, welcome again. I think you know the routine. Name, town,
yes,
who you represent, and 2 minutes if you would, please, sir.
I'll be quick. Hi, my name is Derek Shirley from Gray, Maine. I'm a patient, podcast host, proud felon for 4 ounces of cannabis, and a board member of the Maine Cannabis Coalition. I support LD 1948 because I believe it truly does have the best interest for local caregivers and patients in mind. For example, I think the batch number system is a great idea. I think it's a fair middle ground between caregivers of all sizes and answering the demands of OMP. Obviously, if there was a recall needed for patient safety, this also makes it possible without using electronic trace and track services that a majority of caregivers were worried about last session and proposed rules. This bill also, I think, is fair for people to report this number system or the numbers monthly. I think that's fair to see how the medical is lining up on a regular basis. I also believe that with this moving forward, I think it is a good idea. Even though I don't need medical testing or flower testing, I do support the idea of letting people know if it's tested or not. Just because it's not good for me doesn't mean it's not good for everyone. As hard-headed as I seem, I do respect other people's needs and wants. So I won't take up any more time. Thank you for listening today.
Thank you, Mr. Shirley. And again, if I know it's cumbersome, but any remarks you can submit in writing will certainly help us during our work session too. So any questions for Mr. Shirley while we have him here? All right, see none. Thank you, sir, for your time today. And then finally, I think we have there's Mr. Putterman. So thank you for joining us again, Mr. Putterman. Name, town, who you represent, and 2 minutes, please, sir, when you are ready.
Thank you, everybody, for hanging in here. My name is Asher Putterman, Warren, Maine, caregiver and patient, and my wife and I also operate a small farm that grows cut flowers and vegetables. I'm in support of LD 1948. It begins the development of batch labeling, which is a great way to track agricultural products as they go out to ancillary businesses. This is a similar system as is used by agricultural businesses to currently track agricultural products that may require a recall at some point. Sorry, I lost my spot on my notes. This is similar to how farms track food that is sent to grocers and is similar to the systems we use to track cut flowers that go out to forests. If we have a crop of lilies, for example, that gets contaminated with botrytis, we then need to follow up with others that purchase lilies from the same batch to ensure their products do not have any problems. Often with flowers, like this happens in the root zone and you don't quite notice it till the flower opens, and we often sell them in tight buds. So similar to what would happen with cannabis with mold. On farms, we keep track of many of these things, but having to do this on an online portal that must be paid for with limits on how and when to file can be a real burden for a small farm. We track these things currently on our farm on paper usually, and with Excel if we have the time to enter the data before the season's over. This also clarifies some issues around medical providers that will allow greater access and support to medical patients within the state. It also puts some requirements on OMP and their responsibility to report thoroughly and on time relevant data that they are collecting and able to collect about the market. This data, which is often late, is provided, if provided at all, has regularly been requested by the legislature as well as by those operating in the market, and would be very helpful in regards to understanding business sizes, market factors, and associated costs to small businesses. This would all be very integral to developing further rulemaking for such a large and diverse industry. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Putterman. We always appreciate your time. I know it's at a premium. So any questions for Mr. Putterman while we have him here? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all for your time.
Last but not least, we have Stephen Robinson, who is in the attendee room. And Mr. Robinson, when you are ready, sir, your name, town, who you represent, if anyone, and 2 minutes would be greatly appreciated, sir.
Thanks, Chairman Caso. It's good to be back again. I'm generally in favor of LD 1948. The only thing I'd like to see is some refinement to take into account the small growers like us. We sell pretty much all of our products directly to consumers. We have very limited wholesale. So for us, people deal with us directly. And so adding batch numbers is not really going to help on the recall side. If we have a problem batch, we haven't ever had a problem with any product that we've delivered to a customer. But if we did, we could tell who else has had that product, because we only grow one crop a year. And so all of the strain within that particular crop, if it's uniform, it gets put together in the same batch. So some flexibility about the batch numbers. I noticed it talked about the batch number being created on the day it was harvested. And we don't separate the plants that well. We might harvest one strain over the course of a 2-week period, getting the plants when they're at the right time. So I think some flexibility on the batch number where it makes sense. I think it's fine. If I was selling product to somebody else, I'd want to have a number on there that they could trace and track and know where it came from. But our name's on the package, and if anybody has a problem with the package, they feel free to call us, and we can identify the problem, trace it down, and we track all of our sales on our own spreadsheet, so we can find who else has had that similar product. The other aspect I'd like to talk about is the sales data reporting. The sales tax is already reported. It goes to the same people. I would think that we could use that sales data rather than creating yet another report for us to fill in. I don't mind doing the sales tax. That's our obligation, and it's useful data, but creating another form that's parallel to that would just be a lot of work for no apparent purpose. Thanks very much for your work, and I will submit comments on both this and the earlier bill as well.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. And my apologies. I see you listed as neither for nor against, so I didn't know if you'd like to change your position to support. Not necessary, but it's entirely up to you. So I jumped the gun a little bit. I saw your hand in the attendee room, so
I couldn't figure out which one I was. If it's revised a little bit, I could totally support it. If it's not revised at all, I'd be opposed.
I understand completely.
If I can just take a quick second on that assistance card, just the numbers of cards that people are talking about. I am an assistant to my brother and to my son. My brother and my son are assistants to me, and we're all cross assistants to each other. If you had a single assistant card for that, you'd cut down the number of applications by 6, just in our small business. So I think that single card for assistance really makes a lot of sense.
Thank you for that comment, sir. Any questions for Mr. Robinson from the committee? All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all.
That concluded our speaking for and entered a little bit into the neither for nor against. So if there's anybody else in the attendee room that wishes to speak in favor of LD 1948, feel free to raise your hand now, and I will bring you back in. Otherwise, we will move on to neither for nor against. And I didn't see anybody other than Representative Hymanson speaking against. So if anybody wishes to speak against also, please raise your hand now, and we will bring you into the waiting room, or excuse me, into the panelist room. Okay, seeing none, then we will move on. Mr. Stephen Maisalati, and I apologize, I should probably know the right way to pronounce that. But if I did not get that right, then please correct me. I'm very cognizant of that. And I think I brought him in, but I don't see him on the screen. So there he is. He's on the attendee. It likes to move around a little bit. So bear with me for a second. Up to panelists. So Karen, it doesn't seem to be responding to me to promote him. Is it possible for you to bring him in, please? Thank you.
It's always possible that he's just not at his seat watching us at the moment as well.
Well, I see him on our screen, but I also see him listed in the attendees. So I don't see him in our panelists list, but I see him on our screen. So Mr. Misalati, if you're there and you can hear us, I'll let you go. I'll let you start. If not, then we can move on to Director Gunderson and come back to you afterwards. So Director Gunderson, I don't see Mr. Misalati, and I hope I'm pronouncing his name the right way, coming in. So Director Gunderson, when you're ready, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you. And I slimmed down my testimony. I apologize for the pace that I'm about to go through some of this, but Eric Gunderson, Director of OMP, and before you today to provide testimony on behalf of our office, neither for nor against 1948. This bill addresses issues identified by our office and discussed at length with the Medical Marijuana Working Group, challenges related to the certification and care of pediatric patients. The proposed change appears to address the most pressing issues. Specifically, it strikes the requirement that pediatric patients have a qualifying condition or receive a separate opinion as conditions of certification. It also requires certifying providers to be available for questions regarding formulation and dosing of pediatric patients. To be clear, OMP does not have the authority to enforce the continuation of care requirements. It's important that this committee understand that access to certified providers, especially those who issue thousands upon thousands of patient certifications a year after a 5-minute online consultation, is an issue we heard about loud and clear from our working group members. Clarity on this front, what is expected, would be helpful as we work with conflicting statute and opinions. The bill seeks to modify the reporting requirements applicable to both marijuana program participants in the department in a manner that's simply not feasible without a centralized reporting tool, such as inventory tracking. Section 16 of this bill, the department to produce monthly reports of adult use marijuana retail sales information, is something our office is already doing because that data is readily available through the state's inventory tracking system. The state data does not exist in our medical program. The same data does not exist in the medical program, and this bill will not change that. Absent a centralized system, there's no way for this information to be collected, reported, and analyzed with any confidence. As we noted, our office needs clear direction from the legislature regarding what information is important for our office to collect and report on, and clarity how we're actually supposed to collect that information. The mechanism identified in this bill will continue to make real-time accurate reporting of medical program unachievable. Finally, just a note about the batch tracking. If done properly, and we certainly have a lot of questions in there, numerous variables that would have to be considered in order for it to be done properly. You could probably get to a place where recall scenarios might be achievable, but certainly not in real time or as quick as some might like. However, other benefits inherent in inventory tracking would not be realized or addressed in version to version testing, verification, whatnot. Thank you, and I know I'm over time.
Thank you, Director Gunnison. We're nothing if we're not flexible, sir. So I appreciate you adapting your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Senator Hickman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director, would you be able to present those reports that the statute recommends by downloading or uploading, whichever word you prefer, the data from the sales tax forms that are presented by the caregivers every month to Maine Revenue? If they were to take that same data or copy it into a PDF file, send it over to the department, would you be able to keep track of those wholesale and retail sales with that method?
I think that would probably be a good question for both OMP and MRS of how that would work. I don't believe they have any wholesale numbers because there's no wholesale tax in the medical program. But again, great question for MRS. And I would imagine just the sheer number, sheer volume of data that would go back and forth for some of the requirements would require some type of customized build out from OMP. So that's where it gets a little bit more complicated as well. But that's certainly something you might want to ask Maine Revenue Services, or I could even ask my counterpart over there if that's something that's feasible.
Yeah, I mean, when you fill out that form, you still have to report your sales, all of them, and then you pay taxes on the ones that you're required to pay taxes on. So a simple subtraction would tell you what's wholesale and what's retail, because you're paying retail taxes, but you're not paying wholesale taxes, but you have to report all of your sales in that period of time. It's true for anything, even food. You sell food that doesn't get a tax, you don't have to report the tax, but you certainly have to report the sale of the food that is non-taxable. But if your department could, for the work session, let us know if you would be able to take that report that a caregiver would copy to you or create a PDF file from and send it to you for your records, then you could see what their sales are within a month. It would seem that you would be able to produce that reporting back to the legislature from those documents. See you at the work session. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, any questions for Director Gunnison? All right, seeing none. Thank you, sir, for your time this afternoon. We'll see you at the work session for sure. That concludes our list of those wishing to, who signed up and had wished to speak for LD 1948. I will make one last appeal to those in the attendee waiting room. If anybody would like to speak in any position on LD 1948, please raise your virtual hand now if you haven't spoken already, and we will recognize you at this time. Okay, seeing none, then we will close the public hearing on LD 1948, and I will return the gavel to my distinguished colleague, Senator Hickman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And with that, we will move directly into work session. I will open the work session on LD 1779. An act to protect election integrity by regulating possession of ballots and voting machines and devices. Good afternoon, Janet.
Hello. I just wanted to remind you that there is a pending motion on the floor from the first work session, and it was a motion by Representative Chiazzo, seconded by Senator Miramont, which would apply the chain of custody requirements that are set forth in Section 1 of the bill to unused, unsealed absentee and regular ballots that are stored in a separate container. That was at the request of the Deputy Secretary of State. It would also make the technical changes that are proposed in the bill analysis, which I could summarize for you quickly. The first is the chain of custody requirements, make it a little clearer that the intent of the bill is that those chain of custody requirements apply to municipal election materials because those are in a separate container. So just make it clear which containers it applies to. Also to clarify that those requirements apply until the contents of the containers are destroyed, not just the unused ballots. And that's because there are various types of materials in those containers. And you just want to make sure that you keep the chain of custody until everything has been destroyed. The third thing was to clarify the authority, despite the chain of custody requirements, to clarify the authority of the municipal clerk or the Secretary of State to transfer, well, the municipal clerk in this sense, to transfer the container contents to the Secretary of State's office for ranked choice voting. And that could be done by as Secretary of State Bellows suggested, making it clear that if rules authorize the transfer of ballots for a purpose, that those rules are sufficient to allow the municipal clerk to transfer the containers or their contents, and then clarifying the authority to transfer for a presidential election recount, and that could be done by a simple amendment to the recount statute, which talks about transferring the ballots for every kind of recount except a presidential election. And then the last technical issue I think I can best describe by sharing the actual contents of the bill with you, if you will indulge me.
We will.
I'm going to get to the contents of the bill in an odd way. Oops, that's the wrong bill. 1779. I know I linked it on the bill analysis, so I'll just get to it that way. Yeah. So Section 2 of the bill amends a statute that talks about the ability of the clerk or the Secretary of State to transfer ballots to the governor, either branch of the legislature, or a court, because those entities might have authority under the law or the Constitution to inspect the ballots to make sure that the right person has been named as the person who was elected. And I'm going to blow this up a little. The first sentence clarifies that the original ballots that are produced have to remain in the sole custody of the recipient under this section. And then the second sentence says that inspection of the ballots must be subject to oversight by a public official authorized by law to inspect the ballots. And through the discussion at the work session, there aren't separate public officials authorized by law to inspect ballots. The public officials we're talking about are the governor, people in either branch of the legislature who are conducting these examinations of the ballots to ensure that the right person has been declared the winner of a legislative race, or the court if there's a court challenge. So the proposal, the technical amendment, was to just strike this second sentence. After the work session, I was thinking about this. If that gives anyone pause, that's what the motion was, I think, to do what I had said in the technical amendment. If that gives anyone pause because it might be getting rid of something very important in this sentence, I thought about it, and you could say up here in this first sentence that original ballots produced under this section must remain in the custody. I would get rid of sole because there's more than one person, like if you have the whole legislature having custody. Must remain in the custody of the requester, comma, this would be new, including during any inspection of the original ballots, comma, that would be the end of the new part, and then until the rest of the sentence, if you feel like it's important to capture what this second sentence was doing. I think it's included in the language that's already there, but obviously there was a concern that caused people to draft this sentence, and I don't want to be dismissive of it by just saying, get rid of the second sentence, because maybe you really don't want to. So that's the status where we are. That's the pending motion on the table.
Got it. So the pending motion strikes the sentence, and you are recommending that we incorporate the idea of that sentence in a different way with a clause separated by commas.
If you feel like it's important to make sure that that's stated. I don't think you need to, but I don't want to be dismissive of the concern. So I think it could be, you could make sure all the belts and suspenders and clips, to borrow language from last year, are there if you add that phrase.
Thank you. I see Secretary Bellows is here, and so I will just turn the question over to her. Welcome, Secretary Bellows. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazzo, members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. I am Secretary of State Shanna Bellows and a resident of Manchester. And I think that that second sentence, if it I think the intent was that there would be oversight by the Secretary of State's office or the clerk, so that there would be a role for some oversight during that inspection of the ballot process by the requester. And that traditionally is what has happened, even though it's not provided for in statute. So for example, the last time the Senate reviewed ballots for purposes of a recount, actually, Deputy Secretary of State Julie Flynn brought the ballots to the Senate. The Senate reviewed the ballots in the presence of Deputy Secretary Flynn, who had eyes on to ensure the chain of custody was not broken.
Okay. So Janet, does your suggestion contemplate that? Or would we just need to keep the sentence there and make it clear which public officials the secretary is referring to that would be overseeing the inspection of the ballots?
I think the second, I think if Representative Chiazzo wants to address that, he could change his proposed motion to clarify in that second sentence, keep it and clarify that that would mean the Secretary of State or the municipal clerk.
Okay.
If I'm understanding the Secretary's position.
That's what it sounds like she's saying to me as well. So Representative Chiazzo, would you amend your motion to clarify the second sentence to include listing the Secretary of State or the clerk as the public officials who would be overseeing the inspection of those ballots in their custody?
I am amenable to changing the motion to reflect that, yes.
And who seconded that motion?
Senator Miramont.
Senator Miramont, would you be amenable to amending your second, if that, okay? So that is now the motion to clarify the second sentence instead of striking it or including it in some phrase separated by commas. Is there any discussion from the committee on the motion in front of us? Representative Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to say I'll likely be voting against the motion. When we had gone through sort of the past and current law last week, it seems like the chain of custody is already in statute. So I think that we're adding something that I'm not sure why we're adding it outside of, I guess something happened in another state. So the chain of custody is in current law. No need to create laws that already exist. Thanks.
Representative Doloff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I was almost going to say the same thing that Representative Corey said. Has there been problem? I mean, if it's been working, what do we need to fix? If somebody could answer that, because we already have it already outlined and there hasn't been any issues. And unless somebody can convince me that we absolutely need this, I will have to vote no.
Thank you, Representative. Any other comments from the committee? Questions? The committee is ready for the question. Karen, please call the roll.
Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Senator Hickman. Yay. Senator Miramont.
Yay.
Senator Miramont. Yay. Senator Farren.
No.
Senator Farren. No. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo. Yes. Representative McCrate.
Yes.
Representative McCrate. Yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley. Yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika. Yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood. Yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes. No. Excuse me. No.
Representative Kinney. No. Representative Harrington.
No.
Representative Harrington. No. Representative Corey.
No.
Representative Corey. No. Representative Dolph.
No.
Representative Dolph. No. 7 voted in favor of the motion. 5 voted opposed the motion and 0 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Karen. 7 members voting in favor, 5 members opposed. The motion carries. I will close the work session on LD 1779, and I will ask, before I completely close, what is the minority report? Senator Farren, ought not to pass?
Ought not to pass, please.
Is that true for everyone else? Yes, ought not to pass. So I will close, again, the work session on LD 1779. We will have language review to make sure that all of our intentions are caught in the drafting of the final amendment. And with that, I will open up the work session on LD 1821, an act to make interfering with an election official a Class C crime, presented by Representative White of Waterville. I believe there's also a motion before us on this legislation, and Janet, can you please walk us through that?
There isn't a motion as such, but there has been an amendment proposed by you. Would you like me?
I thought that there was a motion ought to pass as amended before there was a no, there's a motion ought not to pass on this bill by Representative Corey,
yes.
I believe.
I apologize.
Seconded by Representative Doloff, perhaps?
Let me double check. I don't have that written down. I had Representative Corey mentioning what he might propose in an amendment, and then it was tabled.
Okay, maybe I'm confusing this with another bill. So we'll just forget what I said. And Janet, welcome. Representative Kenny?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm with you on this one. I think there is a motion on the floor, and when Representative Corey mentioned he would amend it further, I believe there's an ought to pass possibly as amended.
Yeah, I know that I'm confusing this with another bill. So I know that I'm confusing. I know the bill that I'm confusing it with. So we will go with what Janet has in her notes. And we'll just go from there. And Representative Corey?
And Janet, read what she has in her notes just so that we understand what this is. We may need to caucus this. We didn't have time to caucus it in between the short recesses for the during the public hearing.
Yeah.
Sure. I wasn't clear. I had written proposed amendment and circled it and highlighting, but I wasn't clear if it was made as a proposed, like a motion, or if it was just you discussing your proposal. But what I wrote down was that you would want to include training on potential criminal law violations and de-escalation techniques, and when to refer to law enforcement, and include that in training to election officials. You would want to require the Secretary of State to engage in public education campaign on election worker roles and potential crimes that would be committed at the polls. For example, this potential crime of threatening, harassing election workers. And then you would want the Secretary of State to also maintain on her now, but the Secretary of State in the future's publicly available website, these materials. So this public education material on the role of election workers, and then any potential crimes for threatening or harassing them.
And so I do remember that being a suggestion, and we were going to vote on something, but I asked for us to not because I needed more time. So Representative Chiazzo has a question, and I do have an amendment to propose for the committee's consideration that you all should have received already.
Not a question, Mr. Chair. I just recall making the motion ought to pass as amended on this right out of the gate.
That's what I thought. So
I apologize. I don't remember who seconded it though.
Yes,
it was Representative Riley.
Yes, that's the other page in my notes. You went farther back. And so your proposed motion, I apologize for missing it, on page 3 out of 6 of my notes. And that was to add clarity that municipal clerk and registrars were included in the types of election officials that could be potential victims of this crime, instead of using, this was CLAC's recommendation, basically to not use the phrase public official, which interestingly enough, CLAC proposed not using, but that phrase is actually defined in Title 21A. But in any case, your proposal, Representative Chiazzo, was to make it clear that we're talking about the election officials everybody traditionally thinks of, the election clerks, the wardens, and everyone else, as well as the municipal clerk and the registrar.
Perfect. So now that we know where we are, there is a motion on the floor, ought to pass as amended. We do not have to take that vote just yet because I have written and drafted with the input of the clerks and the Secretary of State an amendment to the bill. And I would ask for Janet to share that on her screen and just walk through what it is. And the secretary is here to answer questions, and so is the bill sponsor.
Just one sec
Thank you, no problem.
to get the right screen. So this is Senator Hickman's proposed amendment. As you'll see here, it changes the title to an act to protect public election officials. It changes the cross-reference here because, as you'll see, the crime of, I'm going to move down for a second, the crime of intentionally interfering by force, violence, or intimidation, or by any physical act with any public official who is in fact performing, or the person believes is performing, an official function related to a federal, state, or municipal election. That's the crime proposed in the bill. You'll see that that's moved from subsection 3 of section 674, which is where you list class C crimes, and it's moved to subsection 2, which is where class D crimes are listed. So this is in effect changing that from a proposed class C offense to a proposed class D offense. So that's why that subsection cross-reference is changed. That's why you no longer need sections 2 and 3, because those are just fixing the list and where the or appears in the list for the class C crimes. So those are gone. There's an amendment to the phrase, the definition of the phrase public official. That is the phrase used as the potential victims of this crime. And so this is the definition that's already in the election laws, and it would clarify that it includes election officials who are already defined as the warden, deputy warden, and so forth, as well as municipal clerks and registrars. There's also a training requirement. So under current law, the Register of Voters has to attend a training session at least once every 2 years from the Secretary of State, and the amendment would clarify that included in that training, not the only part, but included in that training would be training on de-escalation of conflicts, as well as a new process for reporting threats to or harassment of public officials that's related to the conduct of elections to the Secretary of State. Those same required elements of training would apply to the training for municipal clerks, which is here in this section 4 of the proposed amendment. Again, this training is provided to municipal clerks currently. These would be 2 elements of the training. They don't cover all of the training. They're just the required contents of that training. And then the last part of the proposed amendment directs the Secretary of State to accept and maintain a record of any reports of threats to or harassment of public officials that are related to the conduct of elections in the state. And the Secretary of State is directed to adopt routine technical rules about how you file those reports. And again, as mentioned before, the Secretary of State has to give the municipal clerk and the Registrar of Voters information on that during their trainings. And then also a requirement that the Secretary of State then report any of these threats that have been compiled to this committee on an annual basis.
And it's important to note, if you haven't already said it, Janet, that this amendment keeps the violation a Class D crime and simply puts it in Title 21A under the authority of the Office of the Attorney General.
Right, so that's this changing to subsection 2. It moves it from a Class C, which was proposed in the bill, to a Class D, and that's similar to the existing offense that was deemed analogous, and that already is a Class D offense.
Thank you for summarizing this amendment wonderfully. Are there any questions from the committee? Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, that substantially changes the, or I should say substantially, significantly changes the intent of the initial bill that I motion to approve as amended. So I would like to hear from the clerks, if possible. I think Mrs. Du Bois is in the waiting room. I would like to bring her in.
I will bring the clerks in 1 second, but I'll first just turn to the committee who have questions about the amendment first. Representative Corey, followed by Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I like the amendment outside of moving stuff to 21A. I still feel like this is something that belongs in 17A. I went and I looked at sort of how authority is given to AGs for different types of crimes and exactly what kind of crimes AGs tend to prosecute. I do know that, you know, within 21A section 33, that's where we actually transfer or give that power to prosecute 21A crimes to AGs. And I know DAs can step up and do those if they want to. I still feel like DAs and local police departments are closer to where these crimes actually sort of happen. You know, when I think about violence, force, you know, intimidation, and sort of the resulting, you know, actions, you know, these are things that local police departments and local DAs deal with every day, and not so much things that the AG deals with every day. I think a good way to you know, think of the AG or the Attorney General is that, you know, outside of murder, which, you know, they're given, you know, the ability to prosecute, and that is a kind of a local crime in Title 5, Section 199 and Section 200. I think that, you know, the other crimes that, or at least local crimes that the AG prosecutes, you know, happen through MOUs with local, you know, with DAs, with county DAs. So, I mean, if, you know, county DAs wanted to create MOUs with the AG, you know, regarding, you know, this specific crime, I think that that would actually make a lot of sense. But moving this to 21A, I worry that, you know, local police forces and the DAs are much more familiar with the crimes that are kind of sitting within their title of law. And I think to move this crime over from, you know, that title to another title doesn't make a lot of sense. So that's kind of my thoughts on that. You know, otherwise I like the amendment. I just don't like moving the crime over from 17A to 21A for the reasons I've given. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative Corey. Janet, is it true that if we move it and put it in 21A, that it doesn't prohibit local law enforcement from investigating or prosecuting the crime?
Yes, I think I understand your question. Let me answer it, see if I got it right. Under Title 21A, Section 33, which requires the Attorney General to designate an Assistant Attorney General to investigate and prosecute violations of the election laws, there is a sentence that specifically says that doesn't stop the local district attorney from investigating and prosecuting those offenses. Is that what you were asking?
That is what I'm asking.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure that there was clarity about that for Representative Corey. I mean, I understand what he's saying, but the law almost catches itself. And so even by making an exception to this in 17A and putting it in 21A, there's still another provision of statute that would allow for local law enforcement, the local district attorney, to investigate and prosecute this crime as well. And I just wanted to make sure that was clear to Representative Corey and the rest of the committee. Representative Kenny.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm having trouble. That's why I'm on here twice, because I'm trying to see the big screen for Janet's stuff, and I'm looking on my phone right now for actual Zoom. My camera's not working on my computer. But I agree with Representative Corey, and the question may be addressed with what you just asked, Mr. Chair, about moving into 21A versus 17A. But I also realize that this probably will go through anyway. But I have concerns on that law enforcement side, local law enforcement. And I was reading the under 7A, Section 4, 21A, about training. And the training must include not limited to training on de-escalation of conflicts, process for reporting threats to or harassment of public officials related to the conduct of. So to the Secretary of State, I want to make sure they're still also reporting to local law enforcement, because the Secretary of State's part, that the department that has law enforcement is the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, not the Department of Elections. So I want to make sure that law enforcement is notified, because I just don't see how even the AG's office could prosecute something without law enforcement being involved.
Secretary Bellows, would you like to address that question or concern from Representative Kinney, since you're here? Thank you.
Absolutely. And I think it's important to keep in mind that this bill originated with the clerks, who are asking for a higher level of oversight and collaboration and support from the state for threats against the clerks, which they see as threats against themselves as people, but also threats against the elections. So absolutely, I think the first person, every clerk who's experienced this, and there were 2 in 2021 called, were their local law enforcement. We also received calls, and I think that's where the reporting and documentation is going to be so important moving forward. I think that's an excellent idea. In terms of the training, while you're correct, the law enforcement division that is within the Department of Secretary of State is specific to BMV crimes. Most of them are career law enforcement with extensive experience, and actually provided a training in de-escalation for the BMV branch employees this fall, because sometimes some of those negative interactions that any customer service representative, whether it's in a clerk's office or a BMV branch, de-escalation techniques can be useful. So I think the training piece, we'll collaborate with the FBI, who is very interested in this and looking at this nationally. We'll collaborate with the Department of Homeland Security, which we already work with on election security issues, as well as Maine State Police, with whom we work very closely. And with regards to this amendment, so this would be immediately referred to the AG's office automatically, always. And that brings in that partnership with Maine State Police to collaborate with law enforcement. So you're basically, it's additive in a sense, and that you're bringing more resources to the challenge, not replacing or cutting out local law enforcement in any way.
Representative Doloff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to figure out going from 17 to 21, because Mr. Chair, you said, even if in your amendment, putting in 21A, you're still not getting rid of the local law enforcement. And if that's true, then why didn't we just leave it in 17A, where it would start with local law enforcement?
So I'll answer
Do you
that
understand my
question.
question?
I do understand your question.
I just don't know. Okay.
No, I understand your question to mean, why would we move the crime at all? And I think the answer, which the Secretary just alluded to, is that it puts more resources into investigating these potential crimes, because the Office of the Attorney General would automatically be called by statute to investigate these claims. And the other way is not true. Now, unless the Secretary tells me that a local law enforcement officer would be required to ask for help from the Office of the Attorney General as it currently is, I do not think it's the case because of the way 17A is written. So there's belts and suspenders, if you will, to the approach taken, and we provide a department that has more resources to investigate, and therefore can provide consistency across jurisdictions in the state of Maine about how these potential crimes being reported are going to be dealt with. And Secretary Bellows,
can I have just a follow up then?
Absolutely.
And probably Secretary Bellows can answer, or Senator Hickman, you. So if this happens at a polling place, which it has, do you call your local enforcement first? To so-called, I mean, who would you call to arrest this person? A local police officer that probably could be there at the election site itself? Or do you just automatically call the Attorney General?
Secretary
Do
Bells.
you understand what I'm asking?
Yeah, I do. And so it's really important to differentiate between law enforcement and prosecution, right? So with the election, a threat against an election official, say hypothetically, God forbid, it's in a polling place, you call 911. Or if you have the sheriff on speed dial, you call the sheriff if you're in a rural county that doesn't have their own law enforcement, or you call your local police department if you're in a municipality. Law enforcement comes and performs that arrest, responds to the scene, right? But with regards to the prosecution, that's what happens after. Does this rise to the level of a threat under the law? What are the resources? The full investigation. And so by placing this crime in Title 21A, you're making it an election crime as well as the threat against the election clerk. And that puts it in the jurisdiction of the Office of the Attorney General, who would then have the ability to prosecute. Although under Title 21A, that doesn't preclude a local DA from also taking action. The analogy of murder is obviously far more serious, but when that happens, local law enforcement is called, right? That doesn't, just because the Attorney General's office is doing the prosecuting doesn't cut law enforcement out from the scene in that first response. So that's what's important to realize is the initial response, the rapid response, the 911 call, that doesn't change. What changes is the level of resources that are able to be brought to bear with regards to the potential consequences for the individual and the future protection that might be able to be put in place for that clerk if the state knows that this is happening, as well as potentially some additional investigatory resources if it requires a more complex investigation, if there was some sort of conspiracy to threaten the clerk or some sort of network of or organized action that resulted in a threat to the clerk.
Representative Doloff, does that answer your question? Representative Harrington, followed by Representative Corey.
I just wanted to kind of corroborate what Secretary Bellows just said. As a local law enforcement officer, we primarily would use Title 17A to address this issue, whether it be through obstructing government administration or criminal threatening or harassment or whatever statute is most applicable. But nothing would stop us from charging throughout all the other titles. And we regularly do charge outside of 17A. So just wanted to corroborate that.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Corey, followed by Chairman Chiazzo, and then I will bring in Patty Du Bois. Representative Corey, you set?
Yep, I'm ready. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to be very clear when I talked about 21A, Section 33 and jurisdiction, I did mention that, local DAs could be involved. So I was very clear on that without the need for more clarity. Anyways, I asked during the public hearing on this if we've actually had a problem with DAs and local law enforcement not taking these crimes seriously. And the answer was no. We can go back, we can look at the record. The answer was no. Typically, when we are going to change things, we should probably see evidence for why we need to change those things. So that's where my head's at. The statutory move is kind of a big deal to me in terms of moving from one title to another title. So, and like I said, I feel like if DAs didn't feel like they had the resources to try these types of crimes, they certainly can build an MOU with the AG's office like they do for things like drug crimes in the state of Maine. Thanks.
Representative Corey, if I may just put you on the spot momentarily. The rest of the amendment as proposed, if it did not, and this is just a hypothetical question, would you support an amendment that didn't change where the crime is, but added the training requirements as the amendment proposes with the report back to the legislature.
I like the training requirements and everything. That's what I suggested last week when I suggested sort of an amendment. So I'm good with that. You know, I'm good with not raising the class of crime. I'm not sure why we're moving things from 17A to 21A. I guess we've had an explanation for that, but you know, as I've said, my concern is that DAs have not expressed to us that they're not able to, you know, try these types of crimes.
Chairman Chiazzo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for Janet, and this is going to expose my naivete when it comes to this kind of stuff. Are there specific sentencing requirements associated with the Class C felony in terms of minimum required punishments, or is there flexibility where we're stating the maximum allowable punishment, and then it's up to the judge's discretion to not go that far, if that makes sense?
There are certain minimums that apply to some offenses. For example, certain drug crimes have minimums. Sometimes if you commit an offense with a firearm, there might be a minimum, but I didn't see any that would automatically apply to this offense. I am not an expert in criminal law by any means whatsoever though, but I didn't see one. Again, maybe if there was a firearm involved, there might be. Representative Corey actually probably knows that answer from being on criminal justice.
Representative Corey, would you care to answer Representative Chiazzo's question on minimums, mandatory minimums?
I'm not an attorney. You know, generally, we don't really like mandatory minimums in the legislature. You can end up with a situation like what happened in Colorado, where the guy got 110 years for an accident and non-concurrent sentences. But there sometimes within laws, and I've only seen them in felony level, and we don't have felonies in Maine, but let's just say A, B's, and C's. Sometimes there can be aggravating circumstances that are listed that kind of tells a DA, and this is just my understanding, a DA and the judge that, like, look, you know, you're sentencing here and you're sentencing within, you know, say a Class B crime, but if the person did A, B, or C, you're supposed to be looking at that maybe a little bit more seriously then. And that's the way I understand aggravating circumstances. But I'm not sure that I've seen aggravating circumstances for D's or E's. That would be a better question for Janet or Opla.
Thank you.
Well, certainly, if you commit simple assault, but you use a deadly weapon in the process, you just aggravated simple assault to something that's a greater crime. Representative Chiazzo, does that at least answer your question regarding election crimes or laws against public officials?
To some extent. Again, I just want to make sure that we're on the same page, where if it's a Class C crime, like it was originally proposed, there are higher penalties associated with that, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're automatically imposed. It just means that the judge will have discretion based on the situation to go to a certain higher level if he or she deems it appropriate. Is that a fair statement to Janet, I guess? Okay.
That's a fair statement across the board. The higher the level of the crime, the higher the penalty that can be put on the person who's convicted of that crime, yes.
Yes, generally there are maximums that increase, and the mandatory minimums, I'm looking at the statute now, it would be, there's a mandatory minimum if it's a crime with use of a firearm against an individual, but those are A, B, and C offenses. There's mandatory and minimum sentence of imprisonment for certain drug crimes. And then if there are certain dangerous weapons used or something like that, then you might elevate the crime by a level. So if this is a Class D offense, which it is currently a similar offense, obstructing government administration is a Class D, certain dangerous weapon was used, it might elevate the offense. But generally, there aren't very many mandatory minimums in Maine.
Thank you.
Senator Farron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think this is trying to drill down a little bit more on Representative Cazzo's comment about if we haven't had this issue and we're not going to change the level of the crime. And I think this is a question a little bit to the Secretary and maybe to Patty as well, is that what the intent of this bill originally was to elevate that situation. And if this bill doesn't do that, and we talk about some training, I mean, aren't we talking the judicial piece, right? I mean, the sentencing judge, whether they determine that it's a jail time or a probation or whatever it is really kind of out of our control a little bit, unless we do that elevation piece. And so whether it can stay in 17 and go through the DA and the local or into 21, and we know that either or can do that. At the end of the day, people still might not be happy if somebody is arrested and they're charged under this piece, and a judge who we have no control over, allows someone to walk or throws it out or does whatever, people still might not be happy with the outcome. Is that accurate?
I think it's accurate that certainly sentencing depends upon the judge. And I wouldn't advocate for a mandatory minimum because circumstances might that are fact specific for a particular case might lead a judge to do a lower sentence or a higher sentence depending on the situation. A Class D is up to 364 days of incarceration and a $2,000 fine. Class C is up to 5 years. Certainly the bill that we supported was originally a Class C, but the compromise that Senator Hickman has brought forward is really thoughtful from our perspective because it does one thing that's really important. In Title 21A has all of the election crimes. So you vote twice, you're going to get prosecuted by the Attorney General's office. You impersonate another for purposes of voting, you're going to get prosecuted by the Attorney General's office because those are crimes against the election system itself and democracy itself. So they're in for state elections and federal elections. And so Senator Hickman's compromise by bringing a crime against an election clerk who is engaged in administering the election into the election law gives it a statewide importance and focus that by necessity, one hopes would influence the prosecution, particularly depending on the circumstance, if it's a disruption in the polling place. Now, there are other offenses that can still be prosecuted. If they assault someone or they do something else that's a crime against a person under Title 17A. And as we've fully discussed and Representative Corey made crystal clear, that having a crime in Title 21A doesn't preclude a local district attorney from getting involved. But Senator Hickman's amendment does elevate it to bring it to that statewide level and notice. And one of the concerns that we do have is we know about 2 documented instances where law enforcement took it very seriously, responded appropriately, and those clerks called us. And in one of those cases, called us to ask for our assistance in supporting the subsequent events. And we contacted the AG's office and we tried our best to be supportive. We had no actual authority in that situation. And one of the things that I do worry about, I think the clerks worry about as well, are there other incidents that never get reported? So I think both the reporting, but also the investigatory authority of the Office of the Attorney General and the prosecutorial authority. I think this amendment does take a step forward.
Senator Mearmont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just a couple of things on this C and D divider, whether you call them felonies or not. I think we've established that you can bump a D into a C by doing certain actions that make it something that can be elevated. I don't know that you can reduce the level of crime from a C to D. So someone could answer that, whoever can. And then this is a crime that would be possibly at its lowest level, a disagreement. And certainly maybe that disagreement got heated. It may have disrupted voting because people wanted to clear the area or something, but it was still just a disagreement. And if it falls under this, then to have it as a Class C, a felony to affect someone because of a disagreement in a heated situation, which can happen. I mean, I just happen to have some incredible clerks, patient, smart, wonderful in Knox County, so I can't think of one. But I remember an incident down in Wyndham once, and it was so long ago that person couldn't possibly be clerk now, but I thought I'd entered the twilight zone in trying to have a conversation about voting because I was living there temporarily. So that sticks in my mind. So there were threats made by the clerk because she didn't want to hear any more of my questions. So it was an interesting thing. I cannot support bringing this to a Class C, but I can support anything else that helps it to be identified, to take care of our clerks, to take care of our process, all of those pieces, as the committee determines, it's the best way to do it, but not elevating the crime. So this is a wonderful amendment that I support completely.
Janet, did you have an answer to Senator Miramont's direct question about a crime being lowered?
Yes, so this is what happens in plea bargaining all the time. So if there is another offense, that the elements of that offense can be met. So for example, if this is a threat against an election official, but you can call it a threat that would be generally applicable to anyone, and if that is a Class D, then there could be an arrangement where the person comes in and talks to the DA, maybe the victim would be consulted. I don't work in plea bargains a lot, but they would be able to decide, yes, I will plead guilty if you charge me with something that's a D instead of a C. And as long as the elements of that crime are met, you know, the actions actually fit the definition of that crime, then that happens quite frequently in the justice system.
Thank you, Janet. I'm going to go to the bill sponsor, and Chairman Chiazzo, if you could defer 1 second. He is waiting patiently to say something. So Representative White, please introduce yourself.
Yes, thank you. Representative Bruce White from Waterville, and thank you, Representative Chiazzo and Senator Hickman. I just want to say thank you for those who have worked hard since the last work session to address the concerns that were raised. I know Representative Corey had some serious concerns about the Class C and the training and such. So I believe that Secretary Bellows in her office, Senator Hickman, and the Clerks Association have all worked very hard to come up with, to address all of the concerns. I think we've all done a good job at it. And I think if we keep watering it down, then the bill does nothing. So I think we're at a good point where the amendment addresses the concerns and it supports our clerks and the volunteers who are out there, you know, on adhering to these elections. And hope that we can get this passed.
Thank you, Representative. Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Janet, I don't recall who gave the testimony, but could you also maybe refresh my memory? I thought I heard somewhere a comment made that with a Class C crime, part of the sentencing could be some kind of counseling, whereas with a Class D, that was not an option. Did I hear that correctly? Or is it's an option, just not, I don't know what that, could you clarify that for me, please? Is that only required only allowed in a Class C, but not in a D, or is it allowed on both?
So we're going to reach the limits of my understanding of the criminal code, but I can tell you that the Maine Prosecutors Association did submit that testimony, and they pointed out that if you have a Class C or more severe level crime, then you can impose probation, and there can be certain conditions upon that probation, which could include mandatory mental health treatment. When I then looked at the statute, you can't impose probation for a Class D crime. You can put administrative release with certain conditions, and there's sort of a catch-all provision, but there's nothing quite so clear that it could be this type of mental health treatment that's required with, and you certainly wouldn't have a probation officer overseeing it like you would if it was probation. So that was that testimony.
Okay, thank you, Jenna.
Representative Corey, and then I'm going to call on Patty Du Bois from the clerks, who represents the clerks and is a clerk. Representative Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I mean, I do want to be clear that I'm glad that we are no longer talking about a Class C crime. And like I said, my concern is just the switch in chaptering. I think with regard to sort of, crimes being charged and stuff like that, I think that sometimes that comes down to what can be proved, right? So like, even if we have, this crime and we have it, it comes down to sort of the mens rea of the crime. And we were talking about that, and there's the word sort of intentionally in there. So when somebody, does something, and I think this was the concern that Senator Miramont was saying is, what if I'm having a disagreement with a clerk at a place and all of a sudden, well, I think that under this crime, you would actually have to intentionally, do you know what I mean? That what you're doing is intentionally trying to interfere with the election or the operation of the election. So I'm not as concerned about that. I think, with regard to that prosecutor's concern, and I know I've harped on this a little bit, but if a person is a danger to themselves or other people, there are ways to get them mental health treatment. We have, programs, and we've gone through this in the Judiciary Committee. I don't sit on Judiciary, but like the progressive management programs and stuff like that. So all of those things sort of exist within our sort of mental health and law enforcement system. So I'd still like to caucus this before we actually do this, but we don't have to caucus it until everybody's done speaking. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative. Patty Du Bois, if you wouldn't mind turning on your camera.
Yes, I would love to, except my camera doesn't seem to be working. I think I need to reboot my computer. So with apologies, if you don't mind me continuing with just audio.
We do not mind you continuing with this audio. It's an open-ended question, since this bill came to us with your advocacy and on behalf of the clerks, excuse me, that you represent. Can you just speak to the committee about how you feel about this amendment? It's an open-ended question. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Senator Hickman. Yes, I've spoken with the Legislative Policy Committee of the Maine Towns and City Clerks Association regarding this amendment. We were hopeful that we could get this type of crime elevated to a Class C crime, but we're practical, and in seeing some of the feedback from the committee, we're concerned that maybe nothing will get passed. So we understand the reluctance of the committee, because we realize that there isn't a widespread problem here in Maine necessarily. And I think part of that may be because we don't have a good reporting procedure or mechanism. So we were amenable to a compromise, which we felt might get more traction with the committee, in that putting the crime in Title 21A would, as Secretary Bellows said, put kind of streamlined resources towards those types of threats for investigation, and also to provide some consistency in how these types of threats are handled. I will note that a lot of these types of threats are not necessarily made at the polls on election day. And I think that piece is getting lost in the discussion, that, throughout the country, a lot of these types of threats are coming in kind of anonymously through voicemail, through email, through social media. and not necessarily made in person to the person at the polls or at the office. So those types of crimes are a little bit more ambiguous. They're a lot of times anonymous, and it's harder to charge people with those types of crimes. So I think moving that into 21A would get those resources on those types of crimes as well, to kind of standardize those. I don't think that this is an unreasonable amendment and compromise. And we're hopeful that, once we have a reporting mechanism in place and have a better understanding of what the scope of this issue is, that this is a baby step that might move us forward to say, okay, we are having more of these crimes than what we realized, and we need to take further steps to maybe then elevate the crime. So, we're reasonable people. We're trying to get, some light shown on this issue, and to have it taken seriously and hopefully be proactive rather than reactive. We only have 2 known threats now, but we don't really have a good sense for how many there really are. So our association is amenable to the amendment. We appreciate the time that the committee has taken. We appreciate the work of Secretary Bellows on this, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Patty. Senator Miramont may have a question for you or just a comment. Senator Miramont.
No, I don't know if there's a question, but I think she's answered the question by, we make laws for Maine. And yes, there's this larger perceived threat where there's more going on elsewhere. We've had 2. Having good reporting would be a wonderful first step. This is a serious, if you brought a lot of information that this is happening all the time or is escalating or whatever, and you don't have anybody supporting the clerks as far as law enforcement or the Attorney General or the Secretary of State, we'd want to know that and we'd do something about it. But this is a great way to step up reporting, have it in the right place, but not elevate a crime based on what we're hearing from other places. So it's starting to gel for me that this is the way to go. And it sounds like for other people too. So thank you for that.
Representative McCray, and then since Representative Corey has asked for a caucus, we will take that after this comment because we can still come back and comment some more. We have one more bill, which we can get to or not, depending upon the time. I would like to end around 5-ish if we can. So I just want to put that out there for the committee as well. Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Like Ms. Du Bois said, I appreciate all the work that went into this, and I share Representative White's concern that we need this to be effective and important, and I think the amendment does that. I'm very much appreciative of it. I do think all the reasons Secretary Bellows gave make it important that we put it where it is. I do appreciate, I was okay with C, but I appreciate the reasons for D. And as Ms. Du Bois said, I think it's a compromise that will serve us well. I don't want this to be just about training, for example. That makes it sound as if the clerks aren't, it just shifts the concern. It needs to be a broader concern. And I think the amendment's great and I support it.
Thank you, Representative McCray. And with that, we will start by taking a caucus break for 10 minutes. It's 4:30. We will be asking folks to return in 10 minutes. And if you need more time, feel free to text either one of the chairs. But that's what we'll do. We'll be at ease until 4:40. Thank you. And Representative Corey, your camera is on. You're free to leave it on, but just so you know, it's on in case you
Are Democrats caucusing as well?
We weren't planning on it, but if you'd like to, we can certainly have a quick check-in. I'll send a link.
You don't have to do it for me. I just didn't want to just be sitting here if something was going on.
No, I don't think we are. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're good to go.
It looks like, are we back? Representative Corey? Okay,
Yep, we're done. We're good to go.
perfect. Representative Corey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So after discussing the amendment and everything, we definitely feel like we were heard with regard to the Class D crime remaining where it is. And we also feel like we were heard with regard to the education and reporting pieces that we had suggested last week. Me personally, I'm still not, overly thrilled about moving it from 17A to 21A. I just like the idea of local being better than the state. I don't see that as a way to, provide more resources. Like I said, those MOUs can be built on things like this. But with that, I'll vote in favor of this. So thank you for crafting an amendment and hearing our concerns.
Representative Chairman Chiazzo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm certainly not going to kick the hornet's nest. I think the reason I made the motion in the first place was because I felt that the Class C was warranted and it fit the crime. But I'm also not going to be the one that stands in the way of a unanimous report. The fact that the clerks are amenable to the new proposal is certainly a deciding factor for me. And I just hope that we don't get to a point where we have regrets later on because something happened that we could have avoided. So, but I will be supporting the amendment for the sake of unanimity, getting this out and getting something on the books.
So is there a motion?
And sorry, with that, Senator Hickman, I will withdraw my initial motion of ought to pass as amended initially, and you can make a counter motion if you'd like.
Thank you, Representative Chiazzo. And who seconded? It was a Representative Riley who seconded that original motion. So Representative Riley, will you be withdrawing your second?
Yes.
Okay. So there is no motion on the floor in front of us. The chair would entertain one. Representative Doloff.
I make a motion that it ought to pass with Senator Hickman's amendment.
I'll second
Moved by Representative Doloff. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Representative Corey. The motion is ought to pass as amended with the amendment that was presented by the chair and gone over by the analyst. Is there any discussion on the amendment, on the motion? I will say thank you to the committee for coming together around this. It is important that we do more than say we care about our clerks under the duress of administering our elections for the sanctity of our democracy. As the committee is ready for the question, Karen, please call the roll.
Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Mearmont. Senator Mearmont, up. Nope. Senator Mearmont, absent. Senator Farren.
Yay.
Senator Farren, yay. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dolph.
Yes.
Representative Dolph, yes. Representative Mearmont.
Thank you. I'm a little slow to the party. This is the motion with the amendment we were discussing, correct?
That is correct, Senator Mearmont.
Thank you. I vote yay.
Representative Mearmont, yay. Mr. Chair, 12 members voting for the motion and 0 members absent.
Thank you. With 12 members voting in the affirmative, the motion prevails. I will close the work session on LD. Oh, excuse me, 1821. It's been a minute since we've had a unanimous vote on an elections bill. So I just have to savor that for a second. Thank you all very much for coming to the table and helping with this compromise. And so we have one more bill and it's not quite 5 o'clock. So I think we're going to take it up. It's LD 1830. I will open, excuse me. Yes, the work session on an act to amend the election laws presented by the Honorable former Senator Lucchini of Hancock. And so Janet, if you can tell us where we were on this legislation.
Certainly, we had gone through the bill analysis and the proposed amendments that were there listed there, and then the drafting issues. And I can just show you really quickly, if you let me share my screen,
please,
what I noted down. So under this provision, which is about absentee voting by residents of licensed facilities, for the proposed amendments A, B, and C, I believe that it sounded like people were for them, or at least nobody expressed anything against them. The proposed amendment by the League of Women Voters about allowing modified absentee voting procedures if there's a local rather than a statewide outbreak. Both the Secretary of State's office and I had interpreted the language of the bill as written to include that. And I had contacted DHHS, but never heard back about whether they disagreed. I imagine if they disagreed, they'd tell me, but I don't want to speak for them. And I think you were fine with that drafting issue. And then if we go down here, there was just a question about the timing of the Superior Court's decision during appeals from determinations of whether there are sufficient number of signatures on the petitions, and there may be a need for me to work with the Secretary of State's office and the AG's Jonathan Bolton if you want to address this issue, if you agree that it's a concern. And I know that they were willing to work with me if that's something you wanted to address. And then everything else, just the drafting issues and the proposed amendments, I think everybody was sort of fine with all of them that were written. The only thing that, sorry, I'm trying to make sure I read all my notes really fast. And when I try and go fast, it's a bad idea.
Well,
so the only other
time.
thing
Right.
was here we had talked about the fiscal impact on direct initiatives, and the language of current law makes it look like that fiscal impact statement that's prepared by OFPR has to be on every page of the petition, and the bill clarifies that it doesn't have to be on every page of the petition, just the first page. And I had asked some questions here about what about the statement that appears above that tells everybody they should have a chance to look at that fiscal impact statement, and then the summary of the bill, or excuse me, of the initiative. Are those things only supposed to be on the first page because that's how the bill is drafted? And there was clarifying discussion at the work session that yes, that was the Secretary of State's office's goal, was to make sure all of those things were only on the first page. So a lot of my suggested things to consider changing don't need to be changed because that really is the goal, even though the summary doesn't quite capture that of the bill. But I think there was an agreement that this statement in current law that suggests that the fiscal impact statement is prepared by the Secretary of State, that language probably should be stricken. So everything else under Part D here, the bill analysis, didn't really need anything to be changed, except I think people agreed that maybe removing that phrase would be a good idea. The only thing that happened since the work session was that we did really receive a preliminary fiscal impact statement, and it does indicate there would be no fiscal impact if you were to move ahead with this bill as drafted. I don't think any of the proposed drafting issues or proposed amendments would change that, but we would find that out if you voted in favor of them. It would get its full review again by the Office of Fiscal and Program Review.
Thank you, Janet. Committee discussion, questions about the refresher? I know it's late. Is there a motion? Representative Corey.
Thank you. I know that some of us had concerns surrounding the nursing home piece in this bill that I think given the time, I'm not sure I'd personally be able to vote on this right now.
Understood. The questions that I received in my emails were about this bill allowing for voting machines to be in nursing homes. I don't know if that's the same concern of the committee. I didn't read it that way. Secretary Bellows, would you like to just take a bite at the nursing home issue since it came up?
Sure, and I don't know if Deputy Secretary Flynn is in the waiting room. So the genesis of this provision was this year, in the absence of an emergency order, clerks reached out to us because current law requires that clerks go to nursing homes or other residential facilities and sets up polling places in the manner of voting on election day, or a booth, as it were, so that residents can fill out their ballot on site and deliver that to the clerk and be voting as if they were at the polls. I don't believe that entails voting machines or equipment. I'm not aware of clerks bringing tabulators to nursing homes in any situations. My understanding is they bring the secure ballot box, but I'm going to defer to Deputy Secretary Flynn. This year, just in terms of the history, this year the clerk said, what do we do if the nursing homes are closed due to COVID? And we went to the governor's office and we went to the attorney general's office, and we realized that absent the emergency declaration, there was no alternative procedure. And we also recognized that there was potentially different situations in different residential facilities across the state. So some residential facilities were not experiencing outbreaks and were welcoming visitors from the outside. Other residential facilities might have had a localized outbreak. And so we did our very best to give clerks good advice as to how to supply ballots and make sure residents could vote. But we were mindful that we were asking clerks to follow a law that might not be able to be followed in certain circumstances, and that it doesn't make that it should be amended to provide for those potential situations. But Deputy Secretary Flynn is the expert. I am not. Deputy Secretary Flynn.
Deputy Flynn, please introduce yourself and respond to this discussion about nursing homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Julie Flynn, Deputy Secretary of State and a resident of Wyndham. There are no voting machines at the nursing homes. This is absentee voting. And the current law requires the clerk to bring ballots to offer in-person absentee voting as if it were absentee voting in the clerk's presence in her office, but bringing it to the facility because some facilities were closed or had certain restrictions on letting anybody in. The pandemic response was to, instead of throwing these voters to the regular mail-in absentee process, the clerk would bring applications to the facility, have the facility distribute those, have them turn them back into the clerk. The clerk would prepare the absentee ballots, putting them in envelopes to deliver them back in a sealed envelope to the facility to be delivered, hand delivered to the voter by the facility staff. The voter would be able to open the outer envelope as if it had come by mail, take out the ballot unmarked, mark it, seal it in the return envelope, and then the facility would collect those, and either the clerk would pick them up or deliver them back to the to the clerk's office. So it's a modified procedure. It still treats these vulnerable citizens with more process than what would currently happen if somebody's just living alone. They'd have to send in an application or go online and make an application, and a ballot would be mailed, and then the ballot would be mailed back. So it's a bit of a compromise to address the situations where the clerk cannot be there in person to provide an absentee voting procedure. But absolutely, I'm not sure where anyone would get the idea that there are voting machines at facilities at all.
Thank you, Deputy Director Flynn. Senator Marymount?
Yes, I'd like to move on to pass and imagine there's a fiscal note. So as amended.
And would the amendment in your motion be all of the technical and drafting fixes that Janet went over in her analysis, including working with the Office of the Attorney General on making sure that the dates regarding the Superior Court's decision are applicable and accurate to the intent of the legislation?
Absolutely.
It's been moved all to pass as amended with all of Janet's drafting notes, which folks did not say no to, with her permission to work with the Attorney General's office on language around Superior Court decisions on petition signatures. Is there a second?
Second.
Been seconded by Representative McCray. Representative Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. No, my concerns weren't with regard to those emails. I never thought anybody would be rolling the machine out of the clerk's office and dragging it via U-Haul to a nursing home. But I think that probably the concern is just who's asking people to take out the ballots and whether or not people are freely filling them out on their own. But we have laws that cover that, correct? Like laws that basically say that you're not allowed to influence anybody or anything. And I know that was some of the concern that was out there, but I seem to be harping on today whether or not we already have laws or not for these different bills. So we do have laws that tend to cover that. So just so I can get this right in my head. So basically this would be kind of no different than when I go to my clerk's office to early vote. So basically if I go there, there's an envelope and it's got my information on it. And we have like one of the little voting booths set up like at my town clerk's office. I walk over, I mark my ballot, I put it in the envelope and seal it, and then hand it like any other absentee ballot. And then, it's marked that I've early voted in the CVR. Is that correct? Is that what we're talking about?
Director Flynn?
It would be in-person absentee voting, what we call early voting, but it is, they'd be marked as having an absentee ballot. And it would be delivered by the clerk. It wouldn't be voted in the presence of the clerk
right
under one of these circumstances, but the clerk is facilitating getting it there.
The clerk would be handing them the ballot. They would be filling it out and then sealing the envelope themselves and then handing it back to the clerk.
Well, normally that is what happens, but we're talking about these circumstances where the clerk can't be allowed into the facility because there's an outbreak. So the next best thing, they're delivering those sealed envelopes to the facility to be distributed like they would the mail to the voter. The voter would vote, seal it in the inner envelope, the return envelope, and then they're collecting those up and bringing them, getting them for the clerk to pick up or delivering them back to the clerk.
So with that sealed envelope, as I remember, the voter still signs the
Absolutely.
sealed envelope, and we have a card on hand that if the clerk wants to check that card against the signature on the sealed envelope, that they have that information, correct?
That's correct. And I would also add, normally when you vote in the presence of the clerk, you don't have to fill out an application. But
Right.
because the clerk is going to be leaving ballots,
Mhm.
they are asking for that step for the voter to fill out an application saying, yep, I'm Julie Flynn, I want a ballot. And then that can be compared to the signature on the envelope to make sure, and the signature on file to make sure it's Julie Flynn that requested it and returned it.
So the form is within this amendment then that the person on the inside of the nursing home would still have to sign something saying, yes, I want this ballot.
Yes.
Okay, that clears up a lot of this for me. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments from the committee? Is the committee ready for the question? Karen, please call the roll.
Senator Hickman,
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Mearmont,
Yay.
Senator Mearmont, yay. Senator Farren. I'll come back to Senator Farren. Representative Chiazzo,
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCrate,
Yes.
Representative McCrate, yes. Representative Riley,
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika,
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney,
No.
Representative Kinney, no. Representative Harrington,
No.
Representative Harrington, no. Representative Corey,
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dolph,
Yes.
Representative Dolph, yes. Senator Farren,
No.
Senator Farren, no. 9 having voted for the motion, 3 having voted against the motion, and 0 members absent, Mr. Chair.
9 members voting in the affirmative, 3 voting in the negative. The motion prevailed. I will close the work session on LD 1830. What is the minority report? Senator Farren, Representative Kinney, ought not to pass, or
Yes.
ought not to pass?
Yeah, I'll go with ought not to pass.
Ought not to pass. Senator Farren? Looks like ought not to pass it is.
Ought not to pass. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We got it. That concludes the work that is on our agenda for today. Thank you all for your patience. We have voted out 3 bills. We are moving toward our 60% vote deadline on Friday the 11th. That's always on my mind if it's not on yours. Please be prepared for another long day on Wednesday, staff and committee included. I will encourage both caucuses to do their best to review the materials. There may be some bills we do not vote that day, but it is my intention to vote them all. That's the intention. So all the work that we have to do between now and then to make sure that we are clear with what it is we are looking at. If you have an amendment for any of the bills, please get them into the possession of Janet as soon as possible. And so enjoy yourselves, stay warm, stay safe, stay healthy. We are adjourned.